Exactly.
That also could be an indicator.
Exactly. But this may also very well be a Chhattisgarh kind of a moment. Mind it, I mean, from up to 9 or 10, it was almost certain that Congress is sweeping 60 plus. And final result was completely surprising. So this is also very kind of, if this happens, this would be a very interesting case study. Kind of that.
As far as Jammu and Kashmir, it's more or less settled. I mean, if these numbers actually hold, there's a huge gap of 30 seats now between the BJP and the Congress NC, the pre-poll alliance. 53, it has gone up. Even I was speaking to you, Dr. Professor Shastri. But, Mayank, a word on this Haryana, it's turning out to be very different from what every pollster was suggesting.
All of us were. Exit polls had clearly shown that BJP's vote share base has shifted upwards, and it has stayed at that level, even in this election. Probably Congress was expecting much more, and Congress was expecting transfer of votes from others towards Congress. That has not happened fully, which means BJP at elevated base and Congress not getting enough to match that or go ahead of that. That is probably the story so far.
And also, I mean, whatever be the shift of JJP, I think INLD to some extent dented the Jat vote. That factor is also a seeming possibility that INLD perhaps, people did not give too much centrality.
INLD is just up 1 in 2019.
Vote percentage, the Jat votes.
So JJP going down, does it mean that it has led to,
who's gained at
at the cost of JJP?
Congress.
Probably,
the consolidation of the Jats.
Congress may have,
that's an open question. If the
probably
BJP
some
is
of those
up 5 from last time, what is to suggest that some of the JJP voters haven't gone to the BJP?
They would have gone to
the
BJP also.
has not lost, they've actually gained from last time.
No, we have to see Devi Lal's kind of entire kind of this, lineage, INLD and JJP. So maybe a section, because Hooda was the giant slayer in 90s by defeating Devi Lal. Now it may be possible that a section of the JJP vote may have shifted to INLD, whether they win or lose, and Congress may not have been as much a beneficiary, as we were expecting.
Okay.
Well, let's go quickly across to Anusha Kapoor, the BJP spokesperson who joins us. Thanks very much for being with us. It seems the BJP is now, inching ahead in Haryana. Is it your sense that you're going to win Haryana on the basis of the trends that you see at this stage?
Jai Shri Ram and good morning, Vishnuji. What you see right now is the reality. We are not here to boast about the party, we are here to boast about the work, what we have been doing so far. That is why we have been elected and re-elected not only in the State Assembly but in the Lok Sabha. What we have done is the pratyashi of work on the ground with Panna Pramukh, with the booth palaks. We have worked tirelessly.
Now Vinesh
we have
Phogat
seen
is leading.
The difference.
Just
a lot
a
of
few
people
minutes
are
back
talking
she was
about
trailing. Now the details that are coming in is that she's leading. So it's not really that 2/3 or a clear trend. It's a very surprising trend which is appearing at 10 a.m. Go ahead, ma'am.
Vinesh Phogat is another reason where she's been used by Congress. She is an Olympic leader where Modi ji had done for any Olympic person what could have been done. But Congress made it her as an scapegoat. And what you see, the Dalits, how Congress reacts towards the Dalit, whether it is Mallikarjun Kharge or Haryana Shailja ji, look at it, the way they treat them. I would not be surprised when we say that the Congress is the one who just talks about themselves. We have always been speaking about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. It is okay. We have always seen and worked for the nation first and the party second. There are times when you lose, when you win. But we are very happy for the work what we have done in Haryana as well as in Jammu Kashmir. And what we are seeing right now in your area also, when we talk about BJP is leading, this is something is always a news which never dies out, because what our former CM has worked, what our present CM has worked for. We have worked for the betterment and the life, the poverty for what the people are talking about. We have worked for them. We have worked for Antyodaya person. So you have seen how Congress makes its own money. You look into the states of Congress. And you've seen in Karnataka, in Himachal Pradesh, you see how they are in Telangana. Can you talk about toilet seats where Modi ji has has made the toilet free? They are talking about tax concern. I have seen this. It's a very sad figure for Congress. They just talk about politics. Only for the elections
so now
they come,
and
again. Then they are seen nowhere.
It's become very close now between BJP and Congress.
But you know, the vote share of INLD is quite significant at 5%.
Wait before you jump the gun and yes,
INLD is 5%.
INLD
INLD is 5% vote.
Margins, I think, in all these. So the changes are keeping on happening.
Yes, it's very close. Professor Shastri, a word on how it is playing out in Haryana.
I think very clearly in Haryana the contests are very close, and with every round there seems to be a change happening. So I think there will be a lot to talk about in Haryana in the remaining 1 or 2 hours now.
Yes, but you know, if these numbers hold, because it's 10 a.m. already, nobody got it right.
Yeah, undoubtedly
Pollsters get several elections
BJP's
wrong, but
leads are 3 more than what it won.
Even the BJP was not anticipating this.
They have got 3 leads more than what they won last time.
Last time, right?
And as was being discussed earlier, it will be interesting to see which regions are those leads in. And now the lead has come down to just 1 seat, 43 to 42. So I think we will need to go do a region-wise breakup of where these leads are coming from,
Yes, so
if that's possible.
The BJP is ahead in Haryana. What we were thinking, it's a completely different picture in the matter of a few minutes, I would say. My senior managing editor, Nikunj Garg, is joining us here. And, you know, it's fascinating to see how numbers are playing out. But Haryana is where the story is. As far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, the picture is more or less clear. BJP at 22, the NC Congress alliance, which was a pre-poll alliance, having a clear lead of 30 seats. Others again become important because that is where, you know, the high percentage or high number of independents play out. But Haryana is where we do not know which way it will go. 43 to the BJP, Congress at 42. That's the reason why Bhupinder Hooda, though, stepped out of his house but did not say a word, Nikunj.
Well, Maria, one thing is clear, and Nirja, bear me out on this one. One thing is clear, the way most of the pollsters, the way most of the people who had gone to Haryana were seeing Haryana elections, it is certainly not turning out to be that way.
You know, I went to the Ahirwal region. It was a takkar between Congress and BJP. It's a stronghold of BJP normally. But you know, what is very interesting is that Dalit was much more assertive. They wanted a non-Jat CM. They talked about, they feared the return of Jat Shahi. Ye sab unhone kaha. But they said they will anyway vote for the Congress, but hope that some kind of a, you know, formula could be worked out, pass sharing formula could be worked out, which would involve the Dalits, Shelja, Uday Bhan, Ashok Tanwar, who's come into the party. Now, if this is the case, one, the BJP has fought back hard. This is in the BJP's DNA. They don't sit back. And the Congress has celebrated.
They continue to fight even the losing battles. You see, look at their star power. You know, any other set of circumstances, the Home Minister, the Prime Minister, at least will pull back. At least will pull back and say, look, this looks like to be a lost cause. Let's not take too much of our prestige into it. But that's not the case.
How BJP fights it.
That's not the case.
Congress tends to celebrate too early.
Absolutely.
Yes, they did that. Even today.
Looks like they did that. Looks like
at the moment. Yes. At the moment, lot of caveat. We are not calling elections. It's 10 a.m. You know, we do not know which way it will go. You know, it's turning out to be like Chhattisgarh, where it was going in one direction, but now that gap between the BJP and the Congress is increasing. It's 6 seats.
But as I said, that, you know, one thing is clear from this, that this was certainly not a sweep election as many people were reading it. And this is certainly now throws a big question mark on your ilk too, that exit pollster ilk.
definitely all the pollsters, not only me, all the pollsters.
I said your ilk.
Yeah. So all the pollsters, who were on ground, they were off, so they need to go back to the
they're getting it
drawing
wrong
board.
election after election. I mean, I understand. I mean, I keep wondering, when you go on the ground, why can't you get the surveys right now? You know, you've got even Jammu and Kashmir wrong. There you thought that it was yes.
That's what my sense is, that both the elections
Both
this
the
time
elections.
again. What's the issue here?
So I cannot say much about Jammu and Kashmir, but particularly in Jammu and Kashmir, let's say the issue here is that you cannot do much of this sampling properly, because it is an issue that you cannot visit certain areas prohibited by the Indian Army. So there is a sampling issue, which I agree. But Haryana needs to be understood properly, because Haryana has been a setback for all the pollsters, including us. So all of the pollsters were predicting a clear-cut victory for the Congress party, but it isn't the case as of now, and BJP has given a tough fight. Now what we are able to understand from the pattern, that two particular caste, one is the non-Jat general and OBCs, so they must have consolidated behind the BJP party in like large numbers. So like similar to the Jat consolidation, there was a anti-Jat consolidation.
That could have happened.
That could have happened.
Yes,
And
but because,
also,
you know, this would be BJP's best ever performance, because when they won for the first time in 2014, they had got 45 seats in Haryana.
47 seats in the first election.
Yeah, 45 in fact.
Yeah, no.
Then they got 2 extra independents. But Congress, and then in 2019, they won 40 seats. Now it is far bigger than even those two elections.
And these numbers now look to be consolidating. These numbers have now been there on screens, and on all the screens. It's not just one screen, any screen, but they have been on the screens now for close to 45 minutes. Close to 45 minutes.
Absolutely.
So,
Salman Soz is joining us. Salman, good morning to you. Although we would have discussed both the states, but I think you will be more interested in discussing Jammu and Kashmir here. Salman, when I met you in Srinagar, you said you had reasons to cheer, and perhaps with 30-seat gap between BJP and your pre-poll alliance, it's consolidating, as you know, you could very well be heading to form the next government there.
I think we were cautiously optimistic. I think the resentment against the BJP because of 10 years of rule, basically, last 6 years basically were, central government rule. So I think we were cautiously optimistic that the people and the people's anger would show up, and I think it has done so. I'm still looking at the 22 seats for BJP, which, to my mind is still high, as far as I'm concerned. That means that the BJP has put up a stiff fight. So we should also acknowledge that if these numbers hold. Although my hope is that they will come down from 22 to maybe in the teens, but we'll see. But the people of Jammu and Kashmir deserve a government of their own. They deserve a voice in their own lives, and they deserve their own state, and that is what we'll be fighting for.
But, Salman, your own strike rate in comparison to the NC is low. You were supposed to be doing the heavyweight lifting, of course, in Jammu. That is the region where BJP seemed to have not lost much ground. But the NC's strike rate is 100%. Almost that. Yes, it's very, very high.
The National Conference, of course, we expected the National Conference to do really well, because in the Kashmir Valley especially, but the National Conference, I'm sure, has done reasonably well in regions of Jammu as well. But in Kashmir Valley, National Conference became the default anti-BJP voice. So I think that's where you see a lot of votes for NC. So I'm not surprised at all. In fact, I've been saying to people that I was in touch with that NC would do very
So we
well
have some very interesting
so,
details which have come in now. On 39 seats in Haryana, let's put out the Haryana numbers again. 39 seats in Haryana. There is only one round of counting which is over. So several more rounds, almost 12 to 13 rounds to go.
That is as per the Election Commission of
That is as per the Election Commission. On 36 seats, 2 rounds are over. And on 10 seats, 3 rounds are over. And I'm looking at the Election Commission of India website here, Nirja, come in on this. The Congress vote share is around 41%, the BJP at 37%. In fact, Kumari Shelja is speaking. Please, let's listen in.
देखो, इट इज़ टू अर्ली. राउंड्स होते हैं, हमको मालूम होता है कि कौन सी पॉकेट का कब काउंटिंग होनी है, तो ये सब चीज़ें चलती हैं. तो इसको आप इतना ज़्यादा मत समझिए कि सेंसेक्स की तरह अप एंड डाउन. ये है, काउंटिंग का एक दौर होता है, हर इलेक्शन में होता है. लेकिन आश्वस्त हैं हम, कांग्रेस सरकार बनाएगी.
10 बज रहा है, कितनी देर और रुक जाए आपके हिसाब से?
देखो, अभी शायद तीसरा चौथा राउंड है, तो 10 एक और होंगे कम से कम. उम्मीद नहीं, विश्वास है.
मुख्यमंत्री कौन बन रहा है? मेरे साथ कुमारी शैलजा है, कांग्रेस पार्टी की सीनियर नेता. मैम,
चलिए.
Nirja, is her smile indicating something?
Well, you know, she would want to be chief minister rather than have the party lose. I don't think that is something that's going to make her happy, I suspect. But the Dalit factor, this I found this time, Dalits were very assertive. And they kept talking of a non-Jat CM. And I think the fear of the return of Jat rule, and Mr. Hooda's rule is associated with, you know, favoring the Jat, which the Prime Minister called Kharchi Parchi. And I think that with even, did it work? People who voted for the Congress in the Lok Sabha election, the Dalits and the OBCs, did they go back to the BJP this time, fearing the return of Jat
And
rule?
particularly because of the change of the chief minister also.
And did Naib Singh Saini's face work more than we all thought it would, given the short
I want to
time
add a point
we
as
had?
well here. So as
Yes,
Maria said that 40, so Congress vote share is at 41%.
Yes.
And BJP's vote share is at 37%. So despite a 4% gap for Congress, so we also predicted a 38% vote share for BJP and 43% vote share for like Congress. Now issue here in most of the pollsters is the vote share to seat share conversion.
Yes.
So
Vote
Congress,
share to
wherever
seat
Congress is winning, it is winning very big in the Jat land, and wherever like BJP is winning, it is just able to like pass that
Okay,
gap.
so if that actually works, then it's, you know, they could have got their strategy
We
right,
have
but
our
too early.
reporters.
Yes, Aishwarya is joining us from the BJP headquarters. Perhaps the scene would have changed by now. And we also have Sunil Prabhu joining us from the Congress headquarters. Sunil, celebrations too early for the Congress, or are they still optimistic? I can see a smile on your face though.
They're still quite confident, they're quite sure, but definitely I think somewhere down the line they also know that there was that
Sunil,
simmering
Kumari
tension
Shelja is speaking to us. Let's listen in.
11 सीटें हैं जहाँ पे कांग्रेस को बढ़त दिख रही है. अगर पिछले चुनाव से आप कंपेयर करें, क्या वजह है कि कांग्रेस का जो शेयर है वो बढ़ता दिख रहा है?
ये स्वाभाविक बात है. भाजपा के 10 साल जब निकल गए, पहले हमारे भी 10 साल निकले, तो एक तरफ तो एक फटीग होता है. जब फटीग होता है तब शायद इतनी बात, लेकिन मिसरूल रहा भाजपा का, और भाजपा का मिसरूल एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर. उसके साथ साथ जो इलेक्टरेट है, लोग हैं, वो अपने भविष्य की ओर देखते हैं. भविष्य केवल और केवल कांग्रेस है, ये लोगों ने देख लिया और नाप तोल कर लिया. राहुल जी की यात्रा रही, हमारे वर्कर्स ने, हम सब ने नीचे ज़मीन पर काम किया राहुल जी के गाइडेंस से. और एक जो ओवर आर्चिंग फैक्टर होता है वो यही होता है कि नेतृत्व हमें गाइड करता है, और अब लोगों की नज़रों में भी क्रेडिबल ऑल्टरनेटिव है कांग्रेस.
जी, आप कांग्रेस के एक प्रोमिनेंट लीडर नहीं है हरियाणा में, और ऑफकोर्स लीडरशिप का इशू भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. आपको लगता है कि जो अगर कांग्रेस की सरकार बनती है, कुमारी शैलजा को भी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका मिल सकती है? क्या आप मुख्यमंत्री पद के दावेदार हैं?
मैंने हमेशा कहा कि दावेदार हम हैं, और लेकिन फाइनल फैसला हाईकमांड का होता है.
हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया. दिल्ली से संजय कौशिक के साथ
From Kumari Shelja, quite unlike her to speak so early, although the
she has been quite reserved actually during the entire campaign, entire lead up to these voting. She has been quite reserved, cautious, reserved, and unlike the rest of the Congress party, not very boisterous at all.
Yes.
Lekin, it's very unusual for her to throw her hat in the ring. Congress people don't do that. Though they would all be politically correct and say, you know, the High Command will decide. But she said, yes, I'm a contender. My loyalty, my seniority, ये बहुत unusual है Congress के अंदर.
Okay.
But she still maintains that High Command
will decide. They all say that.
Okay, so number of seats on which there is only second round of counting which is over. We are looking at EVM counting now. Why is it going slow? Let's try and understand that from Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, what are your Congress sources saying?
Yes, he should also don, Sunil, you should also don your Election Commission hat don your election commission hat and answer that question. Is the accounting slow or is there some other glitch? Don that hat first and then answer political part.
No, so this is... So the first part is, of course, that the returning officers, this is dependent. So if you're looking at the election commission website, it's on that backdrop that they are just putting the data and raw entry data at present, which has been cross-verified, and then putting it out. So it's slow. It's initial trends, and you'll have to keep watching that data very closely. Probably closer to 11 o'clock, we'll get a very, very clear trend about how things are playing out, be it in Haryana or in Jammu and Kashmir. Having said that, politically, Abund Selja, I did that interview on the 6th, where she very forcefully said that she is not only a claimant, her seniority, but making it clear that she's not going to give up without a fight. Having said that, if the numbers are as it is, as the trends show, then the Congress definitely would have to back somebody who they've been backing right throughout. Kumari Selja, as you know, was upset with the ticket distribution. She sulked, she stayed away, she was then placated, she was brought around, had a meeting with Rahul Gandhi, finally went down to campaigning, and even on the last day was doing a discussion with Rahul Gandhi before Mr. Ashok Tanwar made that, what I call a 100-meter dash from the BJP to the Congress to say that, he is with the Congress party after campaigning for it for the BJP in the morning. So there have been lots of ifs and buts. There has been caste polarization by the BJP as alleged by the Congress, Jat versus non-Jat, and all those factors, but still they are quite confident that they will emerge victorious. This is an election where they feel they should get a 2/3, but anything less than 50 will be something that will be quite a shocker
on our screens
for the
now.
Congress party.
Sunil, just hold on to your thoughts. If actually the numbers turn in favor of Congress, if the tide turns, away from what we are seeing at 10-15, then he could be the man of the moment. But he looks a little worried.
Yes, certainly not a very confident Mr. Hooda. Yes. I happen to see Mr. Hooda almost on a regular basis at a public place, but he's certainly not looking confident. Nirja?
Yes, that's absolutely true. And he's not spoken, unlike Selja.
Yes. And total 93 counting centers, remember, were set up in Haryana. So let's wait. Let's wait. Although the Election Commission website at the moment is suggesting that the Congress vote share is at 40.65%, the BJP at 38.23%. So the vote share gap is also reducing. It's now just around 1%. So
and in the interim, there is something very interesting happening in Jammu and Kashmir also. Those leads for Congress party coming down,
yes.
Congress NC alliance coming down to 48, BJP crawling up to 26, others at 13. At 48, of course, the alliance still remains above the majority mark, but it's just a wafer-thin majority.
Yes, absolutely.
And we were wanting to go to Aishwarya.
Yes, Aishwarya.
Just to assess the mood in the BJP camp, which I'm quite sure would be now jubilant.
Aishwarya, what is the scene like now? Are the laddus now finally being made? Jalebis or laddus? What are you seeing?
Because, well, it's buzzing now a bit. It was deserted in the morning. Nobody was here. Halwas and laddus were not prepared early up in the morning. But unlike of the AICC headquarters where celebrations already took place, now a lot of people are coming. Altogether, the media personals are here. But most of the spokespersons are clearly waiting. And what the BJP leaders have been stating is, they are waiting still, and wait and watch policy is something that the BJP has still adopted. They're very confident, as being stated by many of the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders in the morning as well, that please wait till at around 11 a.m. because anything can happen. They're very confident of the work that they have done in the last 10 years and the report card that they have presented in front of the people. And therefore, the reason suddenly when the things are changed, the breakfast had opened up for the media. Earlier, the main gates of the BJP headquarters were locked. But now, the BJP has, the leaders are very happy. They're smiling. And they're saying now the numbers will pile up. And certainly, this is the trend that we are looking forward to.
Aishwarya, tell me something that have you been able to speak to some BJP leaders or spokespersons for last 1 hour or so, since past 9 a.m.? Have you been able to speak to them? And if you have been able to speak to them, what has been their reaction? I mean, has there been a change in tonality?
Well, I spoke to Syed Zafar Islam just an hour back, and he clearly stated that these are the initial trends. We have not communicated to our Karyakartas to just come into the BJP headquarters, and they have stated that whenever the results will come, of course, they will come because they are very confident of their victory. And, you know, the spokespersons over here also stated that, you know, this is the kind of trend, the work that they have done will certainly...
Bhupinder Hooda is speaking. Let's cut across to him. The gap between the BJP and the Congress has increased further.
Yes.
The BJP now, you know, it's
Above the majority.
13 seats ahead of the
And
Congress.
very clearly above the majority.
Very clearly above the majority mark. So is that a matter of concern? What will Mr. Hooda be saying? He's a veteran of Indian politics, has seen several summers in Haryana, has been a former chief minister, face of the Congress party. What does he have to say? What is his assessment? We'll try and pick up from him in just a bit. But yes, 93 polling centers, 93 counting centers is something that we can tell our viewers that was set up, that has been set up across Haryana by the Election Commission of India. Let's listen.
अनुसार कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है। नहीं वो तो अभी 2 राउंड 3 राउंड हुए हैं, वो जितने रिपोर्ट जाती है उतने सारा जो खबर आई है कांग्रेस की बहुमत आ रही है।
10 साल के बाद क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी उत्तर भारत में वापसी कर रही है? 10 साल के बाद? हाँ, 10 साल के बाद क्या
कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है।
जो ट्रेंड सर चल रहे हैं उसमें बीजेपी खेमे से कहा जा रहा है कि बढ़त बनाएंगे।
कहीं नहीं बढ़त बनेगी। आप देखना नतीजा है कांग्रेस का जो ट्रेंड आ रहा है वहाँ कांग्रेस का ज्यादा बहुमत आ रहा है।
हजारों लोग नारा लगा रहे हैं भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जिंदाबाद मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर आपको देखना चाहते हैं।
ये पार्टी फैसला करती है।
बीजेपी के बड़े लीडर जो पिछड़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, बीजेपी के बड़े लीडर पिछड़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है भाई।
सर आपको क्लाइंट्स की जरूरत पड़ेगी या कांग्रेस एबल टू?
नहीं कांग्रेस अपनी मेजोरिटी लाएगी।
सर फुल फ्लैग मेजोरिटी वाली कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी, पूरी उम्मीद है आपको?
हाँ कह तो जगह कितनी बार कह रहा हूँ।
सर क्रेडिट गोज टू राहुल गांधी एंड भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा जी ओनली।
क्रेडिट गोज टू पार्टी, राहुल गांधी जी, मल्लिका खड़गे जी, प्रियंका जी, all leaders of the Congress.
So what's your
and real credit goes to the people of Haryana.
Sir, what will be your priority for government? What will be your priority?
How many questions will you ask? You ask one question. There are others also.
सर काफी रुझानों में क्लोज कंटेस्ट नजर आ रहा है, ऐसा एक्सपेक्टेड था क्या?
नहीं था, जहाँ कहीं क्लोज है कहीं है, लेकिन कांग्रेस इज गेटिंग मेजोरिटी।
सर आपके लिए नतीजे आने वाले हैं, जो नतीजे अभी दिख रहे हैं
नतीजे मेरे को मालूम है कांग्रेस की सरकार बनने जा रही है। अरे नहीं जलेबी खा सबने।
ठीक है सर, बंदे हो
गया बेटा अभी ऐसे जो तुम देर बैठा हुआ
सर हम लोग दिल्ली से आए हुए हैं सिर्फ पास
तुम आ रहा अभी बैठा हूँ
एक एक करके आने पे सबको देंगे ऐसा बोल रहे हैं। एक एक करके सबको बोल रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई माने तो
बीजेपी 32
Neerja, what do you make of Mr. Hooda's body language?
You know, body language doesn't exude confidence. That much is clear. You look at him compared to what we've seen in the last weeks. So is it bravado? Because the BJP in terms of leads is 15 seats, 16 seats behind. And that's
ahead. BJP is ahead.
BJP is ahead.
Yes.
And Congress is 16 seats behind.
Yes.
So is it bravado? Is it because Shelja has spoken that he needs as the leader to speak up also, say something? Medias are waiting. a word from him. So I don't know what, I mean, things are going to be clear in an hour
Maybe
or
he
so.
knows something that we do not know.
That
As someone.
At least he claims to know
At least
something
he's
that we all do not know.
Yes.
At least he claims to know.
Yes, absolutely. Salman Sos, we can see Bhupinder Hooda, quite unlike what we saw him say just few days back, you know, couple of days back, when the exit polls had predicted a landslide for the Congress party. He looks a little worried, but at the same time, he's sounding confident. He's almost given his victory speech. Salman, if you have to unmute yourself, Salman.
Ready. Elections are nail-biting things for especially for those people who are participating, who are basically combatants in this battle. So I'm not surprised that even I'm grim too, because my party is right now, according to the data that you're showing, is trailing in Haryana. At the same time, I know that in Haryana as well as in Jammu and Kashmir, there's been a lot of resentment against the BJP. I think people, frankly, are unhappy. So I think when the final tally comes, I think we will basically beat the BJP.
Well, the BJP has crossed the halfway mark, and it's
leading.
10:30 now, Salman. So let's cut across to the BJP spokesperson. Harish Khurana is joining us. Harish, surprising results if actually these trends convert into actual results.
So first of all, hello to all your viewers and hello to you guys. See, from the day one, we were confident immediately after elections that we are going to have a positive result. The reason was the positive feedback from our booth level workers, Panna Pramukhs, and the booth level workers. We got a positive response that we are surely going to form a third time government in Haryana. We're pretty sure about that. And also the feedback from the Jammu was that we are going to make a 35 seat mark, and with the help of like-minded independents, we are going to form the government over there also. So let's wait for one more hour. And we are pretty confident that we are going to win Haryana with a good numbers and good margin, and we are going to form a third time government over there, and also good result in Jammu and Kashmir too.
Mr. Khurana, you saying that the feedback from the Hi, Mr. Khurana. You are saying the feedback from the booth level Karyakarta and the Panna Pramukhs was all indicating that you will sweep Haryana or that you will win Haryana. But this looks like to be BJP's biggest ever win in Haryana.
See, there's a reason behind this. The 10-year governance of our BJP government in Haryana and the 10 years of government of Narendra Modi ji. So double engine government, positive governance was our biggest asset in Haryana when we go in elections today. I mean, the work what we have done for Haryana in last 10 years, say be 24 farmers, MSP, 24 MSPs. There was a reason behind it. 140,000, 150,000 odd youths, we have given the employment to them. There are a hell lot of work with what we have done it. So the feedback was the positive. We were in positive mood. Whatever the exit poll was, we were confident that we are going to get a good numbers in Haryana, and we will form the government, which now in your trend is also showing it. Numbers in morning, whatever the numbers were, we were confident by 10, 11 o'clock, we are going to form the government.
Okay, you have reasons perhaps because if we were to look at the vote share region-wise, and I'll ask the producer to put the central Haryana part up. In central Haryana, this is the Jat land that we are looking at, Nirja. The vote share of the BJP in central Haryana has gone up significantly. I mean, how does that really, how do you explain that? If they go up in the central region, which is essentially the Jat land, the Rohtak and that belt, then it means something else. Just look at that graphics we have on our television screens. I mean, they're up by 8%.
It is, this calls for a deeper study because, people, we didn't take, when people say that Mr. Hooda would like the numbers, ये बात चलती थी हरियाणा में, would like the numbers to be not very high, because then he will be able to control the situation and be the CM. Nobody else can do what he'll be able to do in managing it. Now, one didn't take that very seriously. Is there going to be, one fellow sitting next to me, a Jat said, आप देखिए जाट लैंड में भी अंदर से कुछ गड़बड़ हो रहा है. One didn't, you know, these are voices that come back to you now.
Haunt you.
Huh?
Haunt you.
They haunt you and,
No, Neerja,
but you know,
Neerja, this is, interestingly, this is, if these trends hold, this is again, you know, then the entire Congress strategy of almost subletting the polls. In Madhya Pradesh, they sublet the polls to Kamal Nath and co. In Haryana, it was almost sublet to Mr. Hooda and company. Now, if this holds, then this subletting of elections to the powerful satraps who have a vice-like grip, as your paper wrote the other day, on the state units is quite clearly not working.
But in 2019, they distributed the tickets according to, you know, to all the senior leaders, and it didn't pay them the dividends. They didn't, those candidates of other leaders did not win. So this time the strategy was, he's a strong man, Jats are leading the way, Jats are creating a hawa for you, therefore let him have his way. Now, that strategy obviously has also not worked. So really,
if these numbers hold, it clearly clearly hasn't worked.
You know, then they have to go back to being the umbrella party representing different communities. And they thought that was happening. You know, it was in anti-incumbency, not a non-Jat versus Jat consolidation, which it's turning out to be, as in the last 2 elections. I think we need to do Haryana calls for a deeper study. We've all got it wrong.
Yes, because, you know, 15-seat gap now. BJP, it's
in
best
favor of BJP.
In favor of BJP, and its best ever performance that they have done, 2014, 2019, and now. And it's a hat trick. If they actually get this numbers, I mean, it consolidates formally for the party. JJP is over practically for this election.
So is every other regional party,
yes.
and AAP hasn't been able to open
So bipolar contest. So then again, Neerja, the question is that BJP, its tried and tested formula of changing the chief minister at the last leg. It happened. You got Naib Singh Saini here, OBC face. Again, the same narrative of social engineering that the party has been trying to do in Haryana. It is working.
I think it's fear of, मुझे जो लग रहा है, it's fear of what they call return of the Jat Shahi.
Jat Shahi.
You know, the rule by Jats, they will have their way. And somewhere
all the way, they will have their way all the way.
Some people said Mr. Hooda was much more pro-Jat than other Jat CMs in the past. Bansi Lal फिर भी औरों को consider करते थे, and Devi Lal also. But somewhere I think the fear of the Jat rule and complete consolidation. If the Dalits have gone back in Lok Sabha, they voted for the Congress, and now they're going back to the BJP again because of this fear. Then this is something.
And then quite clearly the attack by the Prime Minister and the Home Minister and the brass of the BJP that Congress has scant regard for its Dalit leaders. Look at what they are doing to Kumari Shailja.
So the Shailja factor also worked.
It looks like, because something certainly seems to have gone drastically wrong. Not wrong, drastically wrong. Of course, it has gone dramatically wrong for our Pollsters friends.
But एक चीज और, you know, in a Dalit basti, this is very interesting. Again, words that come back to haunt you. They said Shailja sat at home for a week or 2 weeks, whatever it was. अगर वो ज़्यादा वेट और घर पे बैठती तो बीजेपी जीतती, कांग्रेस हारती. Now, पर हम लोग कांग्रेस को वोट दे रहे हैं. Did they not vote then?
See, the fact is that the point to consider for that community and for the marginalized communities, it sometimes become a very strong point that, you know, if this is the scenario before they have won the polls, that our leader is being humiliated in this vein, then what would be the scene after the massive victory that everyone is proclaiming?
That fear was there, and they talked about a part sharing formula in which the Dalit
that quite
leaders
clearly
would get
the numbers that are showing the Congress has not been able to convince the people that there can be a genuine power sharing with the Jat chieftains.
Also, Nikunj, that there were certain Jats who were upset with the Kisan Andolan. Maybe the BJP sensed it, the Congress did not. You know, the Kisan Andolan became like a rallying point. Kisan, Jawan, and Naujawan, right? That was the talking point.
Pahalwan.
Pahalwan. But did they get that assessment also wrong? That there could have been a significant percentage who would have been upset with the Andolan?
So I personally feel so. I would want to answer this. So if you look at the Punjab elections, Lok Sabha, so BJP got 18% vote share in the state, despite that like massive resistance in the state against BJP. Here as well, the Jats were the only like majority of the caste who were protesting against BJP and the central government because of the this farm laws and then the Pahalwan protest. What could have happened? There is a certain category of Jats maybe who are quiet, who don't want and who are happy with the current government. So they would have sided with BJP because then you don't like that much of shore and I mean,
see, I'll tell you one conversation that I had in Delhi with a Haryana couple. And the Jat couple, the gentleman had returned from United States. The wife lives in Malcha Marg. So I asked them what is the sense. The husband was the first one to point out that, look, in the last 10 years, there's a lot of employment, a lot of jobs that have taken place without any kharchi parchi, etc. And people are getting government jobs without any sifarish, so to say. Wife obviously was quite, this thing, no, Mr. Hooda is winning. But again, in the family itself, there was a divide. So BJP's work, as they have been championing, as they have been claiming, had its own takers.
Okay, and we have now, I'll ask the producer to put that up. And welcome to this broadcast, Tom Vadakan of the BJP. The seats with high Jat population, in all 33 seats we can make an assessment of. The BJP is leading in 17. The Congress is leading in 14. So even in Jat-dominated seats, as we were showing, that is essentially central Haryana, the BJP is making a gain of 9. So, you know, Nirja, let's go to SC seats. We can break that down further. In SC seats also, seats where the scheduled castes have a particular dominance, 17 seats in all. In that, the BJP is leading in 8. The Congress is leading in 9. So that in that case also the BJP is not making huge losses. So that, you know, we were talking about Chhattis Biradri. यहाँ पर छत्तीस बिरादरी का भी reading different हो गया है. So that social engineering which started in 2014 is continuing. You know, Tom Vadakan, of course, now we'll be seeing far more activities at the BJP headquarters than what we saw in the morning. What was giving the party more confidence than, say, the pollsters? You were saying that just like Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, the pollsters will have selection wrong as well.
This looks like completely going the Chhattisgarh.
Yes,
well, we have our information based. We have our information coming from our Karyakartas. That has given us the base information that we require of what is happening at the ground. Whatever survey has been done or whatever has been done, they may have their scientific methodology. We are not questioning that. But the ground reality that came to us from the Karyakarta was that we are forming...
Election trend.
Congress is going to form the government in India.
And sir, we have seen yesterday the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nab Singh Saini, held a press conference saying EVM fault will be one of the main issues which Congress is going to highlight.
There is no issue. You will wait for some time. Congress is going to form the government. Congress is getting the majority.
Sir, in the initial trend we have seen Congress was leading, but now we have seen the Congress
after
is going...
After 1 hour, again you will see Congress is leading everywhere. I have got the reports, Congress is going to form the government.
So, well, we can see this is very clear-cut answer from Congress leader Bhupinder Hooda, who has already said the Congress will come back, and the trend which initially he has seen, it was the clear indication, and now he is also quite confident once again this the lead will be taken by the
Gurpreet Chinna there speaking to Bhupinder Hooda, and the news that is coming now is that yes, thank you for getting us that exclusive with Bhupinder Hooda. We don't know how it will turn out to be, but you know, Nirja, 48-35, you know, it's 10:30 already. 13 seats gap between the two sides, and you know, the high prestige battles that we are looking at, even Nab Singh Saini is now leading from what it was earlier. You know, that's again an important and interesting battle in Ladwa playing out. OBC faces, you know, he was up against Congress's Meva Singh, and there was INLD's Sapna as well. Despite Saini position in this community, he had lost in 2019, now he is winning. So 2019, Naib Singh Saini loses, and now in this election, which was seen as an anti-incumbency, 10-year anti-incumbency election against the BJP, the Chief Minister is actually gaining.
And Meva Singh has a very good image.
He has a very good image.
And is an incumbent MLA. He was expected to win. And they used to say, even though Saini is a CM, he was facing a tough time.
Yes.
So if he's leading, then that's a, you see, is the OBC factor been a very critical, OBC Dalit factor is been a very critical factor.
See, I tell you something, my reading from Kumari Shailaja's smile is that, you know, that the High Command's thought of handing it over all the baton to Mr. Hooda hasn't certainly played down well in the rank and file and in the electorate. That's what my sense is out of that smile. I don't know. I mean, we are in early days yet, you know, as they say. These are early trends, but, you know, they seem to be consolidating, and for last 1 hour plus now, 1 hour plus now, BJP has actually
just look at the strike rate. Just look at the strike rate, Nikunj. Haryana. Haryana,
BJP has been leading for last 1 hour now, and there has been no change. The only change is that Congress's tally is falling. That's the only change I see.
Yes, absolutely.
And I've been noticing this tally very, very closely from sometime before 9 a.m.
Even a close contest in Haryana would have been creditable for the BJP.
Yes.
Given the anti-incumbency, given the number of people who were talking about, you know, desire for change and freshness to come in. But
I think it's brand Narendra Modi. Let's talk about the brand Narendra Modi again. Tom Vadakan, I would say that again as a journalist who has covered the BJP closely. These elections, it is about Prime Minister doing the heavyweight lifting, Nikunj. You know, he's always there on the ground. He's there to support and enthuse the cadres, and that's what is appearing to be if these numbers actually convert into actual results. Tom Vadakan.
Maria, there is no doubt about it. There is no second question about it. Prime Minister has led from the front. He has given development to that state. He has brought corruption down. And, you know, a situation like this, after 10 years, and the word anti-incumbency can be removed from the dictionary of the Bharatiya Janata Party, because we fight, we deliver. And that's the difference between other parties and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, have you seen the body language of Hooda? I mean, I know this man very closely. And the kind of reaction that is talking about government formation.
Of course, they are your old colleagues, Mr.
You know, it's not coming from his heart.
You would notice their body language much better than us.
It's not coming from his heart. No, I'm analyzing that. He is saying that with great difficulty. But of course, his game plan was not to get a majority so that he could be the kingmaker and then finally be the chief minister. That game also isn't working.
So but who gets credit for this, you know, victory, if I may say? Is it too early to say that? But at the moment, 1041. If these numbers hold, then who gets the Taj of this victory? Prime Minister Modi, or will you give some credit also to Naib Singh Saini?
Well, it is Modi ji all the way, followed it is Modi ji all the way, there's no two doubts about it. He has been our icon and he has led from the front. He has delivered development in that state, a state which did not, it was, you know, even before, when you came out with the exit poll, I was worried about now what would happen to the fertile lands of Haryana, because that would all be converted into commercial lands and there would be a huge, builder's scam building up. And then you would have a situation like Himachal Pradesh, Karnataka and other states where they've been ruling, because corruption, thy name is Congress. Unfortunate, but that's the situation at the ground, and the people of Haryana have realized it.
Okay, in fact, the BJP is now going to hold a press conference in Chandigarh shortly. That's what sources are indicating to us. But you know, Nirja, and also comment on this, the point being made by him as political analysts, I think there is a need for also us to rethink about the old lexicon. You know, should we continue to use anti-incumbency? These are defying anti-incumbency elections. How do you read that?
I tell you something. One of the pieces was about, I think maybe Nirja has only written it, that whether the BJP is able to hold on to Haryana after Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat, which they have been ruling forever, it looks like they have been ruling forever, would be a big test of the fact that they will they be defying this popular lexicon of anti-incumbency in elections. So it seems like that they have managed to buck that trend and defy that. But then again, it's Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana. So to the close observers of the Congress party, it should come as no surprise that when it comes to a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress, the BJP, both in terms of its organizational skill, in terms of, as I said, any other brass of any other party in the face of overwhelming odds that were being seen would have probably given it up. But here you see the entire brass of the BJP, not giving even an inch. And that seems to have paid off.
No, that makes a lot of difference. They don't give up till the very end and put their best foot forward.
Yes.
And the Congress, as I say, celebrates too early. Yes. But also Congress has a knack of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
Absolutely.
That they are very good at.
And this is the third example in the row that we can count in the last few months.
But you know what? The damage also is if Haryana had been wrested by the Congress.
Yes.
Of course, it's early. We can't say at the moment, even though the gap is increasing.
It's narrowing, increasing. It's seesaw kind of a situation. If you put it aptly, it's a seesaw.
The worry would be for the BJP, for it, the Hindi heartland has been like an impregnable fortress. And the Congress has not managed to make inroads, barring Himachal Pradesh and denting UP. If they'd managed to get Haryana, that whole scene then opens up of the heartland. If BJP retains Haryana, तब वो कह रहे हैं हम नहीं आने दे रहे आपको अंदर.
Yes, and that is why one of my top bands on that story has perpetually been that can Congress make a comeback in Hindi heartland?
Absolutely.
That has been my question.
So it goes beyond little Haryana. That this story goes beyond little Haryana.
But Nirja, in 2024, I mean, just few months back, when there were the Lok Sabha polls, we saw when Prime Minister Modi is on ticket, everybody says it's a different election. But Haryana voted differently then. Right now, it's voting completely different when Mr. Modi is not on the ticket, but it's his party and he's leading the campaign. So I think there is that messaging which is also shifting here. So he remains that overarching figure and he is empowering others.
There is no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
There is no doubt about
Absolutely.
it. See, the BJP campaign minus the Prime Minister.
Yes.
Forget about the boldness, forget about the initiative. The sheen itself goes away.
Yes.
I mean, whether you are a fan of Mr. Modi, you like Mr. Modi, you don't like Mr. Modi, but that fact remains under any set of circumstances unquestioned. And that is that the campaign, the entire sheen is led by the Prime Minister himself.
Okay, so
I don't think there are two ways about it.
There are visuals now coming in from Farooq Abdullah's residence. This is, of course, he is the grand old man of Jammu and Kashmir's politics, and should I say Indian politics. This is outside
Indian
his
politics,
Indian politics, and you can see women celebrating. Do you want to dip in and listen to that audio? Perhaps it's very, very fascinating, the songs that they sing.
And why, people should always be shown, on.
आजकल एनसी के ऑफिस ना एनसी के उमर लगे करते हैं वहाँ सेलिब्रेशन हो रही है.
Okay. Outside Gupkar residence home of Farooq Abdullah, celebrations have begun, and what a comeback for the National Conference here, Tarun. We have seen them fight, and it is, I would say, again, Farooq Abdullah leading from the front for his party. He was the man, Akshat, who ensured that alliance with the Congress party. He scripted it, was the architect of this alliance and ensured that, he understands. I mean, he's the veteran of the politics there, so he understands how to make that comeback. I think PDP at 4, for a party which was forming the government, which had Mehbooba Mufti as its chief minister in 2014 to now, many would say they are being punished for an alliance, but the Congress NC getting their alliance right.
So agree to this. So in case Congress wouldn't have any alliance with NC, so NC would have been able to get any seats, maybe like without alliance in the Jammu region, and without that the government formation in Kashmir is very, very difficult. So I guess NC played a smart move, and Congress also played a very smart move that during the Lok Sabha elections, Congress was with PDP. But after the Lok Sabha elections, they saw that the PDP is not as popular now as.
I mean, they were part of an India alliance.
But still, they were not fighting against.
I mean,
each
they're
other.
part of an India alliance.
Okay.
So.
And Tom Vadakkan, BJP till now is not leading on a single seat in Kashmir Valley, although you're leading in Shopian. But clearly, as far as the Jammu and Kashmir, your consolidation
Shopian is not less. Shopian is the heartland of militancy.
Militancy.
Shopian is, the hotbed of anti-India activity.
Yes. So Jammu,
or at least used to be.
Absolutely. So, your influence continues to be in the region where you had the influence, which is Jammu region.
They have not been able to extend the arc, is what you mean to say.
Well, Maria, that has been the trend earlier too. It's something that is new. But let me add one thing. This is the victory of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. This is the victory of a free election. This is the victory of the Election Commission. This is the victory of people have come out, 80%, 90% vote percentage in some of the constituencies. Never heard before. This is the same place where Rahul Gandhi goes to Lal Chowk and enjoys an ice cream, without any security. This is the same Jammu and Kashmir which has been delivered by Prime Minister Modi with his steps, with his development agenda. And I hope that Umar Abdullah and his father follow the footsteps of development which is required for that state. It is not who wins or loses. We need Jammu and Kashmir as a powerful state.
Okay, Salman Soz wants to come in. Go ahead, Salman.
Although Tom Vadakkan is a former colleague, I will not let his disinformation pass here. Jammu and Kashmir has voted less this time. The voter turnout in Jammu and Kashmir is less in 2024 than in 2014. Please get your facts correct. Most seats, more than 50% of the seats have lower voter turnout. And the kind of 80% voting he talks about, please look at Election Commission data for 2014 and 2008, and you will see seats with 80% voter turnout. So don't give us this this is a victory for democracy. In fact, if that is the measure, voter turnout is the measure, then this is not a victory for democracy. In fact, democracy was killed in Jammu and Kashmir by the BJP. That is why people have voted this time for the India alliance. So please at least Tom, get facts, speak factually.
I think you need to hold your horses.
At least today,
because
I think you should be. You have reasons to smile. So why don't you smile and extend that?
EVMs have been buried.
Yeah, he has a point to make, but there is no reason to lose the calm. Salman, you have a point to make. You make a good point. Salman, you make a good point, but don't be angsty. Don't be angsty.
Quite frankly, I wish TV anchors would do the job that I have to do as a fact checker. I am a politician. I should not be fact checking these people, but I have to. Tom, you're lying on national TV. Why are you doing this? Tom, you don't have to spread disinformation. I'm sorry. You're spreading disinformation.
Now you can come on television, scream out that democracy has been saved, but the reality is
Salman, one by one.
Celebrating.
One by one, guys. One by one. One by one, guys. One by one.
You cannot.
One by one. Salman, you finish your point. Salman, you finish your point, then let Mr. Vadakkan speak. Salman, finish your point.
Spread disinformation when I'm on the other side. I'm sorry, you cannot do that. You speak about data, you get all voter turnout for all 90 seats. In fact, if you have to do a proper comparison, because there were only 87 seats last time. 4 of them went to Ladakh. So 83 seats. Compare those 83 seats after delimitation with 83 seats, and you will see that voter turnout is down. In what world are you living?
Okay, Salman, you have made your point. Mr. Vadakan, please.
I would request my friend Salman to smell the coffee in the room or see the elephant in the room. 370 is what the NC wants, and you have no position on that. How are you going to compromise? There's a major agenda. My friend shows you have a great problem on hand, but it is only through a fruitful cooperation with the central government that solutions can be found. Secessionist has no place in Jammu and Kashmir. Let that be very clear. 370 is gone with the wind.
From the ground as well, straight to Srinagar. That's where my colleague Nazir Masoodi is joining us. Nazir, you know, in terms of the leads and how many rounds over, and what can you tell us?
Well, I think these are the leads which is likely to continue, and there are 39 seats where National Conference is leading. There are 27 seats where BJP is leading. There are 8 seats where Congress is leading. Now 3 to 4 rounds have already been counted. So it's clear that NC is the single largest party, will be the single largest party. It's first time after 1996 election when NC won 2/3 majority. After that, no party has crossed 28 seats. And it is first time any party is crossing, you know, that number 28 seats in Jammu and Kashmir. It looks, and if you see the strike rate of National Conference, they had contested only on, 51 seats as alliance and 5 seats as friendly. Yeah. They were backing these 2 candidates. One is Harshdev Singh in Jammu, and also Muhammad Yusuf Tarigami, CPIM, in Kulgam. And Kulgam is a fascinating story. 100% Muslim area, and Communist Party is leading. And the Jamaat Islami candidate, who has said repeatedly said during his campaigning, if he loses, it will be defeat of Islam. But people are rejecting religion-based politics in Jammu and Kashmir. While on one hand, National Conference was saying, look, our fight is against the BJP, but they were also fighting against the Jamaat Islami. And we don't see anywhere Jamaat Islami is winning a single seat.
Nazir, I want to ask you one interesting question. Is it a sweet revenge for Mr. Omar Abdullah, who lost just recently, very resoundingly in the Lok Sabha polls? Sweet revenge for the young man?
Well, he's not a young man. He's 55. As old as
young
I.
by the standards of the Indian politics.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. So it looks like double victory for Omar Abdullah from both Gandarbal and Bandipora, and more than his own victory, it is a big victory for the National Conference, the way trends go. And Omar Abdullah was really shocked, and he didn't speak to anybody for a long time after his defeat, which he had never expected. Engineer Rashid, while in Tihar jail, he defeated him with near around 2 lakh votes. And people actually, the NC said it was a sympathy vote, because what we see today, Engineer Rashid's candidate is only leading in 1 seat, that is Shopian. And that appears also with few hundred votes. Earlier, BJP was leading from that seat in Shopian. So Omar Abdullah will be a happy man, and I'll certainly ask Nikul the same question to him when I talk to him, will interview him today. Hopefully by around 12 he has given me that time. So let's see what he has to say, because perhaps it surpassed NC's own expectations the way they are leading these seats, but it's also redefining the politics in Jammu and Kashmir, because it is first time one party is winning so many seats after a long time, several elections, when the vote here used to be fragmented, divided between different parties. One important thing is that despite having 44% independent candidates, they all seem to be decimated. They are not winning many seats, only few are winning across Jammu and Kashmir, though that's not the case, just 8 or 10, they may be leading right now in both in Jammu region in the valley. And BJP is not doing what they were expecting, and their biggest setback it would be if party president Ravinder Rana loses, because in first four rounds he was trailing. It was National Conference Surinder Chaudhary, he was leading from Naushera constituency in Rajouri, a Hindu majority constituency where we see the this
Nazir, what is the
National
status
Conference
in
candidate
Mata
leading or
Vaishno
winning.
Devi?
Yeah, that would be, will that be a Ayodhya of BJP in Jammu and Kashmir? Because there was a close fight between the independent candidate Jugal Kishore and BJP candidate there. So it is touch and go. It can go anyway. If BJP lose, it would be another setback. But already we see the BJP president, he's trailing in Rajouri, despite the fact the BJP ran a campaign where they said there should be a Hindu chief minister, there should be a chief minister in Jammu, despite the fact there was a delimitation which had actually helped them by increasing 6 seats in Jammu region, which is the core constituency of the BJP. And then now they have the advantage of the 5 nominated members. And I'll tell you one interesting story about these 5 nominated members. Why there are 5 nominated members in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly? Since the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly has been constituted on the pattern of Pondicherry Assembly, in 1962 it was Home Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri who introduced a bill and wanted to have a legislature in Pondicherry with all the nominated members. But that time Hari Vishnu, of the Parija Socialist Party, he introduced an amendment bill, and Lal Bahadur Shastri accepted that amendment and accepted that there should be the elected members and there can be some nominated members. After that, there have been 3 nominated members and rest are the elected. On that analogy, the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly was also constituted after a reorganization of Jammu and Kashmir in 2019. But that time there was no Hari Vishnu Kamath in the parliament to introduce a amendment bill, and there was not also Lal Bahadur Shastri as Home Minister as well. Having said that, this is the constitutional scheme of things. There will be 5 nominated members in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly. Lieutenant Governor has the sole criteria and constitutional right to appoint them without consulting the Council of Ministers.
All right, Nazir. Thank you so much for joining us right here as you head to Umar Abdullah's residence to get the newsmaker of the day from Jammu and Kashmir for NDTV. We have Ankit right here in the studio. Ankit, what's really happening in Haryana? I mean,
what
14.
a turn of events. It just takes an hour where the Congress party was celebrating an early Diwali. At this moment, it looks like a complete knockout, at least on the face, because, Haryana, till yesterday, when we were talking about what to look forward to and going by all the exit polls, which we kept underlining, can go wrong. Jammu Kashmir was supposed to be something which was to be the edge of the seat finish. At this moment, this is historic what is happening in Haryana. And I don't think at this moment the Congress party and the supporters of the Congress party have been able to wrap their head around
what really went wrong.
What really went wrong? Because, if you look at this, like we were seeing on the ground, there is complete decimation as far as the regional parties are concerned. But for the Bharatiya Janata Party, after being in 10 years in power, and people are from the Congress party are saying, look at the vote share, and there is still going to be some sort of a difference.
No, actually not now.
But I'm saying,
looking at the numbers that's coming from the Election Commission's website, the vote share between the BJP and the Congress is actually reduced further.
Yeah,
which
I think a 2% gap now.
Yeah, less than 2%.
Less than 2%. But the fact remains that even if there is, because it's a 15 round of counting for most seats and only 2 or 3 rounds have been done as of now, it's not going to be a wild swing that most people are expecting. Most of the seats that you are talking about, what gives you a sense of how the margins that we are putting out. This is the margin calculator. Remember, this is very, very important. Who is leading where with this kind of a margin? These seats are evenly distributed between the Congress and the BJP. So it's not that it was with one party in a disproportionate number and suddenly it will swing towards the other. It looks like it is evenly distributed. So, the best case scenario for the Congress party possibly could be, they touch about 40-41. The BJP is also in the similar range. The fact remains, even after being in power for 10 years, there was anti-incumbency. Yes. If the BJP is able to put out this kind of a performance,
their best ever.
It needs
Absolutely.
much more thinking as far as the Congress's election management is concerned.
Yes.
And let me just make one more quick point, because, if you look at the region-wise, where was the Congress, Maria, hoping that they are going to sweep this election? That was in the Jat belt. There are about 30 seats in Haryana which have more than 25% population of Jats. I'm not essentially talking about the Rohtak and other districts where the population goes even further, but largely if you look at it, there are 30 seats which have population of more than 25% concentration of Jats. Even on those seats, the Bharatiya Janata Party has been able to make inroads. It also tells you the election management. I'll give you an example. Take for Julana, though Vinesh Fogad at this moment is trailing, there are 12 Jat candidates in Julana, chipping away a little bit of anti-incumbency Jat vote. And that is exactly how election management works on the ground, and that is what BJP is proving at this moment.
Yes, absolutely. I think there has been a non-Jat polarization as well, which is becoming clear, knowing that there would be some kind of Jat Shahi. The concerns are that around that entire GT road factor, which we had constantly been speaking about, farmers were seen as disruptors. So those who backed farmer protests could be sending a message again.
But
so
anomaly is the Kurukshetra area.
Yes,
anomaly is the Kurukshetra area where
that
the
there are
Congress is still
multiple
leading.
readings in this, but it's a complete switch from what we have seen.
Absolutely.
I can see Gurpreet joining us. We also have Sunil Prabhu. Sunil, before I come to you and get a mood in the Congress headquarters, Gurpreet, what is Senior Hooda, saying now? I mean, it's 11 already. It has consolidated in the favor of the BJP. It's unlikely that it's going to change anymore. There's a gap of 14 seats between the Congress and the BJP. It's BJP's best ever performance. So the Jats could have very well ditched Mr. Hooda.
Well, if we can talk about the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Hooda, very clearly he says in some of the seats he is getting feedback and margin is very low, and any time the Congress graph will be able to come up. But that seems a very difficult scenario as of now. We have seen Bhupinder Hooda along with all the supporters, he has shifted from his residence to one of the palace, where we have seen all the supporters of the Congress party and specifically former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Hooda. They are sitting here, they are watching this television also. We will also talk to them to understand. अब ग्राफ आप देख रहे हो, ग्राफ बहुत नीचे जा रहा है।
ये ग्राफ बढ़ेगा सर। अभी ये एग्जिट पोल है, जब एग्जैक्ट आएगा ना तो चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा हमारे सीएम होंगे और 55 से 60 सीट कांग्रेस की आएंगे।
पर शुरू में हमने ट्रेंड में देखा कि 60 पे भी गई, 80 पे भी गई, लेकिन उसके बाद लगातार नीचे आ गए और यहाँ पे आके नीचे जा रहा है ग्राफ। तो क्या
एरिया होता है, जैसे हमें पता है कि शहरी इलाकों में बीजेपी जो है वो टक्कर दे रही है, लेकिन जब ग्रामीण इलाका आता तो कांग्रेस का ग्राफ एकदम से ऊपर जाएगा और चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा हमारे सीएम होंगे और कांग्रेस की जो है 60 सीट प्लस हो जाएंगे हमारे पास।
आपको क्या लगता है, ट्रेंड आप सुबह से देख रहे हो, क्या ट्रेंड में क्या लग रहा है कि अभी भी कांग्रेस को उम्मीद है?
हाँ जी, कांग्रेस आएगी जी सीएम, भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा होंगे जी सीएम, 100% आओगे जी कांग्रेस।
पर ट्रेंड तो कुछ और दिखाना शुरू कर दिए।
शहरी इलाका आ गया ना, तो उसमें जो नीचे आ रहा है, नहीं तो बेहतर भी आ गया। हमारा देख लो 65 के 70 के करीब 60-65 के करीब हमारी जीत आएंगे जी।
और 60-65 के लिए तो बहुत बड़ा मार्जिन होना चाहिए, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि 60-65 तक पहुंचना बड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है आपको।
60 से 62 सीट लेंगे कांग्रेस सरकार।
अभी ट्रेंड के हिसाब से तो बहुत मुश्किल।
अभी समय है, शुरुआती रुझान है, अभी टाइम काफ़ी है। आप 2 बजे तक देखोगे तो यहाँ चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा सीएम होंगे और उनके नारों की गूंज चंडीगढ़ तक जाएगी।
तो आपको क्या लग रहा है? आप भी हम देख रहे हैं सुबह का, लगातार टीवी को देख रहे हो, कहीं ना कहीं ट्रेंड पहले ऊपर गए फिर नीचे गए, तो क्या लग रहा है कैसे?
ये जो ना मीडिया पे की हो रहा है ना, उनका प्रभाव चल रहा है, ठोक का वोट गिर रखे हैं, देखे नतीजे अपना आप बदल जाएंगे।
अभी उम्मीद है
ठोक का बढ़ावा, उम्मीद के सरकार हमारी है।
तो क्या
एक तरफा जी हमारी पूर्ण बहुमत से सरकार बनेगी। अभी गांव की वोटें नहीं खुली, अभी शहरी वोट खुल रही हैं, इसी कारण कहीं 20 वोटों से बीजेपी आगे है, कहीं 25 से। एक तरफा आप देखना 55 से प्लस सीटें हमारी आएंगी।
So, well, if we can talk about the supporters there, so I'll request my VJ to show a visual of former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Hooda, because at this point of time, these visuals have a lot of political importance. One side we have seen the BJP graphics going up, on the other side we have seen the Congress graphics going down, but the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Hooda, he is with his own supporters. So, क्या लग रहा है?
अरे अभी तक शहरानी चल रही है, गामा में बढ़ते एकदम उल्ट हो जाएगा सब फेट होता, कोई कमी नहीं है.
So well, they are quite confident. They say the counting is just in the
गामों में आते ही एकदम पलट जाएगा. Hoping against hope, the supporters of Mr. Hooda there. You know, one thing when I was traveling across before I go to Sunil Prabhu, one thing I kept hearing, and this is what people used to say in Haryana if they had to speak about their leaders, कि नेताजी के हार्ड कापन लग रहे हैं. That means that नेताजी is shivering right now. So at this moment it will be Mr. Bhupinder Singh Hooda उसके हार्ड कापन लग रहे हैं. Sunil, is this Chhattisgarh redux for the Congress party election that was seen as the party for them to win or for them to lose at this moment, the worst nightmare for the Congress managers coming true if these numbers hold?
Absolutely, and a lot of lessons to have been learned about the fact that the caste polarization. They were warned about Jats versus the non-Jats, which the BJP, as they alleged, was doing in the state of Haryana, caste polarization. Even though now it's quite clear that the BJP is all set for a comeback, and you can see here the Congress party is completely deserted. The doles are off. The people who were blowing the counts are all now keeping quiet, watching. There are only media persons here. That crowd has dissipated. Clearly, I think the writing is on the wall for the Congress High Command. The decision of going ahead and putting all its egg in one basket, that is with Mr. Bhupinder Singh Hooda, ignoring the claimants like Kumari Selja as well as others, have created a clear issue for the party, and I think it's a little bit too late. Rahul Gandhi himself wanting Hooda and extracting that demand that, let's have an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party for the India Alliance in thing, but that was not to happen because the seats that Mr. Hooda was ready to give were not more than 4 to 5. So if this trend continues, it's going to be curtains for Bhupinder Singh Hooda, and I think the Congress will have to go back to the drawing room to restart once again in Haryana, which is...
Because virtually, Maria, the party was outsourced to Mr. Hooda in Haryana to go away with in the ticket selection, more than 70 seats that he had given. And also, like the BJP would rejoice and say, while the BJP was trying to fight the campaign on the ground, the Congress leaders were busy claiming chief minister post even before the first vote was polled. I think that is where, and we have seen that in Chhattisgarh, we are seeing this in Haryana as well, the Congress, getting ahead of themselves, getting carried away, that the victory is already in the bag even before the campaign is over, and then talking about the chief minister's post.
And a word now, and as I bring in Pradeep Bhandari of the BJP, Karan Chautala of INLD, and Professor Sandeep Shastri here, a word on Dharmendra Pradhan.
Yeah.
Election in charge of Haryana. He doesn't give interviews, doesn't speak much. He was camping in Kurukshetra, in the entire Panchkula area and in Rohtak. And he gave confidence to the party leadership. I mean, he's a nuts and bolts man. I mean, completely different picture he presented to the party from the numbers. Just look at this.
Wherever he has led the party campaign, he has always been somebody who has been a very low-key operator, never coming before the media. But understanding the ground reality as it is, that is something that he has been known for. And we are still unsure as to which direction the Haryana result would go, because you have very, very small margins and just 2 rounds or 3 rounds of counting. But whichever way it goes, I think clearly the BJP has performed or is performing in a manner which is very different from what a lot of people expected it to. Definitely not the way the exit polls thought that this...
Maria, before you go to Pradeep Bhandari, let me just put out one more interesting data point at this moment which is coming in from Haryana. Because the assumption was, and you heard that Bhupinder Hooda supporter saying, "Abhi gaon ke vote khulne do, hum aage nikal jayenge." At this moment, Even in the rural belt,
it's not.
The Congress and the BJP are even keen. They're 28 playing 28 in the rural belt, while the BJP has an advantage of 20 seats over the Congress party in the urban area. So they have held on to their stronghold, and they have not done badly in the rural areas, which usually we used to see a contest between the INLD and the Congress and the JJP and the Congress. So while the decimation of the JJP might have helped the Congress consolidate the vote, but the BJP has become the party, in fact, the only poll against which the Congress is fighting, even in the rural areas.
Absolutely.
They have been able to hold on to the rural areas as well.
You know, Pradeep, the point here is that this is the biggest surprise for the party, perhaps as well. But you have leaders who are solid backroom workers who ensure that they can turn the tide. This is essentially will be seen as turning of the tide. From the Lok Sabha polls to now, even in Lok Sabha, you had a loss of 4 to 5 seats in Haryana. Just look at the results. If these numbers hold, it's 11-15 already. Not much of the trend will change post now. But this is good news for the BJP. It's a hat trick for you in Haryana.
It's historic.
Well, Maria, what is happening is historic, because never in the history of Haryana, as Ankit was saying, that any government is repeated for the third consecutive time. We are very, very confident that this trend will stay, because all the close margin seats are evenly poised. This is because of the developmental work of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which is supported by the entire party machinery. Every individual in the party, Dharmendra Pradhan ji is the election in charge, Home Minister Amit Shah ji managing it, JP Nadda ji ensuring that the party is absolutely on track. So we were very, very confident since the start that the ground on Haryana, the 36 Biradari in Haryana, the poor in Haryana is with us, and this is where we were confident. Even in the Lok Sabha elections, Maria, if you see, we had a 3% increase in more vote share than the Congress party. That projection is what is happening right now in the Haryana Assembly elections, where we are leading with the Congress party with that significant vote share and seat share margin. So the one part is to get the Jat-dominated vote. Even in the Jat votes, if you see, the perception was that the entire vote will shift to the Congress party. But now on the ground, we are also getting significant part of Jat vote. This establishes that we've got a cross-caste vote, and what the Congress party was saying, that the women are with them, the farmers are with them, the Chhattis Biradari is with them, the wrestlers are with them. All of this is completely fallen flat on the ground.
Yes, Pradeep, you make an interesting point. Then I'll bring in Professor Sandeep Shastri here. Professor Sandeep Shastri, in the Lok Sabha polls, we did see that shift of the Dalit voters. That Dalit vote is back with the BJP.
But can I just make one distinction here? Even with the Dalit vote, even in the Lok Sabha, the Valmikis were still with the BJP. They did not shift to the Congress party. And also the Jatav vote, which was the BSP vote, stayed with the BJP. The challenge for the Congress party was to ensure that the Ramdasiya still vote for them and they get a chunk of the Valmiki vote as well. But Professor Shastri, like Maria was saying, if you map this according to the Lok Sabha election 2024, the BJP was 44-seat advantage, the Congress was 42-seat advantage. It almost, the BJP is at this moment +4, but it almost is playing exactly like the Lok Sabha election. So it was not disadvantage to the Congress party. They were not being able to gain on that momentum.
Undoubtedly, these results hold, the trends hold. What it clearly shows is the consolidation which the Congress was hoping in the Jat vote has not happened, because the INLD has been able to snatch off a part of it. And secondly, the non-Jat vote, reference here to the vote of the scheduled castes and the others, has consolidated in favor of the BJP. Yes, there may be the various segments within the scheduled caste vote, a part of which go into the Congress, but the BJP has been able to perform well among the non-Jat votes, and that is clearly reflected in the trends. And if these trends hold, that social coalition which the BJP was able to build seems to have been would be responsible for the numbers that we are seeing.
I think one important factor, especially in the Jat belt that we are talking about, and like I said, over 30 seats where the Jat population is over 25%. Some may even have a concentration of 70, but largely if we talk about those 30 seats, look how the BJP micromanaged those seats in the Jat areas. I gave you an example of Julana, and Pradeep will come in on that as well. Most of the Jat seats you will see tend to to 12 independent Jat candidates, those who are standing. I will give you another example of Kalayat seat, which was possibly the bone of contention between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, where in Kalayat there are 2 independents, those who are very strong. Their Khaps, the Dhoon Khap, have supported the independents, and which has chipped away essentially the anti-incumbency vote away from the BJP and has made the BJP at this moment reckoning in the Jat belt as well. Pradeep, please go ahead.
See, absolutely, Ankit. In fact, these are micro issues which you're talking about, but I want to talk about a macro point. Generally, the trend of anti-incumbency has been said that a party, if it rules for 5 years or 10 years, a trend of anti-incumbency establishes. If you look at the Bharatiya Janata Party, and not just Haryana, across states, we are the only party which has the tendency to repeat government. The Congress Party has not repeated a single state government since 2011. It's the Bharatiya Janata Party, whether it is Madhya Pradesh and now Haryana, where we are creating a history, we have the tendency of repeating governments, which means this whole larger political analysis that if a government governs, there is a trend of anti-incumbency which establishes. This does not apply to us, because under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, if you see every state government, we've repeated the maximum. So it will be right to say that the more the BJP governs, the more the pro-incumbency also can set in and is settling it.
Okay. You know, very interesting, and we'll also talk about Jammu and Kashmir, possibly the state that till yesterday we were hoping that it is going to be a very tight finish, the BJP in the reckoning, at least at this moment, even if you include the 5 seats that the Lieutenant Governor has to in fact nominate, the Congress and the NC alliance is comfortable even over that. But let me very quickly, we also have Karan Chautala from the INLD. Mr. Chautala, at this moment, I mean, 2 things are very, very clear. A, it's a bipolar contest. The BJP and the Congress are to the 2 poles as far as Haryana is concerned. There's room for the regional parties is only squeezing. For your party, at this moment, leading on 2 seats, has the INLD, rather than winning many seats, has played the role of a spoiler, let's say, for a Congress party, which was hoping to encash the anti-incumbency, sir?
No, I think Mr. Bhupinder Singh Hooda is to be blamed for spoiling the Congress, basically, because he didn't actually play the role he should have been playing as a leader of opposition throughout in these last 5 years. And that's a major problem that Congress is facing. And the infight of the Congress is also a major issue. And Mr. Shastri before me said, there are very small margins and the result is still awaiting. There have only been, I think, 5 or 6 rounds in throughout the election. So let's wait and watch what happens.
You're asking us to wait and watch, but you know, increasingly, JJP, remember, had won 10 seats in 2019. They are minus 10, so you know they have not even opened their account in this election. If these numbers actually hold, INLD of course is making some gain of 2 seats. But the larger question is, I mean, in percentage,
that will be a huge gain, because they had won only 1 last time, and they are now on at this moment in 2. But you know, Maria, just picking up on what you are saying, Mr. Chautala, does this open, because it's a battle for survival for the regional parties also, does this open any door for a merger of the JJP and INLD, the family party coming together? You had gone different ways. Does this election somewhere pave that way?
No, as my grandfather Chaudhry Om Prakash Chautala ji has already stated, there is no room for this thing, because the political thoughts are very different.
Okay. Let me bring in Sandeep Shastri again. Professor Shastri, while we are looking at these numbers and we wait for a picture to emerge, although I think more or less the picture is clear. You know, one can continue to wait, but it's 11:30, and there's a
unlikely any wild swing that is going to happen.
There's unlikely any big swing that is going to happen. But yes, you know, talking about various factors which were at play here, the SC factor, the Jat factor that we keep talking about, the urban-rural, nothing seems to be working against the BJP.
Now, the various social dynamics that people had been talking about for the last 2 weeks, yes, you're right, none of them has really worked. What I also feel has happened is there was not much concentration possibly on the work that the Haryana Chief Minister had quietly been doing. That I think was not given the type of credit that also needed to be given. And possibly the Congress was a little overconfident as it went forward during the campaign, also believing that we are winning this election. And as you mentioned, throughout the low-key, behind-the-scenes work which the BJP leadership has done at the state level may have helped them in creating the type of result we are just now seeing.
That point that you make, that is the election winning machine of the BJP that we keep talking about. That they don't let go of an election, and even if an election appears to be a losing election, they had been written off from the word go. The moment they entered the poll battle, it was seen as that the BJP with 10 years of anti-incumbency will not get it right.
Many elections where you have said Congress has snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
That is
and this could possibly be one of them.
Here also. What we are putting out on your screens at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, is the urban seat matrix that we are getting at this moment from Haryana. Urban seat stronghold of the Bharatiya Janata Party, but look at this, what is happening at this moment, and this tells you the story. The strike rate of the BJP in the urban seats. Out of the 30 seats, 21 is where the BJP seems to be, in fact, in the lead at this moment. The Congress only in 7 seats. That exactly tells you that the BJP has been able to hold on to its most crucial middle-class voter, despite all the anger against jobs and that we kept hearing on the ground. The BJP has been able to hold on to that. And then, of course, they have consolidated in the Jatland and the rural vote as well. Dr. Ajoy Kumar is also joining us at this moment, spokesperson of the Congress party. Sir, thank you so much. But let me start by asking you, if these numbers hold true, not a good day in office for the Congress party. 35 is playing 49 at this moment in Haryana. Though the Congress-NC alliance seems to be, in fact, in a comfortable position in Jammu and Kashmir, but that will largely be because of the national conference. What happens for the Congress party from here on, sir, from a state which looked like coming in your kitty to an absolutely different picture?
What do you think went wrong?
So, look, I know that you would have heard it repeatedly, but it's important that it's only the 4th round or 5th round. And the margin, so see, if you look at the difference, I mean, sometimes you see 36, sometimes you say, so just imagine the difference. I'm just taking some basic numbers of 48 and 36. The difference is technically only between 6 to 7 seats, right? Because the margin, if there are 14 seats lead, then the difference between two parties to tip the balance in your favor would be somewhere close to 7 to 8 seats. Now, if you look at all the seats, around 31 seats are within the margin of 1,000. What intrigues me definitely is that we got 41% of vote share, but we're still trailing in this numbers. And I'm not saying that these numbers are, to be mocked at. They're definitely serious numbers.
But Dr. Kumar, there is a statistical explanation to that. I mean, despite you getting more vote share, and we have seen that repeatedly with the BJP also. Let's say in Karnataka, the BJP's vote share may be less, but the strike rate is more. That tells you that in the areas where the BJP is strong, they are able to convert those seats. And in the other areas, even if they draw a blank, the Congress is maybe widespread, but the conversion rate of the Congress party is not as good as the BJP is concerned. On the other hand, sir, like you are saying, till yesterday, the Congress was talking about an Andhi, a Tufan and a tsunami. Today, even at this moment, you are conceding that it's a difference of 5-6 votes. So, despite the BJP being in 10 years in Haryana, and, for the last 2 years, the noise that we have heard about farmer movement, Kisan, Pahalwan, Jawan and everything, Congress is finding it very, very difficult to dislodge BJP out of power, sir.
So the issue is, I mean, and Shastriji, I've been listening to Shastriji speaking, the fundamental issue is, and candidly, did we manage it better in terms of, if we look at all the independents who've been fighting, let's imagine the so-called Jat belt. If you look at 12, 13, 8 to 10, 12 candidates, independent candidates from the Jat community, each of them cutting 2,000, 1,500 votes. So fact is, look, it's easy for us to, it won't be appropriate for me to blame the way it has happened. But the fact is that, look, you need to also, we also need to look at how we strategically fight elections. I mean, it's absolutely clear that, because it's not that the popular vote is with them, but the problem is that they are putting up candidates tactically. I mean,
is that an admission, sir, that the Congress party needs to still learn how you fight election, not just carried away by the narrative that you are already winning the vote even before the first vote is counted or polled?
No. So, Ankit, look, so there are two main questions in it. So I'm not going to hide the fact that there are certain requirements to look at it, and Shastriji presented it appropriately. I'm the last person to look at these numbers and say, look, there's something which needed to be done from our side. My only belief is, okay, and I may be proved wrong, like just now, as you say, 48 becomes 36 and up and down, but they are 31 seats below a margin of 1,000, and there's some 12, 13 rounds to be going.
Getting back.
So they are, so those, and it needs a switch of 7 to 8 seats. So I'm saying that things can change. But the issue for sure is, the issue for sure is we need to relook and definitely relook at we tactically, how we strategically, tactically, how we doing our fighting the Bharatiya Janata Party. I mean, and the fact is that even if you have the people's mandate in your favor, by and large, that's what the mood was there. I mean, I was in Haryana for some time and I saw it. The inability to make that into a humongous lead is something we need to introspect for sure. I mean, because there was, so winning election...
Sir, this squabbling over the chief minister's post, do you think your senior leaders coming out, Kumari Shailja not even campaigning for straight 11 days in between, while the SC vote was so important for the Congress party, do you think that has also been detrimental? I mean, it is at least clearly visible with the numbers that we are seeing that your leaders, even before you could, the results were out, the talks were of who is going to the chief minister, the deputy chief minister, the cabinet was being decided.
So,
was it arrogance or complacency?
Yeah, no, look, I mean, you cannot be arrogant in one place and not arrogant in the other place. So whether it's Jammu and Kashmir, I don't think it's, I think there is, this results if it continues. First question is a significant impact on the way we fight. Okay, because I'm just telling you that candidly, the people were with you. Now, if you're not fighting the way we should, then there needs a lot of introspection of the way we are fighting. And I'm saying it as a student of politics. Shastriji and other people are much more what you will care.
Just a word on the vote share. The vote share between the two parties has also reduced now. Congress 40 and BJP is at 39.
No, so Maria, so one question I told you. If you look at the list of independent candidates, it's very interesting for you guys to look at. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead. Loud and clear.
Yeah. So if you look at the independent candidates list, I mean, as a student of politics, you see the amount of vote they're cutting. My suspicion, okay, my suspicion again, because I've not seen the Shastriji's, and you guys have much more access to data. Is my suspicion is that most of those loss of votes are happening from our end. My suspicion again, whether we should have fought it, whether this was an election for us to definitely win. There's no debate on that. This was definitely the public mood in our favor. Did certain decisions by certain leaders impact us negatively? Yes. I definitely see it as an impact for sure. Right. And it needs for us to see what, maybe if this continues, it's heartbreaking for one simple reason. Okay. That this was an election to win for the simple reason.
Right. Sir, please stay on with me. I mean, we'll because there is much more talk about, or just not about Haryana, because Haryana at this moment, how fortune's turned, and this is what politics is. Till 9 a.m., the Congress party was celebrating Diwali, and at this moment, it looks like a rout for the BJP. Historic, in fact, what Congress would have hoped their tally is at this moment is what the BJP has. 50 is what the BJP is touching at this moment in the lead, 34 for the Congress party, 2 to others. So, yes, it is a bipolar election that we are seeing at this moment. But overall, if you look at this, the BJP is, if these numbers hold, it's on its way to make history. We'll talk about Jammu and Kashmir as well, but very quickly, Zafar Islam, senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, spokesperson, is joining us also. Zafar bhai, so much focus on Haryana because of the way it has turned around. But for the BJP, the other headline, I mean, of course, Haryana would be a good day in office. You would be celebrating. But look at what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir. I just want to shift my focus to that because we've been talking continuously ad nauseum about Haryana. 26 place 52. The Bharatiya Janata Party, in the last time the elections happened when it was 38 seats, got 25 seats. With 5 more seats in Jammu region, the BJP at this moment has only been able to add 26. Is there a sense of disappointment? Because till yesterday, the BJP was hoping to be the single largest party and then, of course, being in play. Because Jammu and Kashmir at this moment seems to be giving a very clear mandate in favor of the NC and the Congress alliance.
Well, if you just analyze the survey, exit poll, both all these surveyors have actually discounted Bharatiya Janata Party, both in terms of both in Jammu and Kashmir as well as in Haryana. But the result is for you to see now. Haryana, we were in the beginning we were actually behind them, but after the first round we are leading, and now it more or less has stabilized, and we will definitely win. Not only win, we will create a history. We will at least have 55-60 seats in Haryana. The trend is very clear, and it is moving towards 55 plus for Bharatiya Janata Party. As far as the Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, I think as of now it looks slightly lower than what we had expected. It must be a disappointment, but we will still wait for the final outcome in Jammu and Kashmir, and we are hoping that our number in Jammu will improve further, and we will definitely have some few like-minded people in Valley with whom we can, if we can alliance, we can definitely will be able to form the government. But at least as of now, it is slightly disappointing for us as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. But Jammu and Kashmir, we have a issue because we do not have that presence in the Valley region as we have in Jammu area. But in Haryana, you can make out very clearly that Bharatiya Janata Party and our policy and the way we have served the people have been very clearly received by the people, and there is a lot of receptiveness in the eyes of the people of Haryana.
Absolutely.
It is very evident from the
Zafar
fact that we are leading
at
over
the
50
peak
seats in
of
Haryana as against
2 Modi waves, you were around 47. If these numbers consolidate and they went up to 50 just a few minutes back and they're down at 48, this is a bigger victory for the party than you would have ever thought. And would you now say that after Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat, which has consolidated completely, there is almost near dominance of the BJP, the third state is likely to be Haryana?
And even Chhattisgarh, everybody had spoken, or even the survey suggested that we are losing badly. But here you see, the same is actually repeating, history is repeating here. Similar kind of trend has been given, or the surveyors have given the indication that we are not going to make more than 25 seats in Haryana. But here again, it's a similar kind of show what we had demonstrated in Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh, as well as in Rajasthan. And definitely, as you rightly said, we have consolidated our base.
Before I let you go, a word also on Dharmendra Pradhan. You know, Uttar Pradesh results, you know, he is known as that strategy man of the party who works completely backroom and has been delivering one state after another. Odisha, for example, the phenomenal victory of the party in the Lok Sabha polls. Now you have a government there. And then in Haryana as well. He was scammed in Panchkula and in Rohtak and in...
He works very closely with the leadership.
Yes, he worked very closely.
Dharmendra Pradhan ji is a very experienced politician. He understands the ground dynamics. He has delivered not once, many times, and he understands what works, what doesn't work, and his feedback is always been very well received by our leadership. And the result is for everyone to see that his efforts, his strategy, and his feedback to the senior leadership has worked. And more importantly, he has fought many elections as a leader for the Bharatiya Janata Party in several states. Okay. And his strike rate is very, very high because the way he works is something which many politicians should learn, because his experience and expertise and his ears to the ground has always worked for the party, and it is going to work here in Haryana as well.
Okay, Sandeep Shastri, you know, I'm very, very interested to know or at least understand from you at this moment. Like, after what the BJP was hoping, in the Lok Sabha election, the 300 par came to 240, and since then the Congress thought that they have some sort of a momentum going into these elections. There is large messaging that Rahul Gandhi, with his constant Dalit focus, was trying to put forward. With these results, both of Jammu and Kashmir and also Haryana, my sense is Haryana would matter more because it is in the Hindi heartland. And for Maharashtra voters, it's not that there is going to be a direct correlation, but possibly will identify more with Haryana than with the Jammu and Kashmir. What message does the Congress party and the BJP now go with to Jharkhand and Maharashtra? If it would have been 2-0 for the BJP, there would have been an upswing as far as the Congress and its allies are concerned going into those elections. Right now, the BJP, even in Maharashtra, would say game on.
Undoubtedly. I think while the Haryana verdict will be critical, I would not underemphasize the importance of Jammu and Kashmir, especially in the wider context of the politics of the country. Having said that, yes, even though this result may be 1-1 in important ways, as the campaign now moves to Jharkhand and Maharashtra, I think one thing all parties are realizing is, for state assembly elections, it's essentially local. In Haryana, the BJP changed its strategy and made it an essentially local campaign. And I think if it is at 45 to 50 now, it is because of that change strategy of making it local and doing the work slowly, gradually, but consistently on the ground.
And also, I think the Jat, non-Jat playing out once again, which
the social coalition they were able to build up is very important.
Yeah.
And a similar factor will be seen for competitors in Jharkhand and Maharashtra.
Okay,
the type of social coalitions you build, the type of political coalitions you build, because both Jharkhand and Maharashtra will see coalition politics playing out.
Yes, but interestingly, in both these states, the BJP does have a chance. Nobody was giving the party a chance, even a chance in Haryana.
I don't think so many BJP leaders were themselves hoping that this will be the result.
But just look at the results. I mean, if this consolidates firmly, and if it is not about what some sources are indicating that yes, there are gaps which could be narrowing. But yes, let's hold on and wait. But it's increasingly becoming clear that Haryana BJP is heading for a hat-trick.
I think every state election is a different story, is a different strategy, is a different way in which it has to be dealt with.
Yes.
So while there would be lessons from Jharkhand and Haryana, I think lessons from Jammu and Kashmir and Haryana, Jharkhand and Maharashtra will be a totally different ballgame.
Interestingly here also, Sandeep Shastri and Zafar come in on this. The fact was that the BJP usually runs a very loud campaign. We hear a lot about narrative setting, trying to control the surround sound. In case of Haryana, you let the Congress run away with that.
It's opposite.
It was
Congress
completely
ran a
opposite.
very high decibel campaign, BJP a low-key campaign.
Yes, and BJP managed to send that message that it was completely localized, looking at issues, ensuring that they fix the booth management, ensuring that they fix the rebel disgruntlement. All those issues were handled much more effectively here in Haryana. Zafar, if you heard me.
Yeah, Maria, very clearly, our focus was on the ground. Our focus was on the constituencies. We were definitely very focused on what exactly needs to be done in each and every constituency. We were not going on the noise, what the noise the media was making, what the noise the Congress party was making. We were more focused about the outcome we wanted in each and every constituency. Definitely, we analyzed, did SWOT analysis of each and every constituency, mobilized our resources, marshal our resources towards bridging the gap wherever we had the gap. And that is when the leadership, actually the support of the leadership and understanding of leadership and the feedback what is coming from the ground is being communicated by likes of Dharmendra Pradhan ji to the leadership has actually worked for us. We didn't make noise. We were focused on the outcome and how it can be achieved is something which was very clear and a clear priority for us, and that is something which has worked for us. Because Congress was making noise and everybody was around Congress.
Those visuals
actually,
that, ladies and gentlemen, you were seeing were coming in from the Congress party celebrations in Jammu and Kashmir. But Zafar bhai, like you were talking about Haryana, just a quick word about Jammu and Kashmir as well. Not as expected for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The party was hoping to sweep the Jammu region and then have a hope of possibly, trying to find some sort of a support from the government. But at this moment, 52 placed 26, the alliance firmly in control. The bigger worry for the BJP in Jammu region also would be that the Congress has and the NC has not performed as badly as it was expected. Even the state unit president of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Mr. Rana, at this moment is trailing on his constituency, sir.
Actually, if whatever the indication is as of now, if it really translates into number of seats for Congress and NC, then it will be definitely a disappointment for us. I mean, we must agree that we were not expecting this kind of result in Jammu and Kashmir, because especially in the valley, we were expecting that we'll be definitely we'll be able to open our account. We will get a lot of support purely because the people of Jammu and Kashmir, and particularly in the valley, had rejected likes of Umar Abdullah, likes of Mahbooba Mufti, because their policies and priorities were very different, and they have never targeted the resources of the state for the welfare of the people. But now if the result comes, what it is showing today, just now, if it really with the final outcome, then it will be a disappointment for us, because I
have a question for
we went wrong, because we were expecting definitely better outcome than what it is today.
Dr. Ajoy Kumar, even in case of Jammu and Kashmir, the big chunk of the seats is actually coming in from the National Conference. So again, when it is a direct contest, say in the Jammu region, the BJP has made all the gains and you seem to have not performed as well. When it's a bipolar contest in Haryana, you are losing whatever seen as a winning battle.
Look, I mean, Maria, if I rewind the TV show to 9 o'clock, the conversations were very different, right? Yes. You said the Congress is, everybody kept saying. So the issue is, I don't want to be an amateur analyst of what's happened. I think the alliance management in Jammu and Kashmir was good. And I think that's a smart move on our side, definitely. Whether NC is a bigger player there, yes, but it's an alliance. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a tactical voting. And I think we did, and we were able to work better in Jammu and Kashmir for sure. Now, I told, and I've been very candid with you on the show, and I continue to say that the people in Haryana were very much in our favor, for sure, because what I saw, I mean, especially in the regions near Faridabad and Ballabgarh and that side, if the margins are 31 or 31 plus seats are somewhere close to less than 1,000. Now, 1,000 is not, 1,000 vote is not a popular or a non-popular mandate. It is also tactical. So much as it looks, where was the shortcoming? It's tactical, absolutely, because I can understand a margin of 5,000 plus or 8,000 plus. I mean, at least in this Vidhan Sabha, where if I remember, the Haryana voting total number of voters would be close to 2.5 lakhs. So I'm just saying, please correct me if I'm wrong. So in the total percentage, if you're having a margin of in 31 seats close to 1,000, take an example of even Vinesh Fogart. Sometimes she leads by 38, sometimes she's dropping by 100. So there is definitely a need for us to, see why is this happening? I mean, why is it that our political opponent is able to get the 1,000 plus on their side? And why did we get on the 1,000 minus on the 1,000
right,
minus
like you quoted the example of Vinesh Phogat. Let me, because I went to Julana, and it's not traditionally a Congress seat. It's a tough seat for the Congress party.
Correct.
Julana, for the last time it was the JJP. Before that it was the INLD. It has not been traditional Congress seat. But the fact remains, this election, the narrative was favoring the Congress party. The Kisan Jawan Pahalwan was a narrative that the Congress party built on. At least, despite what the result is, I can say one thing for sure. It was not an election where the Congress party was not seen active on the ground for the last 2 years, though it was only Mr. Hooda, but the Congress party was seen on the ground as well. Despite that, and 10 years of anti-incumbency, yes, now the micro-analysis could be that the BJP was able to put up candidate, but this happened on the day when the candidates were decided. It's not that the Congress party did not know the strategy of the BJP. You could not preempt that. You only fought this election, okay, just hold on for a second. Mr. Pawan Khera is speaking at this moment. Let's just listen to what he's saying.
In Jammu and Kashmir, you are getting live data as for with every round that is being counted. But in Haryana, it's not so. Why?
Okay, so the Congress is still being optimistic and cautious at the same time. But Dr. Ajoy, comment on this. Of course, BJP is doing much better than it had expected. The Congress doing much poorly than it has expected. But the larger question is, what now for the Congress party? Just like Madhya Pradesh, where you relied completely on Mr. Kamal Nath, did you rely or over-rely on the Hoodas?
No, look, I'm not the guy who's in charge in Haryana. So for me to say that, what happened, what went wrong would be, I have a visibility little probably as good as yours, because you are much closer to it. But the fact is, I say that the amount of support on the ground for the Congress was very strong. The thing which disturbs me is that, how much was the Aam Aadmi Party vote share in all these seats which were tearing by 1,000 and below? How much was the independent seats of the similar community? And then we need to look back and see, look, you not only have the people's mandate, you need to make sure that you win those close seats, especially, especially in elections, which was fundamentally for, at least on present trend, fundamentally for us to win. That's definitely it's in a huge as a student of politics and somebody who is very concerned with the way the Bharatiya Janata Party is doing their politics in this country and the way they are trying to I feel fundamentally harm the interest of the nation. That's my perspective. Again, the BJP will have obvious. Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to give an anecdote, and that possibly, Dr. Shastri, would also help us understand what was happening on the ground. Like when you go in Haryana, I was in Karnal. Karnal traditionally is a Bharatiya Janata Party seat, but we were in the Sabzi Mandi area. That area has a lot of low-income group people coming from the OBC, SC, and also a lot of Punjabi community. And when you speak to them, we were doing a show, and after the show, there was we sat down and spoke to them. They said, even if यहाँ पर एक जाट भी खड़ा होगा, तो ये जो 10 आदमी आप बीजेपी की बात कर रहे हैं, ये चुप हो जाएंगे. Because one jat would tell you that अगर हम खड़े हैं, तो तेरी हिम्मत कैसे हुई बोलने की? Is that the fear that has once again played out for the Congress party, the Jat Shahi? Because people started saying in the end कि जाट हर जगह बोलते फिर रहे हैं, या तो हमारी सरकार बनेगी या फिर हम अपने लठ लेके आएंगे. Is that the sense that the Congress party, that the other communities which were quiet went again and voted for the BJP, and the Jats which were this time overwhelmingly talking about Mr. Hooda coming back to power hurt their chances?
I'll just add to this because it's similar narrative as to the Yadav community being very loud, decibel, high decibel, when they
in UP,
see, in UP or Bihar, when they see power coming very close to them, and that's where the narrative starts shifting.
We have been consistently maintaining that Haryana would be decided by the type of social coalitions that are formed. And now as you see the result, it seems clear that this Jat consolidation which the Congress was attempting resulted in a counter consolidation. The fear of the Jat consolidation and the fear of the Jats coming to power and maybe having their chief minister, led to this counter consolidation among other social groups, and that to a certain extent could very well explain the results that you are seeing.
Can I ask you also one question? And this is a lot of people on. Okay,
just hold on to your thoughts, Sandeep Shastri, and let's bring in our newsmaker now. Union Minister Krishan Pal Gujjar is joining us. He's BJP MP from Faridabad. बधाई अभी दे दूं आपको या आप थोड़ा इंतजार करेंगे बधाई लेने में?
नहीं, मैं बधाई दूंगा आपको। मैं तो पूरा हरियाणा का भी देख रहा हूँ
जी,
और फरीदाबाद का भी रिजल्ट सामने आने वाला है
जी।
अधिकतर सीटें फरीदाबाद लोकसभा की हम जीतने जा रहे हैं। और जी मैं एग्जिट पोल के बाद भी मैंने सभी मीडिया चैनल्स को कहा था कि मैं इस एग्जिट पोल से इत्तेफाक नहीं रखता, क्योंकि एग्जिट पोल हमेशा सही होंगे ये संभव नहीं है। हमने उत्तराखंड में देखा, मध्य प्रदेश में देखा, छत्तीसगढ़ में देखा और आज हरियाणा में देख रहे हैं। और हमको हरियाणा की 36 बिरादरी पर पूरा भरोसा था। इन 10 सालों में एक लंबे अरसे के बाद हरियाणा के अवाम ने जो सुशासन देखा है, जो विकास देखा है, जो हरियाणा एक हरियाणवी एक के संकल्प के साथ काम करते हुए सरकार देखी है, योग्यता के आधार पर नौजवानों को रोजगार देते हुए सरकार देखी है, अन्नदाता, गरीब, महिला और युवाओं का सम्मान करते हुए सरकार देखी है। इस सब के कारण हमको पूरा भरोसा था कि हरियाणा में तीसरी बार नायब सैनी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी। ये मैं पहले दिन से बोल रहा था चुनाव कैंपेन में, और एग्जिट पोल के बाद भी मैं यही बोला था
जी।
और आज वो तस्वीर सामने है, क्योंकि मैंने कहा था मैं ज्योतिषी तो नहीं हूँ। अगर मेरी एग्जिट पोल या चुनाव से काउंटिंग से पहले के मेरे बयान आप देखेंगे किसी भी चैनल पर, मैंने कहा मैं ज्योतिषी तो नहीं हूँ, लेकिन कॉलेज से लेके आज तक 46 साल से मैं चुनाव लड़ रहा हूँ। मैं अपने अनुभव के आधार पर कहता था कि जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी की होगी, क्योंकि हरियाणा के लोगों के खिले खिले चेहरे, चमकते चेहरे, क्योंकि वो समझ रहे थे।
सवाल ये है कि ये जो नंबर्स आ रहे हैं, जो आंकड़े आ रहे हैं, वो आपके पिछले सारे रिकॉर्ड को बीट कर रहे हैं। 2014, 2019 सारे रिकॉर्ड को बीट करके आगे बढ़ गए हैं। वो कैसे देखते हैं? वो कैसे आंकड़े इतने ज्यादा दिख रहे हैं?
मैं यही तो कह रहा हूँ, मैं वो ही बता रहा हूँ आपको
जी।
आप कांग्रेस का 2005 से 2014 तक का आप ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देखिए। केंद्र में उनकी सरकार थी मनमोहन सिंह की, हरियाणा में हुड्डा साहब की सरकार थी। 2005 में ये 67 सीट जीते थे और 2014 आते आते ये 15 सीटों पर सिमट गए थे। 67 से 15 सीटों पर। भारतीय जनता पार्टी 2014 में 47 सीटें जीती थी और 10 साल बाद फिर सरकार बना रही है। तो ये बताता है कि जहाँ जहाँ बीजेपी की सरकारें हैं वहाँ प्रो इनकम्बेंसी है, और जहाँ जहाँ कांग्रेस की सरकारें रही हैं वहाँ एंटी इनकम्बेंसी रहा है। और क्योंकि हरियाणा का मतदाता अच्छी तरह जानता था कांग्रेस इस देश में और प्रदेश में अराजकता का माहौल पैदा करना चाहती है, शांति और भाईचारे के रास्ते पर चलने वाले हरियाणा की 36 बिरादरियों में फिर से ये झगड़ा पैदा करना चाहती हैं। कभी शंभू बॉर्डर खोलने की बात करते थे, कभी दिल्ली को घेरने की बात करते थे, लेकिन हरियाणा का अन्नदाता, जवान और पहलवान ये अच्छी तरह जानता था कि मोदी सरकार में ही और बीजेपी की सरकार में ही हमारे हित सुरक्षित हैं। इन्होंने ही पिछले 10 सालों में जवान के लिए, किसान के लिए और पहलवान के लिए जो काम मोदी और बीजेपी की सरकार ने हरियाणा में किया है, ये उसका परिणाम है।
मैं आपसे एक सवाल ये पूछना चाहूंगा जी, ये जो हुड्डा और शैलजा गुट कांग्रेस गुटों में बटी दिखाई पड़ रही थी, इसका कितना फायदा भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हुआ? क्या आपको लगता है ये हुड्डा कांग्रेस की, जो बार बार बीजेपी कह रही थी हरियाणा में ये हुड्डा कांग्रेस चुनाव लड़ रही है, ये हुड्डा कांग्रेस के लिए और भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा के लिए बहुत बड़ा मतलब ये क्षति है, उसके लिए यहां से उभरना उनके लिए मुश्किल होगा?
देखिए, मैं किसी दूसरे के घर में क्या हो रहा है मैं ताक झाक नहीं करता, ना हमारी आदत है। ये उनके घर के मामला है, लेकिन ये प्रो इनकम्बेंसी है, ये मोदी सरकार के प्रति और हरियाणा की नायब और मनोहर जी सरकार जो रही है उसके प्रति लोगों का भरोसा है। उन्होंने हरियाणा में एक ईमानदार और पारदर्शी सरकार, विकास करने वाली सरकार, सबका कल्याण करने वाली सरकार और अंतिम पायदान पर खड़े हुए गरीब व्यक्ति का उत्थान करने वाली सरकार को समर्थन दिया है।
कृष्णपाल जी, आखिरी सवाल आपसे ये पूछेंगे कि भाजपा को इस चुनाव शुरू होने से पहले किसी ने चांस नहीं दिया था। इंटरनली आप बोल रहे थे और भी भाजपा के नेता बोल रहे थे कि रिजल्ट्स कुछ और होगा, वो आज दिख रहा है। भाजपा की जो इलेक्शन मशीनरी है उसके बारे में कुछ बताइए। वो आप लोग क्या करते हैं कि जो लोकल है, लोकल फैक्टर इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है? इस चुनाव में लोकल फैक्टर इंपॉर्टेंट था।
ये देखिए, लोगों से किए हुए संकल्प और उस संकल्प को सिद्धि तक पहुंचाना, ये उसका नतीजा है। मोदी सरकार और बीजेपी सरकार जो संकल्प लेती है, अभी संकल्प हरियाणा के लोगों से 7 संकल्प हमारे आए थे, लोकसभा के चुनाव में जो संकल्प लिए थे उनको सिद्धि तक पहुंचाना, उनको जमीन पर उतारना, ये उसका नतीजा है। वो झूठ बोलते हैं, उन्होंने हिमाचल के लोगों से झूठ बोला, उन्होंने तेलंगाना के लोगों से झूठ बोला, उन्होंने कर्नाटक के लोगों से झूठ बोला। आज हिमाचल की क्या हालत है? आज वहाँ की बहनें 1500 रुपये का हर महीने इंतजार करती हैं। 300 यूनिट बिजली का लोग आज तक 2 साल होने के बाद भी इंतजार करते हैं। और जो पेंशन पे आज वहाँ तनख्वाह देने के लिए पैसे नहीं हैं जी, यही हाल कर्नाटक में है। तो ये कहकर मुकरने वाले लोग हैं, हम संकल्प को सिद्धि तक पहुंचाने वाले लोग हैं, इसलिए विश्वास बढ़ रहा है।
ठीक है,
बीजेपी के प्रति।
सर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। अभी कम से कम ये बिल्कुल साफ दिख रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक हिस्टोरिक जीत की तरफ हरियाणा में बढ़ रही है। बहुत बड़े उलटफेर क्या इसमें होता है नहीं होता, अगला शायद आधे पौने घंटे में और लगेगा, लेकिन एक बहुत वाइल्ड स्विंग का एटलीस्ट एट दिस मोमेंट इज नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड। थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस संदीप शास्त्री। वेरी क्विकली आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क, बिकॉज अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर आस्किंग दिस, वेयर डज दिस लीव the political pundits, the pollsters, the exit poll, because from the Lok Sabha election, the way in fact the pollsters got that Lok Sabha election wrong, and now even with both the states, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, the picture is absolutely opposite to what the pollster was saying. They were in fact hinting at a very tight race, a hung assembly in Jammu and Kashmir. We are seeing a clear mandate in Jammu and Kashmir. On the other hand, this picture is absolutely reverse to what the pollsters were in fact predicting in Haryana. Where does that leave their credibility?
I think it's a very difficult time for all of them, especially in the case of Haryana, where things seem to have gone round. You could actually put the figures for the Congress, for the BJP, and the BJP for the Congress, and then the exit polls will turn out to be correct. That's what it seems to be if the current trends hold. I think what we are seeing is in a tight two-party race.
Yes.
And when there are a lot of new uncertainties which come into the campaign, it becomes a little difficult for pollsters to actually tap the real issues that are impacting on the poll. And that seems to be the factor which may have led to the type of projections that happened in Haryana. We are also noting in a lot of surveys, there is a big section of the voters who say, we are undecided.
And
we
that
don't want to take a
undecided
stand.
necessarily means...
And what often pollsters do is, those are eliminated and then you do a study of those who have taken a stand on the issue. But these are critical voters who could decide either way, and they could change the way you actually projected what is going to happen.
A lot to think about, just not for the Congress party, but also for the political
pollsters, analysts, everyone. Let's now listen in to Kumari Shailja and Bhupinder Hooda. Both of them have spoken to NDTV on the earlier leads, or should I say, now consolidating results.
11 सीटें जहाँ पे कांग्रेस को बढ़त दिख रही है, अगर पिछले चुनाव से आप कंपेयर करें, क्या वजह है कि कांग्रेस का जो शेयर है वो बढ़ता दिख रहा है?
ये स्वाभाविक बात है। भाजपा के 10 साल
जब निकल गए, पहले हमारे भी 10 साल निकले, तो एक तरफ तो एक फटीग होता है, जब फटीग होता है तब शायद इतनी बात, लेकिन मिसरूल रहा भाजपा का, और भाजपा का मिसरूल एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर। उसके साथ साथ जो इलेक्टोरेट है, लोग हैं, वो अपने भविष्य की ओर देखते हैं। भविष्य केवल और केवल कांग्रेस है, ये लोगों ने देख लिया और नाप तोल कर लिया। राहुल जी की यात्रा रही, हमारे वर्कर्स ने, हम सब ने नीचे ज़मीन पर काम किया राहुल जी के गाइडेंस से, और एक जो ओवर आर्चिंग फैक्टर होता है वो यही होता है कि नेतृत्व हमें गाइड करता है, और अब लोगों की नज़रों में भी क्रेडिबल ऑल्टरनेटिव है कांग्रेस।
जी, आप कांग्रेस के एक प्रोमिनेंट लीडर नहीं है हरियाणा में, और ऑफकोर्स लीडरशिप का इशू भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। आपको लगता है कि जो अगर कांग्रेस की सरकार बनती है, हमारी शैलजा को भी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका मिल सकती है? क्या आप मुख्यमंत्री पद के दावेदार हैं?
मैंने हमेशा कहा कि दावेदार हम हैं, और लेकिन फाइनल फैसला हाईकमान का होगा।
We have former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Hooda, with us. So, sir, how do you see this election trend?
Congress is going to form the government in India.
And sir, we have seen yesterday the Chief Minister of Haryana, Naib Singh Saini, had a press conference saying EVM fault will be one of the main issues which Congress is going to highlight.
There is no issue. You wait for some time. Congress is going to form the government. Congress is getting the majority.
Sir, in the initial trend we have seen Congress was leading, but now we have seen the Congress is going...
After 1 hour, again you will see Congress is leading everywhere. I have got the reports, Congress is going to form the government.
As we continue our coverage on the election results, it's 12 noon and the numbers have consolidated. It's good news for the BJP in Haryana. They're heading for a hat-trick, and for NC Congress Alliance in Jammu and Kashmir.
Absolutely, Maria, and a lot of it was so predictable, but of course a lot of it was unexpected. We will get you all that and more, but first, the headlines. BJP surges ahead in Haryana, headed for a hat-trick in the battleground state. Congress pauses celebrations. Congress loses early leads in Haryana. Congress's bid to make a comeback in the heartland state fades even as party fails to dislodge the BJP. Infighting within the Congress dampens the grand old party's comeback efforts in Haryana. Cracks within the Congress party and infighting during the campaign boomerangs for the party. National Conference Congress Alliance comfortably ahead in the leads in Jammu and Kashmir. First Assembly poll results in 10 years.
And with early trends, in fact, by now, most of the direction is very, very clear. Jammu and Kashmir seems to be going the Congress National Conference's way, but it's not really a close contest in Haryana. In Haryana, it is the BJP which is clearly consolidating, with a significant difference between them and the Congress party. The big question right now is what happens now in that alliance in the NC Congress? Is Omar Abdullah the next chief minister? And what went wrong in Haryana for the Congress?
And of course, the big question, like you rightly pointed out, Maria, what did the BJP get right and where did the Congress party, sitting in the opposition for 10 years, do wrong? Well, to start with, many things, like you would know, you've been covering the party for so long, including a change in the CM's face, and of course, many other things which we will discuss in the course of this bulletin. But clearly, the BJP is consolidating its base amongst non-feudal, non-politically mobile OBC communities and SC votes, even as the BJP has surpassed the halfway mark with leads in over 48 seats in Haryana. Now, senior Congress leader Bhupinder Hooda has also spoken to the BJP, and he's spoken to NDTV, spoken to us, and he has maintained that he's confident that his party will independently form the government, but the numbers here tell a very different story.
Absolutely, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to arrive at the BJP headquarters around 6 p.m. This is the customary address that he does to the BJP Karyakartas. It's a surprise victory for the party in the state of Haryana, a state where they have been in power for 10 years. Nobody gave BJP even a fighting chance. Before the Model Code of Conduct was in place, it was seen as a battle for the Congress to lose. But it's very, very clear that it has sprung a complete surprise. So with that number of 29 in Jammu and Kashmir, where they have won significantly, almost 50% of the seats that they contested in Jammu region, and the number in which they are forming the government in Haryana, hat-trick. So there's no anti-incumbency when it comes to the BJP narrative, a lexicon which all of us,
absolutely,
journalists, analysts and pollsters will have to revisit. But we have Nazir Masoodi joining us from Srinagar. Nazir,
and Maria, we have to again talk about pro-incumbency now, because that's something we used to talk about earlier.
Yes, absolutely. Where is the man of the moment? Omar Abdullah.
Well, I will be speaking to Omar Abdullah after a while, but I'll be speaking another man of the moment of Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections. It was actually the bigger fight than any victory or loss. It was the fight against in a state, in a place which was the communist island, and where Islamist party Jamaat Islami was trying to win that seat, fighting assembly election of first time after 30 years. But Muhammad Yusuf Tarigami, only Communist Party member here, was contesting election backed by National Conference. He clearly is on his way to win this election.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Tarigami Saab, this was seen as a big battle, and Kulgam was seen that Jamaat Islami is winning that. But finally, you are making it. You are defeating them.
It's not me. I should say it. I should accept it, and all of us should admit it, that the role played by the people of Kulgam, I salute them. It's they who fought for Kulgam, for Kashmir, for the rights of the people of Kashmir, and defeated those who became collaborators of the government after going through a big turmoil or initiating the turmoil in Kashmir. They were sitting in the front row of the turmoil. Now, all of a sudden, there was a U-turn. With the blessings of those in power, they tried to defeat the people. They tried to defeat the aspirations of the people.
And I remember during campaigning, Jamaat Islami candidate said it is, if he loses, it is a defeat of Islam. And then people chose not to vote for a religious-based party, and instead 100% Muslim society constituency voted for a Communist Party member.
This is exactly how they were exposed, that mere going for a vote after so much of turmoil and so much of violence which they initiated, which they were part of it, and now they put it as Islam versus something, the people's interest, the people's aspirations of the Kulgam area. It's not lost for Islam. It is lost for their demagogic politics. It is lost for their double face. It is lost for the deceptive politics of Jamaat Islami, which they have been working on since long here in Kashmir.
Wasn't this very interesting battle? On one hand, National Conference, CPM or Congress combined were fighting BJP. On the other side, you had to fight Islamist groups like Jamaat Islami.
You see, the question is, we were never having any confusion. Go through in 72 when Plebiscite Front, now the National Conference was banned. They obliged the then government and got 5 seats. I was in prison, and Plebiscite Front leaders, now of course those are National Conference, they were in prison. Jamaat Islami has always, this way or that way, collaborated with the regime just to be on the other side.
But Jamaat Islami was some which was actually in the forefront of militancy and separatism in Kashmir since 90. Finally, they made a U-turn and chose to contest elections. But this election actually was something which was seen which side of the people would like to be. Will they go with the Islamists, religious-based politics, or they will support someone who is kind of a atheist type of politics? Here, M.Y. Tarigami Saab, Tarigami Saab, it is, because communists is seen as who don't believe in God. It is a political party, not the faith. But the point is something, when in a Muslim society, when you see the separatist movement, when we talk about radicalism in Kashmir, your victory defines something bigger than just winning a seat.
That's what it has been confirmed by the verdict of the people now. They have on the one hand rejected BJP and on the other hand supported the Secular Alliance, National Conference, Congress, CPM. And you see the wisdom of the people is such. So again, it's not the question of atheism versus something religious based and all that. It is because it is between the two, something which is real on the ground. Real means the interests of the people of Kashmir, the Kulgam area, and those who have been advocating something till yesterday. They have been, you see, you and me, all of us know that they were telling whosoever participated in election is a Indian stew, is a traitor,
they were being killed. And I must tell you, this today's vote is a tribute to all those people who have been killed because they were believing in democracy. They will be believing a right to vote. Thousands of people have lost their lives, including members of Tariq Ami Sabit's party, and his own relatives, his own brother was killed by militants, but that was the same group when he comes and contests election, and he defeats them today. So as I said, this is an important development. CPIM member M.Y. Tariq Ami defeating Jamaat Islami in Kulgam.
So Tariq Ami contesting from Red Island of J&K, Kulgam. That is a M.Y. Tariq Ami. We also have Sunil Prabhu joining us now, and also Radhika Khera and Shama Mohammed. Shama Mohammed from the Congress Party and Radhika Khera from the BJP. In the studio, we have our panel of esteemed guests. We have Vanija Chaudhary, reputed author and senior journalist. We also have Akshat Goel, who is the founder of Dhruva Research. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. Starting with you, Shama, clearly the Congress Party in Haryana was banking on Kisan, Jawan, Pahalwan, but would you agree that a lot of it was probably a lot of noise and probably a little less substance?
See, I'm looking at the EC website even now, and right now it's not even said won. I want to know if the 49 have won. Still they are leading, and we are trailing. We are leading by 35. So unless and until there's a victory there, I'm not going to talk in a way where the Congress has, where the Bharatiya Janata Party has won. I still feel I was campaigning, I was there in Haryana, and what I saw was there was a lot of wave for the Congress Party. So I'm a bit shocked what exactly has gone wrong. And if there are internal issues, then it has to be sorted, whatever it is. But what I saw on the ground is completely different from what I'm seeing in numbers out here.
Radhika, how do you look at your own party's performance in Haryana specifically? Because this looks like one of your best performance, clearly the best performance till date. BJP was not even a serious player in Haryana till about 10 years ago. But so this is clearly, it seems to be quite a big surprise, and congratulations if the leads were to hold right, and it's quite some time now, so we can say that for sure. So how do you feel about this?
Jai Shri Ram. I remember I was on a show a day or two back with Maria ji on NDTV itself, and we were talking about the opinion poll that was coming in, and even that day I had said that we are going to form the government again in Haryana, and we are seeing history being created over here. No party has been able to form a government 3 times in a row in Haryana, and वो कहते हैं ना हिंदी में कि काट की हांडी बार बार नहीं चढ़ती, and that is what is happening with the Congress Party. They built a false narrative during the Lok Sabha elections where they said संविधान खतरे में है. Then they said Rahul Gandhi has come on 99. He is doing a yatra in Haryana. Oh, we are going to win Haryana. And he was also making jalebis in the factory. But the people of Haryana gave him a befitting reply for making jalebis in the factory, and also playing with the emotions of the women, playing with the emotions of the sports people, playing with the emotions of the kisan. हर बार ये कहा जाता था किसान खतरे में है, जवान खतरे में है, महिला खतरे में है, पहलवान खतरे में है. What happened? Vinesh Fogart herself is trailing. You forgot that there are 3 people who won the Olympic medal from Haryana. But where was Bhupinder Hooda and Rahul Gandhi when they were coming back to India? Where were they? Why did they not go to
Radhika, just hold on to that thought of yours. Let me also get my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who reports on the Congress for us. Sunil, what is the mood like in the Congress headquarters now? Clearly, things haven't worked out the way they expected. But of course, J&K seems to be slightly better. But even there, the questions are being raised on Congress's performance. But with respect to Haryana, what is the party thinking?
That's right. To take Jammu and Kashmir first, the strike rate of the Congress, especially in the Jammu region, hasn't been very encouraging. Just an update from the Congress party that they will be officially complaining to the Election Commission. They believe, for example, one of your spokespersons from the BJP was talking about Vinesh Phogat. They say that she, as president after 9 rounds, is ahead in 5,200 votes. And we are demanding that the Election Commission take immediate action to update the information on the website. So that's, of course, the complaint that the Congress is giving to the Election Commission. Be that as it may, as I've been saying, for the Congress, with putting all its eggs in one basket, depending on Bhupinder Hooda and clearly the caste polarization which the BJP did, Jat versus non-Jat, has had an impact, and it's that which is costing the party dearly. It's back to the drawing room for them, drawing board in many ways in Haryana, if they are not able to make it. If these trends continue the way they are, this is a complete shocker for the Congress party, something that they had not anticipated. Clearly, the Congress High Command, despite being told by people like Kumari Selja and others about the fact that you can't give, so many tickets to only the supporters of Mr. Hooda, that being the case, they have now learning the hard way that those mistakes should have been corrected, and definitely it isn't something that the Congress was expecting at all.
Right. Let's also get in Aishwarya now. Aishwarya is outside Manohar Lal's house. Manohar Lal is, of course, the former Chief Minister of Haryana. He was replaced by Naab Singh Saini. Naab Singh Saini, of course, in the last few months has transformed, and today's results are also a testimony to the fact that he has in some ways helped the party, and that decision, probably that gamble really paid off, isn't it, Maria?
Yes, and where is Mr. Khattar, and will he speak so soon? Or will he also wait for numbers to consolidate and perhaps speak after the Prime Minister arrives at the BJP headquarters? Ash.
Well, Manohar Lal Khattar is at his residence, and there you can see more senior leaders now going inside ML Khattar's house. Of course, we all know for the fact that Mr. Khattar is an old-style politician, and he will wait, of course, for the final results as being suggested by, his secretaries inside. And finally, after the result comes out, he will be speaking, of course, to the media. But I was fortunate enough to speak to him on the day of voting when he came to Karnal. And for 15 odd minutes, when we spoke to him, he was very confident of the victory. And Bharatiya Janata Party tried to address that anti-incumbency after him being sent to the central government, being elected as the union minister, and also Naab Singh Saini being appointed as the chief minister. And therefore, the reason perhaps in Karnal as well, his close aide is leading. And therefore, Mr. Khattar also stated that he will be the one who, he's the one who had campaigned across Haryana, and he was very confident of the work that his government did for 9.5 years and what Naab Singh Saini is taking forward. But shortly,
the BJP got right, because they changed the chief minister. They also increased the income ceiling of OBCs to about 10 lakh, and then they also brought in MSP for almost 24 crops. So a lot of policy announcements were made in the last 6 months. Do you think some of those policy announcements sort of like really helped the BJP sort of get this result?
And do you think it stayed away also from the surround sound completely? I mean, did not run a high decibel campaign.
Yeah, it was very localized, it's right, like a very localized campaign.
I don't know the answer to that. How much of the social welfare schemes, because the Congress on its side also, they talked about MSP for 24 crops. Congress said legal guarantees for MSP. So it was one against one in terms of what they were promising in terms of welfareism. Of course, it does matter. Jobs is what was exercising young people, and Haryana is made up, 70% of Haryana is young. So, Mr. Khattar had given jobs, and this Kharchi Parchi did have some traction with people. That will it be? There was fear. And all of us who travel through Haryana, I'm just reeling under this result, because what I saw was people wanting change of all communities. Now, obviously, what has happened is in the last days and hours. And my question mark is as follows. Has the non-Jat consolidated solidly solidly in favor of the BJP because the Jats consolidated in favor of the Congress. Yeah, of course, at INLD they are showing static for many hours at 2. And that's in the Sirsa area probably. So I don't think they took away huge chunks of the Jat vote.
But they seem to have taken the JJP vote, right? Because
some JJP vote. Remember, it was 10 seats last time. This is 2 seats of INLD. So this is a vast difference. So
but interestingly, the vote share gap between the two parties is just 1%.
That's right. That is the interesting part of the story. So the Jats have voted overwhelmingly in one constituency, huge numbers, whereas the others have not been that large a number, but spread over. But have the non-Jats afraid of the comeback of Jat Shahi, which I heard Dalit speak about?
Yes.
And they feared what would it mean for jobs, what would it mean for businesses, enterprises, how would they get affected? That was being talked about. They kept talking about a non-Jat CM that they would like. So I think have the people of Haryana driven this election, whether it's in favor of the BJP or in favor of the
Actually, the non-Jat voters,
not so much the parties.
Other non-Jat voters, the silent voters, also the tactical voters now, they're not really telling people who they're voting for. Remember, we also saw this in UP and of course in other states where in Gujarat also.
Is there some kind of underestimation of these silent voters? And you know what tends to happen is there are these communities which when they see power coming very close, then they become very high decibel, as I am emphasizing. I've seen that in Uttar Pradesh, I've seen that in Bihar.
Yes.
Absolutely. You know, it was almost like that Tejasvi Yadav was at a striking distance in 2020. That was not to be. So, do you think that becomes a problem when they see that okay, the Kumari Shelja is speaking again, let's listen in. Okay. So we'll come back to her. Yes, Akshat, you were making.
So definitely, there has been an issue that Jats have been very much vocal in the state, and not only in Haryana, but we also saw the case in Uttar Pradesh as well in the 2022 elections when Jats were very much vocal about the farm laws, but BJP was still able to win in the Jat areas of Western UP, be it Meerut, be it Saharanpur. So I think it helped in the further consolidation of the non-Jats, which is OBCs and Baniyas, or Brahmin, or let's say Rajputs, who are roughly 48% of the overall population of the state. But however, I also feel that BJP has been able to win a few seats. So, Congress seat share is only as of now up by 3 or 4 seats since the last time. So it's BJP which seems to have gained from the loss of INLD, or let's say the loss of JJP. So even among the Jats, there seems to be a clear-cut division. Someone who is very much vocal and someone who is silent. He is working hard. He is enjoying the benefits of the government, and they are happy with the government, whatever it is happening. So,
and you know, that's what the concern is, Shema Mohammed, that you ran a campaign which visibly appeared to be a winning campaign. But did you rely too much on the Hoodas?
Yeah.
That here was Kumari Shelja who was saying, I also matter. I can bring in the SC votes. Just like in Madhya Pradesh, that was again an election which was seen as for the Congress to lose, and then we saw the results.
See, I believe more than that. Of course, that might be one of the things, but I think more than that, coming from Kerala, a Sangathan is very important. And I'm not so sure if there is a properly done Sangathan in Haryana. And there were some issues which should have been sorted out, but I still feel that since we have not yet got the numbers, I'm not going to go ahead and talk about that we have lost yet. I'll let it come out, and then only I will, there's a lot of echo.
Okay, we'll try and fix that.
Whenever I'm talking, there's a lot of echo.
We'll try and fix that.
So that has to be for one last point. Radhika, I just want to tell Radhika. She said that Bharat Jodo Yatra, whatever he was saying, Samvidhan Khatre Mein, yes, we did get 99 out of that. And we reduced BJP to 240 at the end of the day. So it did work over there. Now, this is a different thing. This is a Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha elections. It's completely different.
Was perhaps more temporary. If the Congress is not able to take that narrative ahead in consecutive assembly elections, particularly in Haryana, then what happens to that narrative now?
I think I think it's not the narrative which should not work. It's always Congress's biggest enemy, according to me, is the Congress. It is the internal politics.
Yes.
If we lose this election, it is the internal politics. Just like what has happened in Punjab, what happened in Kerala in 21. So I certainly believe, being in the party for 10 years, the Congress' biggest enemy is the Congress.
Right.
So first, we need to fight united. United we stand, divided we fall.
Okay. Radhika, two important pitches that the Prime Minister made during his Haryana campaign. You know, in fact, he addressed 4 important rallies there and 2 important pitches. One, of course, the Mirchpur clashes that he repeatedly spoke about, you know, alleging that the Congress party has been anti-Dalit. And the second thing that he spoke about, like Nija ma'am was also pointing out, is the Karchi-Parchi system. Do you think these 2 pitches in some ways sealed the deal for you? Because this also in some ways reflects in the kind of vote share that you're getting in the state.
I'm sorry, your voice cracked in the end. After Parchi Kharchi, I couldn't understand.
I was asking you, did the PM's pitch on employment, you know, transparency, and of course Dalit, anti-Dalit face, the alleged anti-Dalit face of the Congress party, did that in some way seal the deal for you?
I'm sorry, it's not an alleged anti-Dalit face. Please look at, you have a living example in the face of Kumari Shailja ji. Okay. She is a strong Dalit leader. What did the Congress do? Instead of giving her respect, they went and bought Ashok Tawar and tried to show her कि भैया देखो, आँख में आँख डाल के कि देखो हमें तुम्हारी ज़रूरत नहीं है. When she raised her voice, when she talked about respect, when she spoke for a woman who was harassed by the Congress party on stage where Bhupinder Hooda was standing, and the same Bhupinder Hooda did not have the guts to stand up for its own daughter.
Has now moved the election commission, and they are saying that on the election commission website, the results are being updated slowly. What exactly is the nature of this allegation? Let's first listen in to all the reactions that are coming in, and then I come back to the guests.
आप तमाम चैनल्स पे देखिए, पहली बार होता हुआ दिख रहा है कि चैनल्स अपने रिपोर्टर्स के जो आंकड़े आते हैं काउंटिंग सेंटर से वो नहीं दिखा रहे, चुनाव आयोग के आंकड़ों पर निर्भर कर रहे हैं, और चुनाव आयोग के आंकड़े चौथे या 5वें 6ठे राउंड के दिखा रहे हैं, जबकि हमारे कंट्रोल रूम से 11 राउंड के आंकड़े आ चुके हैं. तो ये आंकड़ों में जो मिसमैच है, गैप है, ये क्यों है, ये हम बार बार चुनाव आयोग से, अभी हमारे महासचिव जयराम रमेश जी ने ट्वीट करके भी पूछा है कि ये क्या दबाव डालने की कोशिश हो रही है.
BJP has taken a lead in Haryana, whereas in the morning Congress was in the lead.
I think we should draw a conclusion only after the final results have come. But up till now, the trends which are consolidating in the direction which is very positive, and I am quite confident when the final results will come, it will be a decisive, historic mandate in favor of Bharatiya Janata Party.
So also speaking about Jammu and Kashmir, it's the opposite scenario there. Congress is in the lead there and BJP is still trailing. However, BJP is also, taken the lead in the Shopian seat, which is something that BJP has not seen for a very long while in the Kashmir Valley.
In Jammu Kashmir, definitely is a totally different scenario. There used to be a scenario when the governor was not able to hoist the national flag on Lal Chowk in the decade of 90s. And now you have seen that the vibrant festival of democracy has taken place, and 60% polling has taken. In Cham sector, 80% polling has taken. I am quite confident when the final results will come, it will be the best ever performance of BJP in Jammu Kashmir.
Okay, so this has generated some kind of curiosity and also confusion, but post Haryana results, even as the numbers come in, there is a crucial meeting which is happening at Manohar Lal Khattar's Delhi residence. That's where Aishwarya is joining us from. Aishwarya, several meetings taking place where you are. Dharmendra Pradhan also met him. Dharmendra Pradhan was the BJP in charge of Haryana. These numbers certainly speak volumes about his skills of managing elections.
Well, certainly, and most successful one for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Haryana, and that's something the BJP leaders have also not predicted early. But at Manohar Lal Khattar's residence, where I'm reporting from, a crucial meeting has begun as far as Dharmendra Pradhan is concerned, who was in charge for the Bharatiya Janata Party for the state of Haryana. He had arrived at Mr. Khattar's residence. Apart from it is Surendra Nagar, Bharatiya Janata Party co-in charge as well, who has also arrived. We have been told that Biplab Dev might also arrive very shortly at Manohar Lal Khattar's residence. And this is all about what's going to happen next, because it is Bharatiya Janata Party who had time again stated that it will be Nayab Singh Saini, the Chief Minister, who will continue to be the Chief Minister of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And under his leadership in the state, the entire Bharatiya Janata Party unit had fought elections. But Dharmendra Pradhan played a very crucial role as far as ticket distribution are concerned, and those late night meetings for the camps that had been divided, of course, in the Bharatiya Janata Party. And it was Mr. Pradhan who had taken control of the entire seat distribution, at the level of BJP. So two of the senior leaders in charge and co-in charge had already arrived. Biplab Dev and other senior leaders are also expected at Mr. Khattar's residence. And crucial meeting is underway as of now as we are speaking. But certainly more leaders expected at Mr. Khattar's residence after this victory of the BJP.
Okay, right, Aishwarya, another question to you. I mean, this is coming at a time that the Congress is approaching the Election Commission, because they are challenging the pace at which the results are coming. They are saying that the results on the Election Commission's website are not being updated properly and at the right time. So BJP is already in the celebration mode. And on the other hand, okay, Sunil Prabhu is joining us live from the Congress headquarters. So, what exactly is Congress's argument here, Sunil?
Well, the argument that they have given is something that, if you recall from your own home state in Bihar during the COVID election time, when Bihar was being counted, there was an increased delay in terms of updating the website. And in the same context, that the Election Commission is being told by the Congress High Command that there has been something of what they call a lack of update on the website of the Election Commission. We'll have to cross-check whether this is true or not. The Election Commission says that they've been updating every 5 minutes as per the returning officers of what is coming. This is clearly a trend where the Congress isn't doing well. Having said that, the truth of the matter is that definitely the Congress at this present juncture is looking for reasons of what is a real shocker to them. The fact that they haven't done well in the Haryana elections.
Functioned a little
Why
slower.
haven't they done well?
Yes, Sunil, the EC website has always functioned a little slower than, the way media, other channels actually get their information from. So this is not really new. What exactly is the Congress driving at? Is it also one way of probably, are they being very upset about not really of the results not being up to expectations?
Yeah, that's what I was attempting to say. It's a real shocker for them, and I think somewhere down the line, you have to shift the blame from what is clearly now the writing on the wall, that the Congress hasn't really done well. Why has this happened? One, of course, as we've been pointing out, the Jat versus the non-Jat, the Congress putting its eggs in one basket, the urban areas doing increasingly well for the BJP in terms of rural areas, and something down the line of that overconfidence that the Congress had in the last 2-3 months, not really being able to spin a campaign of togetherness, of the fact that, they are all together. They were more jostling for the top post rather than fighting and ensuring that they were with the people. All these things, apart from a number, have cost the party dearly. This is definitely a major setback for the Congress party.
Okay, going back to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, there are also many CM, faces, claimants in the BJP. So clearly this meeting at Manohar Lal's house is also aimed at driving the future course of action. Yesterday we were reporting on the Jharkhand core group meeting. So clearly this is a big shot in the arm for the BJP, which was anyway, a little disheartened with the Lok Sabha results of 2024. So what is on the agenda when it comes to this important meeting that's happening at Manohar Lal's house? He's been avoiding the usage of Khattar, because he also, in some ways, it's the land of Bhajan Lal, Bansi Lal, Devi Lal, and Manohar Lal. So today is, of course, it's a day
he stops at Manohar Lal only, no
Yes.
Khattar for me, he says. Yes, Aishwarya, that a quick response to Vasudha's question.
Well, sources in the Bharatiya Janata Party have stated that the BJP wants to move fast as far as forming the government in Haryana is concerned, because they wanted to have continuation as far as the BJP government over there, and they do not want to delay things, because yes, on other side of the Congress camp, we have seen that they are trying to reach out to the Election Commission of India, but as the numbers are certainly in their favor, they wanted to have this crucial meeting so that as soon as possible, if the numbers come out in open and it is very clear as far as BJP is concerned, then what should be the date, how of the government formation, as the BJP leaders have already had given their statements that it would be Nab Singh Saini, once again the Chief Minister of BJP, and there is no doubt about it, and that's what also Mr. Khattar stated to us while speaking on the day of the election, that he will remain our Chief Minister, but of course the central leadership has to decide as to what decision they have to take. But as far as continuation of the government is concerned, they want to move fast, and therefore the reason perhaps when the results are coming, a crucial meeting is underway. In charge and co-in charge both are inside. Biplab Dev might arrive very soon at Mr. Manohar Lal's residence, and from here on how things will be prepared. Of course, by this evening we are also expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address BJP cadres at the BJP headquarters. Nab Singh Saini's presence will also be there, is also what sources are clearly indicating to us at this point.
It's interesting and fascinating that when the day began, the BJP did not have any preparations because they were being cautiously optimistic, as we say. And now we are seeing that entire fast-paced movement in which the meetings are taking place. But Sunil, coming to you, I believe you have a guest with you.
That's right. I have with me Ragini. Ragini, what is the reason behind why you're now blaming the Election Commission for not updating?
See, I think there's a fine line of demarcation between blaming and asking a question. We're not blaming anyone. What Jairam Ramesh ji is doing is asking a simple question. He's asking, why is there a delay in the counting process? And would this delay affect the election result in any sense of the term? He's even tagging ECI in his tweet. So it's a valid question that has been asked from the Congress party. And I think the ECI has also replied. But the promptness shown by ECI in this reply, if that was shown in the counting process, the question would not have emerged in the first place. So I think asking a question is the lifeblood of democracy, and it should not be undermined as a blame game.
What went wrong in Haryana? What is it just that you all put too many eggs in the basket with Mr. Bhupinder Hooda, or and that you didn't placate, for example, Kumari Selja and others? Or what is the reason for why the Congress has done so badly?
See, I would not want to jump the gun here, and I'm really sure that by the end of the day, when the trends are going to consolidate into results, we are going to win Haryana as well as Jammu and Kashmir.
You're not giving hope at 12:30 still.
See, there are 9 seats which can be won or by under. I mean, they have a under 1,000 vote margin even at this point, and the election website is also showing that Congress party has at least 3% more vote share. And if the trend continues, we haven't even reached, I mean, election ECI results are still below 10 rounds, I believe. So there are another 15 rounds which are supposed to be there. And if the trend continues, I think we will win at least 12 to 13 seats more, according to this trend. So I think this is too early to get into the nuances of why we have lost, when I firmly believe that we will win the election by the evening.
Not bad. You're not giving up hope, despite everybody saying that the BJP is all set for winning and retaining for the first time, the third time in a state like Haryana.
See, hope is what keeps you going, right? In Hindi we say उम्मीद पर दुनिया कायम है, तो उम्मीद पर दुनिया कायम होनी चाहिए, और मुझे लगता है कि यकीन हो तो हर रास्ता निकलता है, हवा की ओट लेकर भी चिराग जलता है, तो अभी बहुत टाइम है, let's wait and watch.
हर रास्ता, there is a hope. Let us see. Let us wait and see. But the Congress still not ready to give up.
But
it's a long road ahead.
It's fascinating, you know, Sunil. As reporters, we keep on seeing and sensing the mood. Perhaps in the morning they distributed the laddus too soon. They should have voted, waited till 10. That's what we saw also in 2015.
Around 9:30, even Nab Singh Saini said that he will be willing to take responsibility for whatever happens. So that,
both the sides could have waited a little longer.
Yes.
And even Bhupinder Hooda, even now he is saying that he'll form the government.
Yes.
I mean, what is giving Mr. Hooda so much of confidence, although his body language is suggesting otherwise?
I don't know how many seats are there where it's a very narrow margin lead.
Yes. But still, ma'am, just look at
But I
this
don't
gap.
think that
15.
many. Yeah, 15 is a very
There's
large
huge
number.
gap
Yeah.
between the two sides.
And it doesn't have to say we're forming the government now.
Yes.
It's a matter of an hour or two and we will know.
It's been waiting for 10 long years,
We are
probably it's all
expecting
of
only
that
6
is...
seats. Let us say Congress goes to 40 seats and BJP comes down to 43
Okay, we have
seats.
Rajat, who has been waiting patiently, spokesperson of INLD. Rajat, JJP is down and out, but as far as INLD, you have opened your account. I mean, you have 2 seats now.
And in some ways, you've slightly performed better than JJP because some of that vote share has also come to you. Is that, is that a good feeling? I mean, how do you feel about INLD, which was one of the most important parties in 2009, in some ways completely collapsing?
Yeah, in 2014 as well, we were having 190 more than Congress party, and we had 2 lakh more votes than Congress. Congress being a national party and we being the regional party. And we were leader of opposition from 2009 till 2019. And the main reason which costed us was the split between within the party and JJP. I don't know what greed went into them. They decided to split the party, and because of that split, Congress and BJP both were benefited. So we are a little bit disappointed, but there are a couple of things. I was listening to all the panelists. People were talking about Jat, non-Jat. I would like to take you to 2014 result. There was a strong Modi wave, and even Jats voted for BJP. So there is this not a fair conclusion to drive out that even now, if BJP is getting more votes than 2000, more seats than 2014.
Right.
So it's not that Jats didn't vote for BJP this time. So the thing Congress is losing and why they were not able to cash in the anti-incumbency is that a couple of factors are there. First factor, I would like to point out the infighting which is going on within the party, and because of that, Ms. Kiran Chaudhary, Mr. Kuldeep Bishnoi, they were very prominent faces in Congress, and Mr. Hooda and all the control which Mr. Hooda is having on the Haryana Congress and being leader of the opposition, this is a very, very strong question mark on his leadership that if Congress is losing in spite of such strong anti-incumbency.
So, Rajat, let me take that question to Neeja Chaudhary. Neeja, ma'am, when you traveled across Haryana, did you get this feeling that there are communities which are feeling left out, and also this whole infrastructure and of course this push for modernization, Gurgaon smart city. Do you think that also helped the BJP in many ways, because that is something that the BJP really emphasized on, and there is always an aspirational element to all of us?
Certainly, in Gurgaon, Gurgaon they were expected to win. It was very clear. Even Pataudi they were expected, but that was not the case, say, in Badshahpur or in Sona. It was seen as a takkar, and all this is a very strong BJP area, as is the GT road, those constituencies.
Ahirwal and BGT road,
Ahirwal and GT road. But Jat belt was very clear. Jat belt has been clear for 2 years. I've gone there repeatedly, and the desire for change and dissatisfaction with the BJP is true. In 2014, Jats did vote for Narendra Modi when he was on the rise. And Jats have voted for the BJP in Western UP, they voted for BJP even in Rajasthan. So it's not that Jats have not voted. But this time, Jats used to get divided between parties, regional parties, maybe some BJP and Congress. This time, there seemed to be a consolidation in favor of the Congress party because of the Kisan Andolan, because of the wrestlers being treated the way they were, Jats not making it to the CM position and it going to a non-Jat. That was a cause for great amount of angst amongst the Jats.
And so, Neeja, would you also say that there was a huge section among the Jats who felt that farmers, the protests were disruptors, they were seen as that disruption movement and Congress giving that support to the
Maybe they were not
protest.
really that supportive.
I think वो थोड़ा था, but by and large किसान में ऐसा नहीं था. At least I didn't find. What you're saying are those voices.
Yes, I'm just saying that sometimes,
voices.
sometimes we if you have protests prolonging, then there is that anti-protest sentiment also which develops, in which they are seen as disruptors.
Could be, Maria. Because Jats, you see, one of the reasons why many people didn't get this right this time, Jats are loud, exuberant, aggressive, just like मैं कहती हूँ ना, डंके की चोट पे है हर चीज. So they make themselves heard, and they were instrumental in creating the hawa for the Congress party. The other communities were silent. You know, the OBC was silent, Dalit saying, you know, did they really vote the way they did for the Congress in the Lok Sabha election?
Right.
It doesn't show now.
Right.
You know, if this is going to be the result.
Absolutely.
So that consolidation against the Jats obviously took place much more silently, and possibly more recently in the hours and days before the polling took place.
Okay. We have the sound bites. In fact, our reporter spoke to Kumari Shelja and also to Bhupinder Hooda. Both of them sounded confident just an hour ago. But at that time also the numbers had more or less consolidated at this. 49 for the BJP, Congress 34.
We have former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Hooda with us. So, sir, how do you see this election trend?
Congress is going to form the government in India.
And sir, we have seen yesterday the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nab Singh Saini, had a press conference saying EVM fault will be one of the main issues which Congress is going to highlight.
There is no issue. You wait for some time. Congress is going to form the government. Congress is getting the majority.
Sir, in the initial trend we have seen Congress was leading, but now we have seen the Congress is going...
After 1 hour, again you will see Congress is leading everywhere. I have got the reports, Congress is going to form the government.
Akshat, you know, there is one question I wanted to ask you with regard to Haryana. There is, you know, did we read too much into these Agniveer protests? Because, you know, Charki, Dadri and a whole part of these central, you know, Haryana places actually are known for military recruits and, you know, recruitment in armed forces. There was a lot of noise about the Agnipath scheme. But clearly, if you look at the results, it doesn't...
It's rather an assertion to the government scheme.
So particularly not Agniveer, but again I am saying that the farmer protest because of the farm laws and because of the MSPs, and the wrestler protest, they were too loud. There was so much of noise against this, and which could have led to a further split even among the Jats.
So the vilification of BJP that we thought was happening probably wasn't really happening on ground, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, many of the things the BJP had done. For instance, Mr. Khattar giving jobs, ending the Kharchi Parchi. That some people, young people spoke about. And as you say, Millennium City, Gurgaon.
So, but when he said it is 35 communities against one, in some ways
वो
that
तो
was...
even Mr. Hooda was talking about 36 बिरादरी के लिए करेंगे, सिर्फ जाटों के लिए नहीं है, 4 deputy CMs होंगे.
It's essentially anti-Jat consolidation. But
This is what it looks like, silent but
then Neerja, I'm looking at how the BJP has performed in Jat-dominated seats.
That is going to be interesting.
And even in those seats, it has done pretty well. You know, they have managed to get a significant, almost like 50 to 60, 70% of those seats.
70% of the Jat seats?
Yes, and the SC seats also, if you look at it, the BJP is leading in 7 seats, or you know,
that's 17, 17 SC seats, and they're leading in 7, which is better than their performance last time, you know, because Congress has been increasing its vote share in the SC seats.
So what you're saying is the BJP is turning out to be the umbrella party, not the Congress.
Yes, so let me give you the exact number for the Jat seats, where, you know, seats with high Jat population, 33 of the 33 seats, the BJP is leading in 17, the Congress in 14. So that is how it looks like. And if we were to break that further to SC seats, where there is a high percentage of scheduled castes, we are looking at 17 seats. In that again, BJP has 9 and the Congress is leading in 8.
So evenly, almost evenly divided.
Yes, evenly divided.
Personally feeling,
Yes.
even
Yes,
the
so
Jats,
they had won 10 Jat seats. It's in fact has made a gain of another 10 seats.
Yeah.
So, you know, if we were to, another 7. So, and if we were to break that again, when we look at the bellwether seats, in the bellwether seats, it is presenting a completely picture of, you know, how the bellwether seats have reported so far. 7 seats for the BJP.
And some of the seats that we were very confident about, at least Rao Inderjeet's daughter,
Yes.
Aarti Singh, is trailing now, which is Ateli and, the Ahirwal belt, which was in some way southern Haryana, considered, very potent and important for BJP's performance in these areas, but the BJP is trailing there. So clearly there are these unexpected trends which this election has really thrown about.
And I'm looking at the seats in which Prime Minister Modi had held rallies. The BJP is winning in all those seats. You know, so again in this election, it is brand Narendra Modi, which is that overarching brand, which is driving the party, even as it made the issues local.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was not that Naib Singh Saini was the people would have come out and voted for Naib Singh Saini per se, because he had just entered the political scene 6 months ago.
One thing is he took part in this yatra and he visited every district and constituency, and I found that quite interesting that they ensured that it was his face on the hoardings along with Narendra Modi. And if you look at even the independents, some of them have not independents, the rebel candidates have done well. Chitra Sarwara, the Jat candidate, daughter of Nirmal Singh. Another MLA candidate is leading from Ambala Cant, and of course Anil Vij is trailing.
That was
Okay, those are the visuals of the grand old man of Jammu and Kashmir and Indian politics, Farooq Abdullah. I interviewed him in Srinagar, and Vasudha, what confidence he had. You know, someone who's seen many winters and summers of the valley was extremely confident, and what a massive comeback of the National Conference.
Absolutely.
They have swept the entire, Kashmir, the valley, in fact, the valley seats. He's joining me. In fact, Nazir is joining us. Nazir, over to you. We can see Farooq Saab.
Yeah, Farooq Abdullah is showing, look how things change. After Farooq Abdullah was released from house detention and PSA was revoked in 2020, he came at the same terrace and showed a hand, he's alive. And now again when he's winning the election, Assembly election, first after the abrogation of Article 370, he's coming on the same terrace and now has moved back. And Farooq Abdullah clearly showing it is the NC victory. It surpassed every expectation and every assessment and every analyst in Jammu and Kashmir and proved the pollsters wrong. And NC has managed to be the single largest party. In fact, Samab, not just the single largest party, but the party which is heading to may touch this magic number. Some of the independent candidates who are winning are, at least I know them. They are actually the NC members, and they had not resigned the party, and party has not actually expelled them either after there was a Congress NC seat arrangement. So NC is confident that it can get that magic number of 45, but today it is the day of National Conference. As you can see, entire media is waiting for Umar Abdullah here to speak to media. He spoke early this morning, but that time there were very early trends, but it is now clear these numbers are going to hold, largely they will hold, and it is a resounding victory for National Conference because it is first time since 2002 any party in Jammu and Kashmir is breaching that number. That was a threshold of 28. No party had won more than 28 seats, whether it was PDP, National Conference or the BJP, but this time National Conference is winning highest number of, there are 42 seats, and BJP right now has touched 30 seats, leading on 30 seats, and Congress has come down to 8. Earlier they were leading at 11 seats.
Okay.
And it is more because Congress
because
is
we are looking at those visuals, Nazir, I want to understand from you, is it also Farooq Saab's daughters who are all present there along with Umar Abdullah? The entire family is present for this celebration now?
Yeah, Farooq Abdullah's daughter, his grandchildren, his niece, So many entire family has gathered there to celebrate this moment. They actually want to celebrate this an hour of glory, which many were actually waiting in the national conference. So though trends are still coming, but in most of the seats, national conference has a comfortable majority, including 2 seats where Umar Abdullah is contesting. And one important thing as update is, national conference candidate in Naushera, he has more than 10,000 lead over BJP State President Ravinder Raina.
That's huge.
So clearly it is unlikely that may be reversed. That would be reversed. So that is a big
So in some ways, Nazir, the defeat of Omar Abdullah in 2024 Lok Sabha elections has proved to be a boon for the party, because in some ways, the independents, the Abdullahs could actually talk about the alleged reality of the independents. And of course, that has also led to the NC Congress performing so nicely in the valley and of course in Jammu as well.
All right, with that, we are slipping into a short break. News and updates and this special coverage of the 2 results will continue. Stay with us.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
Color bhi mera hi favorite mila.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home. Dulux.
We brought you the best on-ground coverage during the campaign and voting. Now, get ready for the most in-depth coverage on the counting day. Follow the high-stakes battle for Haryana and J&K with top expert analysis, insights and the newsmakers. Only on NDTV 24/7. Count on us.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home. Dulux.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been
reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV World Summit 2000.
BJP surges ahead in Haryana, headed for a hat-trick in the battleground state. Congress has paused all celebrations. Congress party loses its early lead in Haryana. Congress party's bid to make a comeback in the heartland state of Haryana fades, even as party fails to dislodge the BJP. Infighting within the Congress dampens the grand old party's comeback efforts in Haryana. Cracks within the Congress and infighting during the campaign has boomeranged on the party. National Conference, Congress Alliance comfortably ahead in the leads in Jammu and Kashmir. First Assembly poll results in 10 years. Hello everybody. Jammu and Kashmir seems to be going the Congress and National Conference way, but of course in Haryana, that's the news. BJP seems to be all set, leading away, and it could be forming the government if the leads are to stay. The big question, how did the BJP do this? What did the party get right? Where did the Congress go wrong? Remember, the Congress party has been sitting in the opposition for 10 years. Well, to start with, several things that the BJP did obviously has helped the party, including the change in CM's face. With me is my colleague Akhilesh. Akhilesh, tell us what you've been covering the party for such a long time. Tell us the 5 factors that really helped the BJP. Of course, we've heard about the non-Jat consolidation. We saw the CM being replaced. We also saw that Nayab Singh Saini also made a lot of announcements, including MSP on 24 crops, increasing the income ceiling for OBCs, and also the manifesto, 2100 for women, scooters for women. So clearly many things there. What went right for the BJP?
I think now since discussing it after the trends have come, so it seems that everything is going right for the BJP.
Yes.
But if you ask me yesterday, I would have said that nothing is going right for the BJP.
Yes.
So things have changed a lot, and of course many people have failed to read it on the ground.
Yeah.
So the reason for the BJP's historical win, and I'm calling it historical, Vasudha, because since 1972,
yes,
no party in Haryana has been able to repeat or say make a hat-trick in Haryana. So the BJP is going to be the first party which is going to make a hat-trick in Haryana, winning Haryana for the 3rd consecutive time. And now I have spoken to some BJP leaders about this historical mandate by the Haryana people, and they are saying that there are 3-4 main factors behind this BJP's win. First, they are saying it's Modi factor, because since 2024 Lok Sabha election, there was a talk that the Modi factor is going down and people are losing faith in Narendra Modi's leadership. But it's on the contrary, in Haryana, BJP was managed to win 5 Lok Sabha seats despite this so-called anti-incumbents in Haryana. That was Modi factor working at that point of time. And this time also, when Narendra Modi addressed 4 public meetings in Haryana, so that also worked in BJP's favor. In fact, many people in Haryana, they complain and they actually feel regret that that they did not vote for the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections. Their opinion about the BJP, and especially about the constitution campaign which the Congress party had run, that if BJP scores more than 400 seats, it will change the constitution, will take away the reservation. That was actually, people realized that it was a false propaganda.
Right.
So now they have voted in favor of the BJP.
Right.
Second point.
What about the Dalit vote, Akhilesh?
Yeah.
Because that, there's this whole categorization, deprived scheduled caste, very similar to the kind of Mahadalit categorization that we have seen in Bihar. Did that... Okay, we'll have to go to Aishwarya now. He is outside Manohar Lal's residence. There's an important meeting going on there of BJP leaders. Aishwarya, tell us what is happening there.
Well, crucial meeting underway at Manohar Lal residents here in the national capital as in charge for the Bharatiya Janata Party, Dharmendra Pradhan, co-in charge Surendra Nagar, had arrived, and there's a movement happening over here. Let me show you these visuals live on NDTV. There you can see Dharmendra Pradhan standing outside the main porch of Manohar Lal's residence over here, and it is also Surendra Nagar along with him. Yes, it was expected that senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Haryana unit, might also arrive at Mr. Manohar Lal's residence. But there you can see the in charge of Bharatiya Janata Party for the state of Haryana, Dharmendra Pradhan, now coming out. And, you know, it is all about the continuation, because a lot of leaders had stated that, you know, this might not be the numbers that were expected as far as the BJP is concerned, but now when they have got this kind of numbers, you know, it is as soon as possible, you know, the next step should be taken for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and it is being also cleared by the central leadership that Naib Singh Saini would be the chief minister, and he'll continue to be the chief minister. I think that the meeting has just got over, and the cars of Dharmendra Pradhan will come out, but certainly it is all about continuation, what step needs to be taken, how soon the government will be formed, you know, how much the numbers have arrived, because on the other side in the Congress camp, they are trying to reach out to the
being made at the BJP headquarters. Prime Minister Modi will be arriving there in the evening. What are the preparations at the BJP headquarters?
Well, you know, it is Prime Minister who will be addressing to the cadres, and that's, you know, the tradition that BJP always follows. Prime Minister and senior leaders arrives at the BJP headquarters. The cadres of the BJP had been called at 5 p.m. at the BJP national headquarters is also that the news which we are getting, and post 6 it could be Prime Minister who could be addressing, and therefore the reason now preparations are underway. Today, smaller, you know, tent was there for the media, unlike of the large tents that used to be on the day of election results, but it is all because of the exit polls that came out. But now when the numbers have gone into the favor, the BJP leadership has been quick enough to now organize a much larger picture, because it is also BJP who has done tremendously well in the Jammu and Kashmir elections as well. But as far as the decisions is concerned, how the BJP is going to take next steps, Dharmendra Pradhan and Surendra Nagar currently at Manohar Lal's residence, and they will be shortly stepping outside the residence, and we'll try to get a quick
So BJP has already started work on the future course of action. Aishwarya, stay with us. We'll also go to Srinagar now, Maria, because that is where a lot of action is, and I love these celebrations that happen, you know, be it any party. And of course, Farooq Abdullah, like you rightly said, the grand old man of Indian politics, was seen many a Chinar leaf fall on Kashmir politics. So clearly, and this is one state which will see an elected assembly after 6 years. So that is actually good news, and NC Congress seems to be in a better position, in a comfortable position to be forming the next government there. There are celebrations that's happening. Over to you, Nazir. What is really happening there? Clearly, this is something that, did they expect this? Because 2024 Lok Sabha elections with Umar losing was not really so hopeful for the party. But of course, NC has made a huge comeback here.
Well, but perhaps it was a moment where we can say Umar Abdullah was vindicated, that he said that he lost because there was a sympathy vote for Engineer Rashid. He was in jail, in Tihar jail, and his children and supporters said, vote for him so that he is released. But once he was released temporarily for election campaigning, he has not been able to, Engineer Rashid, make a dent. And it's Umar Abdullah National Conference all the way in Kashmir Valley, and also Pir Panjal and Chenab Valley as well. So they are leading on 42 seats, and also there are 2 independents, but actually still NC members who are contesting, they have not got the mandate. So I also include those 2 as well. When it comes to, you know, number, so it could be 44. But BJP is also doing extremely well in Jammu. They are, according to local assessments I got, 30 seats they would be leading. This number may not have come on the election commission website yet, but they are leading on 30 seats. PDP is doing extremely, bad. Only 3 seats where they are leading. Congress also not good, where only 8 seats they are leading, and 5 of them are in Kashmir Valley. So they were actually riding on the pro-NC wave in Kashmir. But when it comes to where they had contested most of the seats in Jammu, they have miserably failed. So they could not win any seat actually in the mainland Jammu region. But what is the important thing, BJP tried their best to win some seat in the valley, but they could not. For example, they fielded Kashmiri Pandit candidate in Habakadil constituency, which has a sizable Kashmiri Pandit vote bank. And it has got the lowest turnout, like 18% turnout. So if Kashmiri Pandits had voted in the election, perhaps the BJP candidate, who is also a Kashmiri Pandit, would have won. There are 27,000 Kashmiri Pandit votes in Habakadil, but only 2,700 had voted. So clear, just less than 11% voted. The same is true about other constituencies. So Kashmiri Pandits remained indifferent to this election. Just 11% in Srinagar, all constituencies have voted in this election. Having said that, it is a victory moment for the National Conference. Farooq Abdullah came out of his residence on the terrace, waving hand, showing the victory signs. I remember when he was released after after being detained under Public Safety Act, post-abrogation of Article 370, he came on the same terrace and showed victory sign. He's alive. But look at how things change in politics. That today, after more than 6 years, near 6 years, he is coming back as a winner. And we'll have to see when Umar Abdullah will speak, because he's actually waiting for the result of Gandarbil constituency, where he's leading with a comfortable majority, but still waiting for the final results from there. Then he will come and speak to media. But clearly this election is important more than one ways. For example, Umar Abdullah
BJP looking at its own performance in Jammu, and do you think, with the delimitation and the kind of reservation it had for Valmikis or STs, did that also help the party in some ways?
Yeah, it has helped the party great deal, whether it is delimitation or giving reservation to several groups. Because delimitation, for example, Jammu has far less population than the Kashmir Valley. But when there was a delimitation, opposition said it was gerrymandering. Jammu was given 6 more seats, while as the Kashmir was given just 1 seat. And they say it was only to help, BJP, the allegation which BJP is denying. But it has electorally helped BJP. Coming to the larger point, BJP President Ravinder Raina is losing. He is trailing by more than 10,000 votes from Naushera constituency. Iltija Mufti has also lost. Sajjad Loni has lost 1 seat, and he is leading in other seat in Handwara. M.Y. Tarigami has defeated Jamaat Islami on his way to defeat him in Kulgam. That is a big victory. You have, Jamaat Islami was fighting. They have not won any seat. And in most of the seats, Jamaat Islami has lost their security deposit, their candidates. You have, this Ghulam Nabi Azad not able to open his account from any seat. Engineer Rashid, he has failed badly in this election, and just he may win 1 seat, his seat in Langate. And also you have then, the question of then now what would happen to the nomination of 5 members by the Lieutenant Governor. There's a huge controversy whether he can do it on his own or he has to consult the elected government. There are different views. BJP is saying no, he can do it.
Nazir, stay with us. We also have Gurpreet, our colleague, who's reporting from Rohtak. Gurpreet, when I was speaking to you in the morning today, the mood was completely different. What are the Hooda saying now, and what is the next course of action? Because at least in Delhi Congress, they seem to be really miffed with the way Easy website is working. But of course, the sentiment will be very different in Haryana on the ground there.
And Delhi Congress also feels, to add Vasudha, that perhaps they put all the eggs in one basket and too much of reliance on Mr. Hooda.
Yeah.
Well, if we can talk about the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Hooda, he is saying we are waiting for the final verdict. But since the trends have already been changed and it has gone into the favor of BJP leader, what we have learned, the Congress political analysts, they say the margin is very bleak and that's why they are still hopeful. But now if we can see the trends which are coming at this point of time, BJP is getting full majority the way the trends are showing at this point of time. We have seen huge numbers of supporters of Bhupinder Hooda. They are still sitting here. They are saying they are getting feedback from the various constituency and it seems there is very thin margin between the BJP and the Congress leaders where BJP is leading at this point of time. They are feeling any time these votes can be changed. So we will talk to the supporters of our former Chief Minister of Haryana. तो क्या लग रहा है अब तो it's very clear BJP is getting full majority from the trends.
नहीं, अभी क्लियर नहीं हुआ है क्योंकि जैसा भी अंदर से खबर आ रही है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने वोटिंग को स्लो किया हुआ है क्योंकि कुछ सीटें ऐसी हैं जहां पर टफ फाइट है और वो चाह रहे हैं कि अगर वहां कांग्रेस थोड़े मार्जिन से अगर जीत रही है तो किसी तरह प्रशासन से श्याम दाम दंड भेद अपनाकर उन सीटों को अपनी तरफ किया जाए। अभी देख रहे हो कि आप चारों तरफ जो वर्कर हैं, कार्यकर्ता ऐसे ही रुके, यहाँ भी रुके हुए हैं, काउंटिंग सेंटरों पे भी रुके हुए हैं और किसी भी वर्कर के चेहरे पर ऐसा नहीं है कि मायूसी छाई हुई है कि हम गवर्नमेंट नहीं बना रहे हैं। ये तो क्लियर है कि
पर डिफरेंस बहुत बड़ा दिखा रहे हैं, 34 और उधर 50 दिखा रहे हैं, तो क्या लग रहा है इतना डिफरेंस कवर अप हो जाएगा?
भाई साहब बिल्कुल थोड़ा है पेशेंस रखना होगा। काउंटिंग बहुत स्लो करवा रखी चुनाव आयोग ने। जैसे जैसे टाइम आगे जाता जाएगा ऐसे ऐसे कांग्रेस की सीटें क्लियर होती चली जाएंगी और हुड्डा साहब के नेतृत्व में उदय भान की अध्यक्षता में हरियाणा में हुड्डा साहब सरकार बनाएंगे 100%, कोई शक नहीं है।
तो आपको क्या लग रहा है 34 से 50 का डिफरेंस बहुत ज़्यादा 16 सीट के करीब होता है, तो क्या वो कवर अप
उसको क्लियर भी करेंगे? आप देख रहे हो हम काफ़ी समय से यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, सीटों का मार्जिन जो है वही 46, 48, 36 पर ही है। ऐसा कभी इतिहास में नहीं हुआ है कि 1.5-2 घंटे से सीटों का उल्ट फेरना हो। क्या काउंटिंग चल ही नहीं रही है? अगर काउंटिंग नहीं चल रही है तो क्यों नहीं चल रही है? कुछ ना कुछ
ये कह रहे हैं काउंटिंग नहीं चल रही, वही खड़ा है, तो क्या लगता है कि अब इतना बड़ा मार्जिन जो लग रहा है कांग्रेस कवर कर पाएगी?
ये कांग्रेस का देखो अभी चल तो रहा है, देखो क्या करे, क्या बताए इसके बारे में। तो होना तो चाहिए, होना चाहिए, बिल्कुल ऊपर होना चाहिए, पर ये कर नहीं रहे, रोक रखा है।
तो क्या आपको भी लग रहा है कि रोक रखा है कुछ? आपको ऐसे लग रहा है कि कोई यहाँ पे जो ट्रेंड है वो
बिल्कुल बहुत सीटें ऐसी हैं जो बहुत ही क्लोज, बहुत थोड़े थोड़े मार्जिन की सीटें हुए हैं। अभी 18 से 20 हमारे पास जानकारी है, 18 से 20 सीटें ऐसी हैं जो बिल्कुल 500, 500, 700 के मार्जिन से अटकी हुई हैं। वो सारी क्लियर होंगी और कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी, हुड्डा साहब सीएम होंगे।
Well, we have seen the supporter of the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Hooda. They had already made it very clear. It seems there is a very thin margin between the BJP and Congress, and they are hopeful they will be able to overcome that margin. And Congress will
perhaps you'll have to break the bad news to them. It's already too late in the day for them to be sounding so optimistic. Perhaps in the Congress headquarters here in the national capital, the picture is appearing to be far more realistic, where Sunil Prabhu is joining us from. Sunil, you know, it's 115, 120 now. It has consolidated. It's BJP all the way in Haryana. Although the Congress can take some, you know, some respite, I would say, in the fact that they are forming an alliance government in Jammu and Kashmir. So they should be looking at that picture. Haryana is a gone story.
I think you're correct to the fact that even in Jammu and Kashmir, it is 7 seats for the Congress, so it's not really, the strike rate hasn't really been anything exceptional. The fact remains that in Haryana, I think, is the real shocker for the Congress party. Here was something that was written on the wall after the Lok Sabha elections. You should have been able to consolidate, get various factions of the party to work together, but that was not to be. High-handedness, be it from the party high command, as well as Mr. Hooda, have allowed the Congress party to once again lose an important state in the northern part of India. Haryana was clearly a clear case, as everybody pointed out, a lamppost election where it was very clear that the Congress was on doing exceptionally well. What went wrong? Jat versus non-Jat, which was the campaign of the BJP, very, very effective. The fact that they didn't take into account people like Kumari Selja, a Dalit leader, was able to, ensure that they bury the hatchet when those 7 guarantees were announced by no less than the Congress president, Mr. Karge. It was Mr. Hooda and his nominee, the party president, who were there. There was no presence of Randeep Singh Surjewala or, for that matter, Kumari Selja to be present. All those things have now cost the party dearly, and it's definitely back to the drawing board. It's a very, very sad reflection, unless, of course, as Ragini was pointing out and other Congress leaders keep saying, the margin of difference is only 500 seats. They're hoping for a miracle at the last minute. But that seems, as you rightly said, the reality is
we have covered enough elections to realize that miracles won't happen at 1:20. If the miracles were to happen, it'll happen around 10 a.m.
And Haryana is a land of fierce contest, but it can't be like, it can't go beyond 1 o'clock is what we understand.
And I'm wondering, Sunil, I mean, what happened to all the laddus that came out? I think jalebis also, they came out too early. That is what I feel about political parties. They have, when we keep on saying optimistically cautious.
On jalebi, I have to add one point. This Mathuram jalebi was very talked about in this Haryana election, because Rahul Gandhi said in a public meeting that he sent it to Priyanka, this Mathuram jalebi, and he actually suggested that there should be factory of jalebi. So BJP supporters on the social media made fun of him. Today, this morning, the Congress workers brought that jalebi at the Congress headquarters to show that because we are winning this election, now there will be jalebi factories in Haryana. But now, since the results have reversed, now BJP has ordered the same jalebis at the BJP headquarters.
Let there be jalebis. So jalebi is now a political weapon. We've discussed laddus as political weapon. Now it's over to jalebis. Professor Shastri, do you think that the BJP has finally firmed up, consolidated its social engineering approach in states like Haryana, where it really doesn't have to go beyond a point, but it knows that the non-Jat, Dalit population, OBC population is going to support its prospects?
I think the formula varies from state to state. But then this rainbow coalition that it had formed, be it in Karnataka, be it in Haryana today, becomes extremely crucial. And I think this social coalition they build up varies from state to state. But let's also remember a point which Maria was also making in the earlier session. I think the BJP's performance in Haryana is also linked to the very low-key strategy that they followed of covering the entire state, its leaders moving across the state. Whereas the Congress made a high-pitch campaign that we are winning right from the beginning. And that could have led to an element of complacency among their workers and their supporters. And therefore, you see the type of result that
So just hold on to your thoughts. We have Yogeshwar Dutt, wrestler, joining us. We also have GVL Narasimha joining us of the BJP. Yogeshwar Dutt, what do you think went wrong for the Congress party?
सभी को नमस्कार। देखिए, आप सभी को पता है कि पिछले 2 दिन से किस तरह का माहौल कांग्रेस पार्टी द्वारा बनाया गया, और हमने स्टार्टिंग से ही बोलते आए थे कि पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार सरकार बनाएगी, और आप देखिए 50 से का आंकड़ा हम पार करेंगे और पूर्ण बहुमत से सरकार बनेगी। और हरियाणा की जो जनता जनार्दन, हरियाणा के जो लोग हैं, उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि वो बीजेपी के साथ है, ईमानदार पार्टी के साथ है। बिना पर्ची बिना खर्ची के जो बच्चे मेरिट के आधार पे नौकरी लगे हैं, उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि हम ईमानदारी के साथ हैं। और तीसरी बार हरियाणा में सरकार बनाना ये एक इतिहास ये आज रचा गया है। नायब सिंह सैनी मुख्यमंत्री जो हमारे हैं, उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा मेहनत पिछले 3-4 महीने में की। और पहले पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जो मनोहर लाल जी थे, उन्होंने जो एक लाइन खींची थी बिना पर्ची बिना खर्ची की और ईमानदारी के साथ सरकार चलाने की, उसको तीसरी बार फिर से
वहां पर विनेश फोगाट की लीड बढ़ती हुई नजर आ रही है। वहां पर विनेश फोगाट अच्छा कर रही हैं, तो वो कैसे देखेंगे आप भी रेसलर हैं, पहलवान हैं।
देखिए बात है कि सरकार कौन बनाता है। हरियाणा में 90 सीटें हैं। ये जो पहलवानों ने जो एक पूरे हरियाणा में एक गलत माहौल बनाने की कोशिश की थी, उन 2-3-4 पहलवानों ने, उसका पूरी हरियाणा की जनता ने जवाब दे दिया है। विनेश वहाँ से जीतती है हारती है, बात वो नहीं है। आप इससे अलग जो 89 सीट 89 सीट जो बचती है उन पे आप देखिए कि कहीं भी कोई पहलवानों का कोई प्रभाव नहीं पड़ा, क्योंकि हरियाणा में 3 ही पहलवान नहीं, हरियाणा में अलग अलग खेलों के लाखों बच्चे खेल खेलते अलग अलग, तो उन्होंने दिखा दिया कि वो किसके साथ हैं और किसके साथ जाना चाहते हैं। तीसरी बात सरकार बनना, और इन्होंने कांग्रेस ने जो एक दुष्प्रचार किया था और कांग्रेस ने इन पहलवानों का जो गलत मिसयूज किया, इनके कंधे पे बंदूक रख के चलाई। आप ये देखिए जब नई संसद का उद्घाटन होना था तो कांग्रेस ने किस तरह का माहौल बना के उसको पूरे देश और दुनिया में हिंदुस्तान की छवि को खराब करवा, इन पहलवानों के साथ प्रदर्शन करवा के और नई संसद की तरफ उन्होंने इनका कूच करवाया था, तो पूरी हिंदुस्तान की छवि उससे खराब हुई थी। और अभी पीछे जिस तरीके से डिस्क्वालीफाई विनेश हुई, जिस तरीके से माहौल बनाया पूरे देश में कि भाई तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसको डिस्क्वालीफाई करवाया है, भारत सरकार ने करवाया है। अभी 2 दिन पहले इसने नीता अंबानी जी के लिए बोला कि भाई वो IOC की मेंबर है, वो मेरे को मेडल नहीं दिला पाई। तो मेडल पहलवान खिलाड़ी अपनी मेहनत से जीतते हैं और डिसिप्लिन में रह के जीतते हैं। अगर किसी के मेडल दिलाने से मेडल मिलते तो आप हमारा नंबर कोई नहीं आने देता, कहीं और ये मेडल मिलते। ये यहाँ पे विनेश वहाँ से हारती है जीतती है, बात वो नहीं है, पर बात है पूरे हरियाणा की कि इनका कहीं भी किसी भी सीट पे कोई असर नहीं हुआ और हरियाणा की जनता ने इनको
योगेश्वर जी, आपका खुद का जो पॉलिटिकल करियर है, इस बार बीजेपी ने इतना शानदार प्रदर्शन जो किया है, आप अगर कंटेस्ट करते तो शायद आप भी जीत जाते, तो आपने अपने करियर के बारे में क्या सोचा है सर?
देखिए मेरा करियर बड़े अच्छे धूमधाम से चले और हम खुश हैं। टिकट मिलना ना मिलना ये पार्टी देना ना देना ये पार्टी का काम है अभी, और ये तो 5 साल में ये चुनाव आते रहते जाते रहते हैं। हम एक विचारधारा के साथ जुड़े हैं, एक राष्ट्रवादी पार्टी के साथ जुड़े हैं, हमारा मुशी के साथ जुड़े रहेंगे। हमारा तो एक ही मत है कि हमारा देश आगे बढ़ना चाहिए और हर समाज एक साथ मिल के आगे बढ़ना चाहिए।
चलिए योगेश्वर दत्त हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। वी आर गोइंग स्ट्रेट टू द बीजेपी हेडक्वार्टर्स। GVL Narasimha
Rao joins us. Mr. Rao, you've been a man of numbers, sir. Tell us what is the biggest takeaway from the Haryana elections, and also do you think that the party performed as per expectations in Jammu and Kashmir?
Yes, certainly. I think the party was always confident of winning for the 3rd time, but there is always, it was considered to be a challenge for sure, because a 3rd consecutive term for Haryana is something that has not happened. We were written off in 2019 as well, because nobody expected BJP to come to power for the 2nd time in 2019. But this 3rd time victory is both historic and also a result of 10 years of good governance, a double engine sarkar, which has been a leitmotif of our campaigns, how development is delivered when we have governments both in Delhi and in the states. I think this is yet another example of that success. Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's Vikas ki Rajniti, politics of development, I think has won over Congress party's politics of deceit, politics of lies, and politics of narratives. I think the Congress is a prisoner of its own political narratives. They create these narratives and they start believing them. I think the premature celebrations in the Congress party headquarters this morning clearly showcase the arrogance of the Congress party. They've always said that we don't believe in exit polls, we will wait for the results, but this time they jumped the gun.
Yes. GVL, because there are visuals now coming in of Naib Singh Saini, the Chief Minister of Haryana, who's all set to return again, and he'll be holding a press conference. Yes. Before I let you go, before a word also on what is planned for the evening in the party headquarters.
Yes.
I think you will have to wait until the party really makes up plans everything and then discloses to the media. Certainly, I think on occasions like these, certainly there have been sort of arrival of senior leaders, including the Honorable Prime Minister. But what is in store today, what is planned, you will have to wait and
Mr. Rao, we didn't see you smiling on the 4th of June on the result day, but clearly, today is a day of smiles and celebrations for the BJP.
Please do smile then on that note. But GVL, the point that is being made here is that now are the second set of elections, which is Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Nobody gave you a chance in Haryana, and you have won the state.
Yeah.
Now it is the states where you still have a fighting chance. You are entering those elections far more confident, far more jubilant.
Certainly, you see, Haryana, actually of all the states, Haryana was considered to be a very big challenge because we are fighting elections alone, not in alliances, unlike in a state like Maharashtra. But still, we won for the third term. This will certainly boost the confidence of the cadres, and BJP never celebrates without making any efforts. I think Maharashtra and Jharkhand also, the BJP will return to power. In 2019 also, as I said, nobody expected BJP to become the single largest party with a big tally. We proved that the wrong projections are wrong, and we will certainly win Maharashtra once again and Jharkhand for sure. So the so-called momentum in the India alliance, which they thought they gained through the 2024 elections, will certainly get a big setback. And they will certainly not be in for a fight even in 2029. That at least can be said from what the trends that you see today.
Today was one such day for you also. Thank you for joining us. Let's also get in the Congress person now, Smith Singh. Smith, what really happened to the Congress party? What are the lessons that the party can learn? And please don't tell us that let's wait for some more time because, you know, the leads are not really out yet.
See, I think we should still wait. I would say that we wait for some more time in Haryana. But one thing is very clear that with the vote percentage, Congress is doing better. Congress is doing better than BJP in the vote percentage. So people have voted for the Congress party.
Not anymore, please, because the Election Commission's website is constantly updating. It's 40% for both the parties right now. And it's only BJP is now making gains.
39.61 for yeah.
No. Smith, the larger picture, where do you think that the party went wrong? Was it too much?
But now coming to the larger picture,
yes.
Yeah. I think coming to that, with the trends at the moment, there are always lessons. There are always things to learn. And once the results comes out, party will learn lessons out of this, and people have voted for the Congress. Even if we have this vote percentage and we are not able to convert into seats in some place, as it seems that from the moment. So there will be a lot to learn even from this. That what has happened dynamically in those seats, why we are not able to convert them, why are those narrow margins there. So that's very important to learn. I should also say that we are winning in Jammu and Kashmir. So you should congratulate
that is essentially National Conference.
We have done great
having
in
swept
Valley.
the entire valley. Your strike rate is the least among all the parties, except PDP's performance has been dismal. So in the alliance also, you haven't really done that well. It is National Conference's number which is ensuring that you're forming the government there in alliance.
We have given most of the Kashmir Valley seats to the National Conference,
yes.
And it was a Congress support. Even when Rahul Gandhi ji went there for Bharat Yatra 1, so there was a large Congress support base in the Kashmir Valley. But we have given most of the seats to the NC. So when parties fight in
Rahul
lines,
needs to campaign more in Jammu, but it was only on the last day that Priyanka Gandhi rushed to Jammu. So clearly, even when it came to appointment of working presidents, the Congress party did falter. So clearly, there are things that you could have done right in Jammu as well.
See, always there's lessons to learn, even from victory and loss. So there's be a lot to learn out of this. And as I'm saying, even small things that if we have this vote percentage, why are we not converting seats? That's a lot to learn there. And but Congress party has got that vote share in Haryana. We are forming a government in Jammu and Kashmir. So there's a lot to be happy about and a lot to learn. So I think it's a mixed day. It's not one-sided day.
You're looking at glass half full. That's the way politicians look at. But the larger question is.
And also waiting for.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We are looking at that, and I'll ask the producer to put those visuals out from Chandigarh, where Naib Singh Saini is going to address a press conference any moment now. A word on Naib Singh Saini. Makes a last-minute entry. Is seen as a surprise candidate, a surprise choice. Professor Shastri.
Yeah. A lot of people felt he was not given enough time to be able to get himself recognized. But I think in the end of the day, if you look at his performance, it was a low-key performance. A lot of schemes announced and implemented, and no big ticket announcements, but moving among the people and taking important stand on issues. And that seems to have helped the party, and as is being said, he
And
seems
he's the
to be the
same
likely
candidate.
choice to be the Prime Minister.
And he was the same man who lost that seat in 2019, Ladwa. Yeah. And now he goes on to win, and he's winning the state.
I interviewed him in Kurukshetra at his residence at around 11:30 at night. So I told him it's late, 11:30. He said it's early. I gave interview at around 3 o'clock in the morning also. So he was constantly campaigning, and he was very confident. He was telling me that, on 8th of October, the Congress party will go into ICU.
Oh.
And I asked him how many seats the BJP will get. He told me that you please call me at 7 o'clock in the morning, and I will tell you how many seats the BJP will get.
But Akhilesh,
he was so confident.
Organizationally, was there a difference between Manohar Lal and Nayab Singh Saini? Because, he's also seen as, more affable or in some ways more accessible than
He's
Mr.
very
Khattar.
close to Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar, and he was his choice.
Yeah.
When Mr. Khattar was asked...
It's like Bade CM, Chota CM.
Bade CM, Chota CM. But the important point which he made during the interview also and during the off-the-record conversation also, that he is accessible. This was the allegation which was made against Mr. Khattar, that he was not accessible.
A new generation. He represents the new generation of...
And he's very close to Mr. Khattar. In fact, when Mr. Khattar was there in the BJP office, in the organization, he used to be there in his room to, help him.
Akhilesh, did it actually make a difference that the party actually gave opportunity to newer people, whereas the Congress party, put the entire burden on, tried and tested war horses?
Well, the BJP played all the cards right. Now we can talk post-elections, but yes, we can say that because as far as the giving tickets to the relatives is concerned, BJP had this big rule that we will not give it. But in Haryana, they made the exception.
Yeah.
They gave it to around 18 to 19 relatives.
Yeah.
They were given tickets. And also the caste factor was kept in mind by the BJP, especially the Jat and non-Jat, because BJP realized that in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the chunk of OBC votes, which it has been getting in the past 2 Lok Sabha elections and also in the Assembly elections, shifted towards the Congress party. So now in this election, they have brought it back. And also the Dalit votes, because the BJP played the Shailja card very carefully. Mr. Khattar himself, made this appeal in public that if she wants, she can join the BJP.
Yeah.
So that worked in the BJP's favor also.
Yes. So, Professor Shastri, this is a tried and tested formula for the BJP to change Chief Minister midway or just months before elections, and it is yielding results.
Gujarat,
Uttarakhand, and now here.
No.
Tripura. Yes.
No, what is happening is when you have a strong central leadership, which is able to keep the party together and get the party to accept decisions that are made. This, it happened in Uttarakhand, it happened in other states. During the term of the assembly, you change the chief minister. With that full confidence that the party would back the new chief minister and your cadres will take it forward. And at the end of the day, a lot of the vote that the party gets is also because of the party and the national leadership.
Right.
Both these play a role. And therefore, changing a chief minister is seen as something which happens within the party. So I think it does not impact on the vote share that a party has. Simply a midstream change of chief minister.
Is that the fundamental difference between BJP and Congress? Because the Sangathan, it's not like who does or Selja. The parties, a lot of BJP people actually tell us that once decision is made, we all align with that. Is that the difference?
The same applied with Mr. Khattar also, because there were reports during the election campaign that he was not to be seen in public stages, sharing stages with senior leaders like PM Narendra Modi or Home Minister Amit Shah. And he was given a separate platform because the BJP, and he was not mentioned also during the campaign. His photographs was not there because BJP realized that his name and photographs carries kind of anti-incumbents baggage. So he was, but this was not the case because even today when we are talking, there's a meeting going on at his residence. So he is the one who has been calling shots as far as Haryana BJP is concerned.
So this is just for optics, the entire...
It was for the optics.
Now they have reached 50. But Akhilesh,
we have to talk about the RSS role also.
Yes,
because a lot of water has flown since 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
Yes, lot of water and return of Ram Madhav.
Return of Ram Madhav in Jammu and Kashmir.
In Jammu and Kashmir, look at that number, 27. That is like Jammu delivering full on full for the BJP. But
it could have been more.
It could have been more. Yeah. He is confident for a number above 30. That's what the indication is from the BJP. But looking at that number, 50 for the BJP in Haryana. This is their best ever performance at the peak of Modi wave in 2014, at the peak of Modi wave in 2019.
This is consolidation of caste, no?
This is much, much better.
Of course it is. And if you look at the Jat consolidated seats, there are 33 seats which are Jat dominated. And BJP this time has won more than 17 seats. Yes. Last time it had won only 10.
Yeah.
So there's 70% jump as far as the Jat consolidated seats are concerned. But BJP played the non-Jat card very
So that experiment of BJP in 2014 of having, a Punjabi chief minister, a Khatri chief minister, when a lot of us thought that, going against the trend would actually, make the party suffer, but that really has worked.
It has worked because if you go to Haryana and talk to people, there's a sense of Jat dominance.
Yeah.
And they believe that, if the Jat comes, they will dictate terms on their own. That's why the BJP very carefully played this non-Jat card. Because you rightly mentioned BJP made Manolal Khattar was a Punjabi, a chief minister, and later on OBC Naib Singh Saini. This time also when I had gone to there and was talking to people, the Jats in Haryana are vocal. So they were vocal in their support for Congress party and their opposition against the BJP. So the mood which was created on the ground that there's an anti-incumbency wave going on against the BJP. But BJP voters were silent. They were consolidating in the favor of the BJP because they were realizing that if Bhupinder Hooda comes, then the old days of Jat dominance will come back.
Yes.
Along with him, Jat Shahi, which we call it, or the Chaudhar.
Yes.
I'm looking at this, Akhilesh. In central Haryana, of the 45 seats, the BJP has made gain of 7 now. They are leading in 22 from 2019, which is essentially the Rohtak belt and the
GT and all, yeah.
The GT road.
The GT would be north, right?
Yeah. Yes. But I'm just saying that look at even. Okay, so those are the visuals now coming in from inside the Gupkar Road residence of Farooq Abdullah, where the Abdullahs have started their celebration. What a comeback for the National Conference. Remember, they stayed in house arrest for
under PSA, public safety act. They were detained and
they were arrested. They stayed in house arrest for that long. But staying with Haryana, because I think that is the most fascinating story here. In all these regions, be it North Haryana, South Haryana, there has been gains one after another.
South Haryana is where the BJP has actually performed well, which is why Rao Inderjeet has always said that, I should have been the CM
been their traditional stronghold also.
Yes.
Traditional stronghold.
But I think the important point is in the Jat area, the consolidation of the non-Jat vote and also taking a segment of the Jat vote has worked to the advantage of the BJP.
Yes.
And if you see the gains in that region, this is the factor that has caused
Which means, Professor Shastri, that this whole thing about Jawan, Kisan, Pehelwan, because this is also the area which actually sends a lot of people to armed forces. We are getting some shots there, and
that is Omar Abdullah.
Yes.
Dressed in sherwani, is that, or he's wearing a jacket? He's wearing a jacket.
Very different from what he was wearing in the morning, because it seemed quite different there.
Yes, he's going to be the chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir.
And there was a lot of back and forth in that decision as well. Remember that he didn't want to contest.
He's heading out somewhere. So perhaps he'll speak to media a little later. He is heading out. Is it to stake claim to form the government? We'll have to wait to get some more details from that. Or perhaps he's going to collect his own certificate.
Yes, because he is contesting from two constituencies.
Two constituencies, and he has won from both the constituencies. So he has to collect the certificate as an MLA now, elect MLA.
At least in one of the constituencies, it wasn't easy. Farooq Abdullah is speaking. Let's listen into what he's saying.
बीजेपी और पीडीपी के लिए आप क्या कहेंगे? मुबारक करता हूँ, उन्होंने भी अपना इलेक्शन में हिस्सा लिया है, अभी काम कर रहे हैं, सियासत को बेहतर बनाने के लिए। जम्मू रीजन में कई सीटों पर बीजेपी को बढ़त मिली है, जम्मू रीजन में। जनाब, ये मेहरबानी है, लोग वोटों की मेहरबानी है, वोटरों ने उनको दिया है वोट, हमें उसको तस्लीम करना चाहिए। सर, जम्मू कश्मीर के विकास को लेकर अब आपकी क्या प्राथमिकताएं रहने वाली है? मैं समझता हूँ कि ये जो हमारा मंशूर है उसमें सब कुछ लिखा हुआ है कि हम लोग कौन से इकदाम करने वाले हैं, वो दोनों रीजन्स के लिए होंगे और दोनों रीजन्स के लिए हम लोग बराबर की कोशिश करेंगे कि उनकी मुश्किलात दूर हों। कब तक सरकार बनेगी, कब तक? मैं समझता हूँ अब पूरे रिजल्ट आ जाएं, उसके बाद बैठ के हम अपने कांग्रेस के भाइयों से भी बात करके वो दिन कायम मुकर्रर करेंगे जिस दिन हम लोग गवर्नर लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब के पास जाएंगे और बहुमत सामने रखेंगे और हुकूमत के वो फल उठाने की बात करेंगे।
कांग्रेस को केवल एक सीट मिली है जम्मू में। डॉक्टर साहब देते हैं जम्मू में कांग्रेस के डॉक्टर साहब क्या
ये लोगों का वोट देने का मतलब है। उन्होंने अपनी मर्जी से इसको चाहा वोट दिया। इसके बारे में और कुछ नहीं। इंशाल्लाह। लोगों ने अपना फैसला दिखा दिया है। लोगों ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि जो इन्होंने इक़दामात 5 अगस्त को किए थे वो लोगों को मंजूर नहीं है।
क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन से ज्यादा ये जीत मिली है?
हमें एक्सपेक्टेशन तो छोड़ दीजिए, काम बहुत करने हैं, मुश्किलात दूर करने हैं। यहाँ पे जो बेकारी है उस बेकारी को दूर करना है, बेरोजगारी को दूर करना है। यहाँ पे जो महंगाई है उसकी तरफ देखना है, जो ड्रग मैनेस है जो इस रास्ते को खा रहा है उस ड्रग मैनेस को खत्म करना है। उसके लिए हमने कायम करने हैं वो सेंटर्स जहाँ पे इनका इलाज हो सके।
सर, अब आपकी जीत के बाद क्या हम ये माने कि जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर पॉलिटिकल लैंडस्केप पूरी तरह बदलने वाले?
जरूर बदले। आज एक लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर और 4 मुशीर नहीं होंगे, आज 90 लोग जो होंगे यहाँ की इसके मुश्किलात को दूर करने की कोशिश करेंगे।
डॉक्टर साहब, आप कांग्रेस के शुक्रगुजार हैं। आप कांग्रेस के कितने शुक्रगुजार हैं जो अलायंस में पूरा साथ कांग्रेस ने दे दिया?
मैं कहता हूँ मैं सबका शुक्रगुजार कि लोगों ने इलेक्शन में हिस्सा लिया और बड़ी आज़ादी से लिया और अल्लाह का शुक्र है नतीजे आपके सामने हैं। उमर अब्दुल्ला बनेगा चीफ मिनिस्टर।
Nazir, when he handed over the baton of the national conference to his son, it was an iconic moment. Farooq Abdullah, relatively young in politics then, in his 60s, had handed over that garland to him, his son, and said, Umar Abdullah is taking forward the national conference's aspirations and its associations.
And also the Abdullah legacy.
Abdullah legacy. And now he said it clearly again, Umar Abdullah banega chief minister.
That is obvious. The day Farooq Abdullah said, he was saying earlier, he will contest election, when Umar was saying he will not contest election so long Jammu and Kashmir remains a union territory. But then he was convinced and he fought on 2 seats. And he is winning both the seats. Umar Abdullah just left his residence and going to Badgam, get his certificate, winning certificate from the returning officer there. And Farooq Abdullah, as we heard him speaking to the media, and it is a celebration here at Gupkar Abdullah residence. Lots of people are coming here. NC workers with the NC flag is, you know, we have won. So it is a moment of glory for the national conference. They are coming out of that political hibernation, because politics was in a suspended animation for last several years. When everything was redefined in Kashmir, NC has bounced back like never before, and we have seen it. It is first time since 1996 elections we see one party winning such a major mandate, even as it may look few seats short of the match number of 45, yet we see this type of mandate has actually surpassed even the expectation of National Conference own leaders. Even they were not expecting that they would be leading on 43, 42 seats. And there are some independents, they had not given mandate, but they remain in the party and contest elections. And some of them are also winning these elections. At least I know 2 of them. Parelal from Indarwal in Kishtwar district, and Shabir Ahmed Kulle from Shopian, both of them are leading, and there are a few more independents. And as far as the 44% independents who contest these elections, it was a rout for them. And also the new political parties which were created post-abrogation of 370, there was complete rejection of those parties, like the Apni party, which has got people from all the different parties, senior leaders, they all have lost. PDP has suffered the biggest setback. After its creation, it is leading only on 3 seats. And then you see Engineer Rashid, just few months back, a hero from the Tihar jail, winning parliamentary constituency of Baramulla, defeating Omar Abdullah with a margin of 2 lakh votes. Now completely is facing rout. He's leading only in 1 seat from, Langate. Sajjad Lone also has several, candidates fielding, and he's only leading from 1 seat, that is his seat in Handwara, whereas he has lost Kupara constituency. Even Shia top leader, and People's Conference General Secretary Imran Raza Ansari also losing this election. He was defeated by National Conference candidate Riaz Bedar from Patan constituency. Iltija Mufti, Mehbooba Mufti's daughter, losing from Bijbahara constituency, which was a bastion of the PDP, and PDP was born from the Bijbahara, hometown of Mufti Muhammad Saeed. Now finally, you see top several leaders, and also importantly, while BJP may be doing extremely well as far as Jammu region is concerned, but its state president Ravinder Raina is losing from Naushera constituency, and it is National Conference candidate Surinder Chaudhary who is leading with a massive majority from Naushera constituency.
Right. Also, Nazir, tell us, BJP seems to have done, better in Jammu, and not probably as much as it would have expected. But clearly, the battle lines are drawn, considering that delimitation happened, and of course, other moves also happened with respect to SC reservation and ST seats. Tell us, how do you see the politics of Jammu and Kashmir changing from here on, considering that there'll also be 5 nominees from the LG?
Well, it is more than BJP winning these seats, it is the absolute failure of the Congress in Jammu. Because Congress was winning, contesting most of the seats as part of a seat sharing arrangement with the National Conference. And if you see in the Jammu region, it is most of the seats which have actually won when it comes to the Congress NC alliance, it's won by the National Conference. Congress is leading on 8 seats. 5 of them are on in the valley, which means they were riding on pro-NC wave in the valley, where they got 7 seats to contest. But when it comes to Jammu, mainly the Hindu-dominated areas, they have not won a single seat so far. So the big failure of the Congress, its leadership and its party structure in Jammu, when they were given most of the seats to contest, they have failed there, and that is why BJP has won most of the seats. And in fact, there were burning issues in Jammu. People were not happy with the BJP, particularly over the last 5-6 years of the direct central rule. You were talking about how there is, these liquor shops have been opened. There was unemployment, there's, job scams, recruitment scams, and people were almost every day on roads.
I have to tell you on air, on record, you can say I told you so. When I was in Srinagar, you had predicted this number for National Conference and the Congress party. You had traveled across the state and was confident of this number. My question is, now that Omar Abdullah is going to be the Chief Minister, do you think Congress could eye for a Deputy Chief Minister's role, or do you think that's too much?
I think that is too much to ask for, given the fact that you cannot have a Deputy Chief Minister from the valley. I think it is NC's first responsibility first, perhaps, and that is what the political maturity demands. Give due representation to Jammu. You may not have won the seats from the Hindu majority areas, but you have a Hindu, candidates who have won, like Surinder Chaudhary from Naushera Rajouri, who has defeated Ravinder Raina. He can get but I understand, get some better position in the government, maybe Deputy Chief Minister. Because as I said, there is no Hindu candidate of Congress who has won from Jammu so far. There may be some independents. Even a National Conference parallel, he was not given mandate in Indarwal in Kishtwar district. He is leading from there. I know he was not thrown out from the party, and he didn't resign from the party because the seat has gone to the Congress as part of seat sharing arrangement. So if we see it, National Conference has that responsibility, taking every region along, give due representation to every region. So I don't think there would be a Deputy Chief Minister from the Congress, given the fact Congress has not won many seats. There are only 8 seats. They are leading. If they maintain that, which looks like now, things are not going to change much. BJP is leading on 29 seats. They are all from Jammu. What is BJP's, they could have won, in fact, 1 seat in Srinagar if Kashmiri Pandits had voted here. There are 27,000 Kashmiri Pandit votes in Habakadil constituency. And BJP had fielded a Kashmiri Pandit candidate.
All right.
But then, and also there was a low voter turnout.
We are going to come back to you as Omar
But they
Abdullah
didn't vote.
returns to where you are soon after collecting the certificate. A word from Professor Sandeep Shastri as we wrap up the first part of our day, because it's 2 p.m. It's sealed, BJP at 50 in Haryana.
It's been a roller coaster half day. We began with assuming that something would happen. And as the day progressed, the voter of Haryana clearly surprised us, and she's the hero of this election.
Absolutely.
In asserting...
Public hai, sab janti hai.
And I'm happy you said she, clearly, I'm happy you said she, because women
both of us are happy
whatever
about
the pollsters said and experts said, it is this voter of Haryana which has actually had the final word on the results which we are now seeing.
All right. And action shifts to now what is going to happen tomorrow. Remember that Jharkhand meetings are already on, and the action now is to find out who the chief ministerial
in fact,
face is going
even
to be.
as we speak, Prime Minister Modi is continuing with his duties as the Prime Minister. He has just met the Chief Minister of Gujarat. So he's yet to put out his official reaction to his party's victory.
And what we know is Naib Singh Saini has already had a word with Amit Shah, the man who in some ways has been instrumental in ensuring the political strategy of Haryana and J&K.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home. Dulux, Dulux, Dulux.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We brought you the best on-ground coverage during the campaign and voting. Now, get ready for the most in-depth coverage on the counting day. Follow the high-stakes battle for Haryana and J&K with top expert analysis, insights and the newsmakers. Only on NDTV 24/7. Count on us. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
news that informs and keeps you ahead.
Good afternoon and welcome. A fascinating day of electoral politics at play, ladies and gentlemen. Here, what we are witnessing, Vedant and I, for the next 1 hour, is going to take you to the latest which is coming in. But Vedant, what a turnaround has this been for the Congress and also the BJP in the state of Haryana. That is what everybody is talking about. How the BJP, after 10 years of anti-incumbency, the various protests, still is the party #1 as far as Haryana is concerned.
Absolutely, and also the larger national picture. The heartland, of course, seems intact as far as the BJP is concerned. But also, latest from Jammu and Kashmir, Farooq Abdullah has passed on the baton officially. Well, he did so many years ago, but he said that Omar Abdullah will be the chief minister. So all of that and more. First up, the headlines at this hour. The BJP surges ahead in Haryana. It's headed for a hat-trick in the battleground state. This as the Congress pauses celebrations.
What a turnaround. Congress loses its early lead in Haryana. Now bid to make a comeback in the Hindi heartland, also under question. Infighting seen as the main reason for the Congress's disappointing performance in Haryana.
Absolutely, infighting within the Congress dampens the Congress's efforts to come back in Haryana. Cracks within the Congress and infighting during the campaign boomerangs on the party.
National Conference Congress Alliance comfortably ahead in Jammu and Kashmir. First assembly polls in a decade. And Omar Abdullah is all set to take charge of the state. For the last few hours, the focus has been Haryana, but one state which has at this moment thrown a very clear verdict, though Haryana also seems to be heading that direction, is Jammu and Kashmir. So let's just first start with Jammu and Kashmir, because a lot of fast-paced activities happening there. 52 is what the NC and the Congress combine at this moment out of the 90-member assembly sitting at. 46 is the majority mark. Even if you add the 5 candidates which are supposed to be nominated by the Lieutenant Governor, the majority mark is 48. So they are even 4 seats over that. And as Vedant was saying, the baton has formally been now passed on from Mr. Farooq Abdullah to Omar Abdullah. Our colleague Nazir is joining us at this moment in the thick of the celebratory activities, I may say, Nazir, and also these scenes that the people of Jammu and Kashmir are witnessing after 10 long years.
Well, exactly. It's not just about somebody's victory and somebody's loss. It's also people's faith in democracy and revival of democracy in Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir, that was in a suspended animation for last several years. Here it is a celebratory mood at Abdullah residence at Gupkar in Srinagar. National Conference is leading on 42 seats, and it is essentially a decimation of the PDP and the local parties. This party has, in fact, this performance has surpassed their own expectations. BJP has done very well in Jammu region, but its president, Ravinder Raina, is facing defeat. Let me try to talk to Ali Muhammad Sagar. Let me talk to Sagar Sahib. He's the all-important General Secretary of National Conference who has won from Khanyar constituency, and it's a double victory in the Sagar family because his son, Salman Sagar, has also won. Sagar Sahib, 10 साल बाद इलेक्शन और इतनी आपको यकीन था कि इतनी सीटें नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में?
अल्लाह पे भरोसा था।
आपको भरोसा था। तो अब जीत तो हुई, लेकिन जो वादे हैं उनका बोझ आप उठा सकते हो?
करना है। अगर हमने लोगों से वादा किया है तो हमें वो वादे को पूरा करना है। नहीं करेंगे तो फिर मैं समझता हूँ फिर हमें हक नहीं है। हमें जाना चाहिए लोगों के पास, और जो उन्होंने हमसे वादा किया, हमने मैनिफेस्टो बनाया, उसको नेशनल हाई कमांड ने अप्रूव किया
जी,
और उस मैनिफेस्टो को इन लेटरशिप में हमें इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहिए।
तो उसमें पहला वादा ये भी आप रेजोल्यूशन पास करोगे असेंबली में?
क्यों नहीं करेंगे? जो वादा हमने किया वो पूरा करेंगे।
अच्छा, वो पूरा करेंगे।
ये कश्मीर ने उसी चीज के लिए वोट दिया।
अच्छा,
उन्होंने इसलिए नहीं वोट दिया जो कह रहे हैं कि वो चाहते थे कि दफा 300 से हट जाए। यहाँ बेरोजगारी है, यहाँ लाखों लड़के रिसर्च करके, PhD करके, MA करके, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन करके निकले हैं, बैठे हैं बेकार में। उनको नौकरी दिलानी है, उनको रोजगार दिलाना है। यहाँ बिजली का मसला है, बिजली के रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास हैं, लेकिन फिर भी हम लोगों को, बेचारों को इस इंतजामिया LG इंतजामिया ने उन पे जो बोझ डाले उससे वो तंग आ गए।
सागर साहब, दो तरह के चैलेंज थे जब आप लड़ रहे थे इलेक्शन। एक तरफ आप BJP के खिलाफ इलेक्शन लड़ रहे थे, दूसरी तरफ जमात इस्लामी जैसे कैंडिडेट सब आए थे जो बाइकआउट कर रहे थे। इसमें आपने कैसे मैनेज की विक्ट्री? वाज इट
जमात का भी कोई फैक्टर नहीं रहा है इसमें। जमात का एक रहा है, जब से ज़्यादा 5 सीटें लिए हैं कांग्रेस के वक्त में। हमारे वक्त हमने जमात को, क्योंकि उनकी जो स्ट्रेटजी है, जमात दुनिया के नक्शे में नजर आए, कभी भी कहीं भी उन्होंने कोई हुकूमत नहीं की है, क्योंकि लोगों ने उनको वोट नहीं दिया। किसी भी मुल्क में आप लीजिए,
कश्मीर में कभी नहीं दत्कारा है लोगों ने।
जमात नहीं दत्कार, उनका काम लोगों को पढ़ाना, इस्लामी तालीम की, उनको उसी काम में लगना चाहिए। ये मैंने असेंबली में गिलानी साहब को कहा था।
Okay, Sagar Saab, Congress appears to have done not good. It is riding on the pro-NC wave in Kashmir, but it has not done well in Jammu. Are you a bit disappointed? Your alliance partner has
उमर साहब ने कहा था, उमर साहब की बात हमें याद आ रही है, दानदारी और खुलूस के साथ उसने कहा था इनको ज़्यादा टाइम देना चाहिए जम्मू में।
उन्होंने नहीं किया।
नहीं, वो किया ना किया तो आपके सामने सब आया।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया सागर साहब। So Ali Muhammad Sagar, here, as I said, long-term, all-powerful, General Secretary of National Conference. He's the person who strategized things for the National Conference, and he's saying they will fulfill the promises they have made in the manifesto, which including passing a resolution in the Assembly saying we don't accept the decisions of August 5, 2019, which includes abrogation of Article 370. This is what Umar Abdullah has told me before the election campaigning started, and he's saying they will stand by that promise and whatever all the promises they have made in the election manifesto. So this will be the now fascinating times. National Conference Congress Alliance is winning the majority, but clearly Congress has fallen short of expectations. Even they have not done actually very poorly in Jammu, where they were contesting most of the seats. They have won 5 seats in the valley, where we now see there was a clearly undercurrent for the National Conference. There was a pro-NC wave. That's why NC has swept the valley and also won most of the seats, both in Doda region, which is we call the Chenab Valley, and Pir Panjal region, which is Poonch Rajouri, where even NC candidate Surendra Chaudhary is defeating BJP President Ravinder Raina from Navshera constituency.
Absolutely, and Nazir, I think you made an important point there when you say that the Congress has in fact performed below par when it comes to Jammu. You know, most of the seats out of the 31 seats it was contesting, most of them were in Jammu. In fact, let's try and listen into what Farooq Abdullah in fact had to say when he announced that Omar Abdullah will take over as the Chief Minister.
लोगों ने अपना फैसला दिखा दिया है। लोगों ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि जो इन्होंने इक़दामात 5 अगस्त को किए थे वो लोगों को मंजूर नहीं है। मैं कहता हूं मैं सबका शुक्रगुजार कि लोगों ने इलेक्शन में हिस्सा लिया और बड़ी आज़ादी से लिया और अल्लाह का शुक्र है नतीजे आपके सामने हैं। उमर अब्दुल्ला बनेगा चीफ मिनिस्टर।
Like Vedant was saying, underperformance of the Congress party, well, that would also be an understatement at this moment with what is happening in Haryana and also in Jammu and Kashmir. It's largely the NC government that you are seeing with the Congress in supporting role. The Congress's direct fight in Jammu was with the BJP, where it seems to have not made a huge dent. And look at what has happened in Haryana. This is, that's why elections in India are so unpredictable, and a turn of events which many were not expecting this morning. People were expecting Jammu Kashmir to go to the wire, but look what has happened as far as Haryana is concerned. It's almost, Vedant, a role reversal or the number reversal of what the exit poll and pollsters were suggesting till yesterday. Now, this also raises once again serious questions on the whole art of the exit polls. But at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, the BJP is leading on 50 seats in Haryana. And let me also add, after 10 years of anti-incumbency, BJP won in 2014, then in 2019. The peak of Modi era, despite that, with BJP coming down in Lok Sabha to 5 seats in Haryana, the BJP is at this moment standing at its best ever tally in the state of Haryana. For the Congress party, like many would say, it once again seems they have, in fact, clutched defeat out of the jaws of victory. It was an election for them to win, and what at this moment you are seeing in a bipolar contest, a very, very fiercely bipolar contest, the BJP making massive inroads again in Haryana with 50 seats that they are leading on.
Absolutely, and let's get in our reporters also. Gurpreet is joining us from Rohtak, I believe. Also, Aishwarya is here. Of course, the BJP's posturing has begun. But Gurpreet, going across to you, you've been reporting since this morning at the Hooda residence. What's the mood there? Of course, many of his supporters were still very hopeful that the Congress, will form the government. Bhupinder Hooda himself came out this morning and said that we are going to form the government.
Well, yes, we have seen all the supporters, they are still motivating. I will request my video to show. We are reporting from one of the palace from where Bhupinder Hooda had come, and all the supporters, they had come here. They are gluing to television because they feel any time they will be able to get numbers. What we have seen and what we have learned from these supporters, तो क्या लग रहा है अब तो नंबर बहुत डिफरेंस हो रहा है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस की भी जीत हो रही है।
अभी फाइनल रिजल्ट नहीं आया, अभी टोटल राउंड कंप्लीट नहीं हो। टोटल राउंड कंप्लीट होने के बाद जो फाइनल रिजल्ट आएगा वो संतुष्टिजनक होगा। भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा सरकार बनाएंगे, फाइनल राउंड आने दो।
तो कहीं ना कहीं रिजल्ट आना शुरू हो गया है, लेकिन बताया जा रहा है कि 47 पे बीजेपी है, 37 पे कांग्रेस है, तो बहुत ज़्यादा मार्जिन है सीटों का। क्या लग रहा है आपको?
देखिए भाई साहब, अभी बहुत कम मार्जिन वाली सीटें हैं जिन पे 1500, 2500 का मार्जिन है, वो सीटें अभी क्लियर होनी बाकी हैं। उन सीटों का रिजल्ट आएगा तो ये फिगर आपके सामने जो 37, 47 दिख रहे हैं, ये चेंज हो जाएंगे और कांग्रेस पार्टी सरकार बनाएगी।
अभी हमने देखा कि आप पंचकुला की सीट की बात कर रहे हैं, 1975 वोटों पे कांग्रेस का कैंडिडेट जीता है, तो क्या लगता है कि ऐसे मार्जिन है जो आपको कहीं ना कहीं बूस्ट दे सकते हैं कांग्रेस?
अभी जैसे वहाँ पंचकुला की सीट हम जीते हैं, अब बीजेपी वालों को कितना इंतजार करेंगे वो, क्योंकि हमारे कांग्रेस के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो काउंटिंग सेंटरों पे रुके हुए हैं, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं ये लग रहा है कि शाम दाम दंड भेद अपनाकर बीजेपी वाले हरियाणा को अपने हाथ में लेना चाहेंगे, लेकिन कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता वर्कर ऐसी मजबूती के साथ खड़े हैं जिसकी वजह से वो 20 से 22 सीटें जिनको वो रोके हुए हैं वो रुकेंगी नहीं, वो सारी की सारी सीटें कांग्रेस की हैं। अभी भी लोग रुके हुए हैं वहाँ पे, और ये सारी सीट कांग्रेस की होते हुए चौधरी भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा के नेतृत्व में फिर से कांग्रेस सरकार बना है।
भूपिंदर सिंह हुड्डा अभी सारे काउंटिंग सेंटर पे भी जाना शुरू कर दिए, तो कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा है कि जो आने वाले ट्रेंड है वो कांग्रेस के हक में होंगे या बीजेपी?
वो जो है ना वो जा रहे हैं काउंटिंग सेंटर पे जा रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी कोई दूसरे तरीके गलत हथकंडे ना अपना ले, इसलिए अपने वर्कर को मजबूत करने के लिए, उनका हौसला बढ़ाने के लिए वो सेंटरों पे जा रहे हैं और लगातार निगरानी कर रहे हैं।
अब सारा देश जो हरियाणा की तरफ देख रहा था, कहीं ना कहीं अगर बीजेपी यहाँ गड़बड़ करती है तो ये लोकतंत्र की हत्या होगी, और अगर लोकतंत्र ही सेफ नहीं है तो भारत का भविष्य भी सेफ नहीं रहेगा।
ये तो ईवीएम से वोटिंग हो रही है, ईवीएम से काउंटिंग हो रही है, इसमें तो मशीन्स हैं, तो इस टाइम पे उन्होंने, मुख्यमंत्री ने पहले ये कहा था कि कांग्रेस हारेगी फिर ईवीएम को ब्लेम करेगी।
अभी भी उनका यही है कि कैसे न कैसे कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं का मनोबल तोड़कर उनको वापस भेज दिया जाए। अगर वह कांग्रेस के कर्मठ वर्कर वहीं रुके रहेंगे तो हिम्मत नहीं है बीजेपी वालों की, और अगर वो वहां से उठकर चले जाते तो आध घंटे के अंदर ही रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर कर देंगे। आप देख रहे हो जम्मू कश्मीर का रिजल्ट घोषित हो चुका है, ऐसा क्या है कि हरियाणा का रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर नहीं हो पा रहा है?
Well, we can see these are the supporters of former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Hooda. They are still confident. They say any time they will be able to see the change in trend, and they are hopeful the Chief Minister of Bhupinder Hooda will be the Chief Minister of Haryana. But if we can go through the trends, it is clear indicating the BJP has able to get majority, and they will be able to form the government third time in the state of Haryana. Back to studio.
From all the talks of a Congress wave or a tufan or a tsunami, right now they're clutching to straws as far as the Congress party supporters are concerned, though the election commission at this moment is saying 47 to the BJP and 38 to the Congress party. But I was just going through various rounds, Vedant, in most of the constituencies. More than 50% of the rounds in most of the constituencies have already been counted. So, I mean, it would be very, very surprising if there is a wild swing to this. 3 and 4 seats up or here or there could be, but the trend seems to be in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and what a historic victory it is going to be for the BJP. Was, as Vedant and I were discussing, the in-your-face squabbling even before the first vote was polled in Haryana. The Congress, they had claimants to the Chief Minister's post. All right, let's very quickly cut across to Vinesh Phogat. She's one of the faces of the Congress party. She has won from Julana. Let's listen in.
की लड़ाई है जो संघर्ष के रास्ते को हमेशा चुनती है। आज संघर्ष की जीत हुई है, सच्चाई की जीत हुई है, और मैं चाहती हूँ कि हमारे लोगों ने जो प्यार प्रेम दिया है, जो इस देश ने मेरे को प्यार प्रेम दिया है, उसको मैं हमेशा बना के रखूँ, उनके विश्वास को हमेशा बना के रखूँ।
आपकी पार्टी आपकी पिछड़ गई है, सरकार नहीं बन पा रही, इसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए अभी वेट कीजिए थोड़ा सा, अभी सारे रिजल्ट नहीं निकल के आए हैं, एक सीट निकल के आ रही है। पहले हमारा भी पीछे चल रहा था, लेकिन हम भी लीड में आए हैं, तो अभी रिजल्ट चल रहे हैं, अभी क्लियर नहीं हुआ। जब सर्टिफिकेट हाथ में आएगा तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी।
राजनीति में कंटिन्यू रखेंगे या तो खेल की तरफ भी देख सकते हैं?
राजनीति में अगर आ गए तो कंटिन्यू इधर ही रखेंगे। लोगों ने प्यार प्रेम दिया है, उनके लिए काम भी करना पड़ेगा फील्ड में रह के। ऐसा तो है नहीं कि हम दोनों चीजें कर सकते हैं।
कांग्रेस नेता इलेक्शन कमीशन पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं। विनेश, कांग्रेस नेता इलेक्शन कमीशन पर आरोप लगा रहे हैं।
किसी को पूछने दो एक बार। हाँ,
शहर के लिए क्या क्या करेंगे?
शहर के अकेले की बात नहीं है, पूरे जुलाना विधानसभा के लोगों ने जो मेरे को प्यार प्रेम दिया है, जितनी उम्मीद से मुझे वोट किया, हर एक वोट को मैं चाहती हूँ कि हर एक वो वोटर खुश होना चाहिए जिन्होंने मेरे पे उम्मीद जताई है, तो वो कोशिश रहेगी हमारी।
क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं आपके एंड से?
हाँ जी,
स्पोर्ट्स के लिए क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं आपके एंड से?
देखिए मैं स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन हूँ, जितना हो सकता है मैं स्पोर्ट्स के लिए करूँगी, और मैं एक फील्ड में सीमित नहीं रहना चाहती। हर फील्ड के लोगों ने, हर किसान का मेरे हैं, चाहे नौजवान हैं, सभी ने मेरे को वोट दिया है, तो सभी की जो जिम्मेदारियाँ हैं वो मैं बखूबी निभाने की कोशिश करूँगी।
खेल के लिए सर क्या प्रार्थना करेंगे, आप क्या चाहेंगे?
सर वो आगे का सवाल है।
All right, so Vinesh Phogat there addressing the press conference. In fact, she is won by 6,000 votes, and the entire dangle was made much more interesting with her entry. But let's go back to Srinagar, in fact, where Mehbooba Mufti is addressing a press conference. Of course, end of road for the PDP, but let's listen.
पिछले 10 साल से जो हालात रहे जम्मू कश्मीर में, बिलखुसूस 2019 5 अगस्त के बाद, तो जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, बहुत मुश्किलात हैं, और उसके लिए एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट का, एक मजबूत सरकार का बनना बहुत ज़रूरी है। मैं जो हमारे पीडीपी के जो हमारे लीडर्स हैं, वर्कर्स हैं, जिन्होंने हमें बहुत मुश्किल हालात के बावजूद वोट डाला, उनकी भी बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ, और उनसे यही अपील करूँगी कि हिम्मत नहीं हारनी चाहिए। उतार चढ़ाव आते रहते हैं, और मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि जिस तरह से लोगों ने वोट किया एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए, तो जो इसमें गड़बड़ करने का कोई चांस नहीं अब, क्योंकि लगता था कि अगर मैंडेट कुछ मिक्स्ड होगा, अगर एक तरफा मैंडेट नहीं होगा तो फिर उसमें बहुत सी शरारतें हो सकती थी, बहुत सारी उथल पुथल हो सकती थी, और कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ के जो लोगों ने मैंडेट दिया है उसको डिफीट करने की बात हो सकती थी। इसलिए आई कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट ऑल ऑफ देम, स्पेशली पीपल ऑफ जम्मू एंड कश्मीर, जिन्होंने बहुत जो है सोच समझ के एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए वोट दिया है। इफ यू वांट टू आस्क एनीथिंग प्लीज गो अहेड।
2014 में 28 सीटें,
जी जी जी,
और 2024 में 3 सीटें।
जी जी, 96 में नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 60 सीटें, 2014 में 16 सीटें। ये उतार चढ़ाव आता रहता है, इसमें क्या करेंगे आप? लोगों की विक्ट्री है, लोगों की चॉइस है, आपको लोगों की चॉइस जो उनकी मर्जी है उसकी कदर करनी चाहिए, उनकी इज्जत करनी चाहिए। जमहूरियत में तो यही होता रहता है। नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि लोग चाहते थे एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट, और उनको लगा नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस जो है वो हमें स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट दे सकती है और कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी को दूर रख सकती है। आई थिंक दैट इज द, मुझे लगता है सबसे बड़ी वजह। सॉरी जी, मैं कहती हूँ वो तो बात की बात है, अब क्या हुआ, पर मेरा ये है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों ने एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए वोट डाला, जो उनको लगा कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और कांग्रेस एक गवर्नमेंट, स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट दे सकती है और बीजेपी का मुकाबला डट के कर सकते हैं, तो उसके लिए उन्होंने वोट दिया है। नहीं, अब तो मेरे ख्याल में बहुत अच्छे, मैंने तो वही, मैं तो कह रही हूँ कि लोगों को मुबारकबाद दे रही हूँ कि उन्होंने हंग असेंबली को नहीं चुना, एक स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट के लिए वोट दिए, ये तो मुबारकबाद है लोगों के लिए।
All right, that was PDP's Mehbooba Mufti, and at this moment PDP has been relegated to 2 seats. How things change in 10 years from being the party number 1 in the 2014 Assembly elections to just being relegated to 2 seats, not even a marginal player as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Let's also, ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep, a lot of inputs coming in. We'll keep swifting through Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. Kumari Shelja, one of the key faces of the Congress party, was it her anger sitting at home for 11 days and continuous bickering in public? Has that cost the Congress party the elections of Haryana? She spoke just a while back. Listen in.
अब ये खबर आई है कि कांग्रेस के जो वरिष्ठ नेता हैं जयराम रमेश, उन्होंने एक कंप्लेन किया है चुनाव आयोग से, और उसमें ये कहा गया है कि पिछले लंबे समय से कई दौर की जो काउंटिंग हुई है वो रिफ्लेक्ट नहीं कर रहा है इसी की वेबसाइट पर।
कुछ लग रहा है, क्योंकि जो मॉनिटर बीच बीच में देख पाते हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है कि बहुत और वो ही चीज़ पर अटके हुए हैं। तो इसी को देखना चाहिए कि ये क्यों हो रहा है, क्या उनके यहाँ प्रॉब्लम है। बड़े बड़े इलेक्शन कंडक्ट किए जाते हैं, या हरियाणा के साथ ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है?
तो ये इसमें क्या आपको लगता है, आप कैसे देखते हैं इसको? क्योंकि पिछले जयराम रमेश का ये कहना है कि 4-5 जो राउंड की काउंटिंग हुई है सिर्फ वो रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा है वेबसाइट पे, जबकि ज़मीन पर 10-11 राउंड से ज़्यादा की काउंटिंग हो चुकी है।
तो फिर कुछ ना कुछ बात है, इलेक्शन कमीशन को ही जवाब देना पड़ेगा ना। आफ्टर ऑल वो ही जिम्मेवार है फ्री और फेयर इलेक्शन करवाने के और दुनिया को बताने के कि क्या हो रहा है। तो ये जवाब तो इलेक्शन कमीशन को देना होगा।
एक सवाल ये भी है कि कांग्रेस का ये दावा था कि एक लहर है कांग्रेस के पक्ष में, आपने कहा 60 से ज़्यादा सीटें मिलेंगी, लेकिन जो रुझान अब तक सामने आए हैं उसमें बहुत स्पष्ट बहुमत बीजेपी को दिख रहा है, और आपकी तरफ से जो कहा जा रहा था कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है हरियाणा में, लेकिन बीजेपी 50 सीट के आसपास बनी हुई है लंबे समय से।
यही बात समझ में नहीं आ रही है कि जबकि राउंड ज़्यादा हो गए हैं तो ये 3-4 वाला क्यों नज़र आ रहा है? क्योंकि आप जो दिखाएंगे, मॉनिटर्स पर दिखाएंगे, सभी चैनल दिखाएंगे, वो वही दिखाएंगे जो इलेक्शन कमीशन को डाउट करेगा। तो इलेक्शन कमीशन 4-5 राउंड का दिखा रहा है, हो चुके हैं उससे डबल, तो वो क्यों नहीं नज़र आ रहा है? जब वो मिलेगा तभी हम आपके सामने सही टिप्पणी कर पाएंगे।
आप क्या अभी भी अपने उस दावे पे कायम हैं कि कांग्रेस के पास स्पष्ट बहुमत होगा?
जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बाय द एंड ऑफ इट आखिर के नतीजे आएंगे। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि सरकार कांग्रेस बनाएगी।
And let's go across live to now our colleague Aishwarya Jain, who's joining us from outside Manohar Lal Khattar's residence. Well, certainly, while Nayab Singh Saini is a man of the moment, Khattar's contribution cannot be ignored or ruled out either. You know, I remember Aishwarya, he told you that हमारे सिर्फ एक नेता है Nayab Singh Saini. You know, so very sort of gracefully he said that Nayab Singh Saini is a man leading the campaign. But tell us what's going on. The BJP's strategy meet has already begun. Also, massive celebrations planned later this evening.
Well, a very crucial meeting underway here at Manohar Lal's residence in the national capital, where Bharatiya Janata Party in charge for the state of Haryana, Biplab Dev and Dharmendra Pradhan, along with co-in charge Surendra Pathak, also had arrived, and it's been more than 2 hours that these leaders are inside Manohar Lal's residence. And certainly it is also, you know, these leaders who are keenly watching the results as trends are coming into the fold as far as results are concerned. But as the Congress have moved to the Election Commission of India about the slow voting process, the leaders from the Bharatiya Janata Party are still holding their fort. They have not come outside, but the sources within the Bharatiya Janata Party clearly revealing to us that the leaders over here, including Jitin Prasad, who also just went inside at Manohar Lal's residence, they are, you know, they will not wait for the government, you know, formation, and in a fast-paced manner, they wanted to quickly wrap up things because, you know, continuity is something that the Bharatiya Janata Party is opting to. As far as Chief Minister's name is concerned, yes, many of the leaders had been stating that it was Nayab Singh Saini who had, you know, under the leadership of him, the Bharatiya Janata Party unit for Haryana fought the elections, and he will be continue to be the Chief Minister. There is no doubt about any other name. But yes, as far as BJP is concerned, it's the most successful elections for them as far as Haryana is concerned, defeating the 10 years of NT incumbency. And that's the point that BJP addressed 6 months back when Nayab Singh Saini had been appointed as their Chief Minister. At the BJP headquarters post 6 p.m, what we will see is the senior leaders of the BJP coming in along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. A call had been given to Bharatiya Janata Party cadres to arrive at BJP headquarters at around 5 p.m. and Prime Minister will be addressing from the BJP headquarters to all the cadres as far as Dhanyavad Haryana and Dhanyavad Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. But certainly it is, you know, these leaders, a crucial meeting which is still underway at Mr. Manohar Lal's residence here in the national capital.
Right, thank you for joining us. And, you know, remember, it was Manohar Lal Khattar, 9.5 years of Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar, which was said to be a detrimental effect on the fortunes of the BJP. Today, Mr. Khattar would also stand vindicated, saying that it was not a bad job that he did in 9.5 years, along with, of course, Nayab Saini being brought in right at the end of this election campaign. Let's very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, also, in fact, what we'll do, we'll go across to our guests as well, those who are joining us, to make sense of what has happened in this election. But one very important factor that a lot of people have been talking about was whether the alliance between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress in Haryana could have had some sort of an impact as far as the results are concerned. Now, Aam Aadmi Party, which was still 6 months back, hoping to make big gains in Haryana, this time, of course, they have not been able to open any account as far as Haryana is concerned. But Mr. Kejriwal has spoken on the Haryana results and has said that lesson from Haryana is that you should not be overconfident. This is a jibe at the Congress party and also a message to his own party, which will be facing the BJP in Delhi elections in just about 3 to 4 months from now. You know, it's very surprising, Vedant, that when the Aam Aadmi Party, 3-4 months back, was pinning all their hopes in Haryana, and nobody was talking about them in Jammu and Kashmir. They have been able to open their account in Jammu and Kashmir, while nothing has happened for them or worked for them as far as Haryana is concerned. Let's listen into what Mr. Kejriwal said.
जितना भगवान ने दिया है, खुश रहो और जनता की सेवा करो, देश की सेवा करो. अब चुनाव आने वाले हैं. पहली चीज तो किसी भी चुनाव को हल्के में ले लेना चाहिए. अभी तो पता नहीं नतीजे क्या हैं, लेकिन आज के चुनाव से सबसे बड़ी सबक यही है कि ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस मत करना कभी भी. किसी भी चुनाव को हल्के में नहीं लेना चाहिए. हर चुनाव कठिन होता है. हर चुनाव में हर सीट कठिन होती है. मेहनत करनी है और लड़ाई मत करना, अपने अपने एमएलएस के साथ लड़ाई मत करना, सब लोग मेहनत करना। मेहनत नहीं करेंगे तो, और इस चुनाव के अंदर सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट रोल आपका होगा, क्योंकि अब हम एमसीडी में हैं, जनता उम्मीद करती है भाई बेसिक चीज है, सफाई तो करेंगे, बाकी चीजें तो जनता माफ कर देगी, सफाई तो करेंगे। अपने अपने एरिया में घूम घूम के कोशिश करो कि कूड़ा उठ जाए, डेली झाड़ू लग जाए, कूड़ा उठ जाए, डेली झाड़ू लग जाए। उतना काम अगर आप करा देंगे, मुझे उम्मीद है कि हम लोग चुनाव जीत जाएंगे। अपने अपने इलाके में इतना कर देना, मेरे कहने से लड़ना मत, लड़ाई झगड़ा अप्रैल में कर लेंगे। अपना ही परिवार है, परिवार में लड़ाई झगड़ा तो होता ही है, उसमें कोई गलत बात नहीं है लड़ने झगड़ने में, लेकिन अब लड़ाई झगड़ा हम अब मार्च अप्रैल में करेंगे। अभी चुनाव जीतना एकमात्र हमारा लक्ष्य होना चाहिए। फरवरी के महीने में चुनाव है, हम सबको मिलके उसके लिए काम करना।
Well, that's an interesting bite there. Arvind Kejriwal also hitting out the Congress over infighting. But interesting, as you were mentioning, Ankit, the Aam Aadmi Party did pretty well in the Haryana Panchayat polls, which is when the entire momentum sort of started. But then, of course, the Aam Aadmi Party has failed to open its account in Haryana. What we'll do is we'll take a quick break now, but we'll come back with a whole lot more. This remains our top focus on NDTV.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
Feels like home.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home. Dulux.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of
आज 2:30 बजे जब काउंटिंग हो रही है, क्या आप पूरी जिम्मेवारी से ये बात अपने जो कार्यकर्ता हैं उसको बता रहे हैं?
हाँ, मेरे पास खबर है, कई जगह काउंटिंग रुकी हुई है, जैसे रोहतक शहर की रुकी हुई है, और कई जगह है जो कंफ्यूजन के लिए डाटा अपडेट नहीं किया। मान लो जहाँ कहीं 10 राउंड की हुई है, 11 राउंड तक, 12 राउंड तक हुई है, और जैसे मैंने कहा ये खेल है, बॉल कभी इधर कभी उधर, लेकिन गोल हम मारेंगे।
सर इलेक्शन कमीशन भी कह रहा है कि बीजेपी के
इलेक्शन कमीशन का मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप अपनी निगरानी रखें और कोई ऐसी बात ना होने दें।
तो अभी भी आप होपफुल हैं सर? सरकार आ रही है, आप होपफुल हैं?
आपने मैंने क्या सुना आपने? सुना नहीं है आपको मैंने क्या कहा है? कह चुका ना मैं। थैंक यू।
इलेक्शन कमीशन ने
That is the incoming Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, in fact, after collecting his certificate from one of the constituencies of the two that he fought. But Bhupinder Hooda and Vedant, you know, for Mr. Hooda, he will, of course, till the last moment when all the results are not declared, possibly will keep saying that there is there is some possibility. All right, I've just been told Omar Abdullah is speaking again. Let's listen.
अभी सारे नतीजे आने दीजिए, उसके बाद हम बात कर सकते हैं ना। अभी तो सारे नतीजे आए नहीं, लेकिन जहां जहां से नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को कामयाबी मिली है वहां जाहिर सी बात है कि हम वोटरों का तहे दिल शुक्रगुजार हैं। शायद उम्मीद से ज्यादा लोगों ने अपने वोटों से नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को नवाजा। अब हमारी जिम्मेदारियां बढ़ गई हैं और हमारा फर्ज बनेगा कि हम अपने आप को इन वोटों के काबिल जो हैं साबित करें, जो हमारी कोशिश रहेगी।
All right, and some breaking news coming in. Well, the Election Commission seems to have responded to the Congress's complaint that there is, there's the slow voting counting process and it's not being updated regularly. So the Election Commission says that there's nothing to substantiate this allegation, and that approximately 25 rounds across all the constituencies are being updated every 5 minutes. So of course that's an important clarification there from the Election Commission, and it also says that we reject your attempt to surreptitiously give credence to irresponsible, unfounded and uncorroborated narratives. So pretty strong words there by the Election Commission. I'm being told our senior colleague Sunil Prabhu is also joining us live. Sunil sir, so the Election Commission outrightly rejecting the Congress's complaint there.
That's right, and a quick response from the Election Commission pointing out that every body is participating in this entire counting process, be it the observers, be it the candidates, be it the micro-observers, the various agents, and everybody is part of that entire process, and it's being done publicly with the, full public gear. So really the Election Commission finding and quickly responding to Jairam Ramesh's, complaint and allegation, as they've said, the narrative that was being set, that they're, doing the updation at a slow pace. I think the writing is now clear. The Congress has lost Haryana for its own faults, being overconfident, the fact that it relied completely on Mr. Bhupinder Hooda, and the fact that they haven't been able to be together. The factions that within the party, be it Kumari Selja, be it others, have all played out and have cost the party dearly in the state of Haryana. This was a state which was waiting to be delivered to the Congress party, but they've ensured for the first time since 1972 a hat-trick taking place. So it's in that context that the BJP needs to be commended for its performance. The Congress trying to find excuses, trying to blame the Election Commission, and the Election Commission has very correctly and firmly set the record straight in a quick response back to the Congress party.
True, and once again, then there will be questions raised. If the Congress party is not expecting as per expectations of their own supporters, then they start talking about EVM and Election Commission. Otherwise, the Congress in the morning was already celebrating with the same, process which was counting the votes. But Sunil, very quickly, like you said, lot of introspection as far as the Congress party is concerned. It was almost the Haryana campaign was outsourced to the Hoodas as far as the Congress party goes. The difference is in Karnataka also there were aspirants, but they fought the election together, and then the squabbling happened. In Haryana, the squabbling happened even before the first vote was polled for Haryana.
That's right. The unity within the Congress party, wherever the Congress has actually fought together, Siddaramaiah and Mr. D.K. Shivakumar realized that they had to be together if they had to win an important state. It was a make or break for the Congress party in Karnataka, and that is why they relied and worked together to ensure they got that massive mandate. Of course, on that point about Election Commission, the Congress has been criticizing the Election Commission, to be fair to them, right from day one. Let's not forget that elections were to be held on the 1st. It was changed to the 5th. Because of the BJP asking for a change of time. So all those points have to be taken into account. It's just not been, as if the Election Commission has been above board. There have been many a precedent which have been changed, and it's not completely that the Election Commission, though it is a constitutional authority, has been above board. There have been serious question marks on its functioning in recent times. But that being said, we must remember that the Congress has been responsible for its own defeat. It has clearly been overconfident. Arrogance has come to them, and that is the reason for why they have been allowed an important state in northern India.
Can I just very quickly ask you one more
away.
question before we let you go, Sunil? Is this the end for Bhupinder Hooda, 77-year-old Congress strongman from Haryana? If he doesn't win this election, is this the end of the Hooda Congress, as many people used to call it in Haryana?
Well, I would never say this is the end because, politicians never give up. But definitely after two successive losses, it's going to be extremely difficult for Mr. Bhupinder Singh Hooda. Actually, if you put it in a correct perspective, it's three. Because he was in the race in 2014, so 19 and now 24, he has lost. So it's going to be extremely difficult. His son was being projected to a great extent, Bhupinder Hooda. It's not that the Jats can be completely ignored in a state, but clearly you needed to take everybody along. And for the Congress party, just relying on Mr. Bhupinder Singh Hooda alone, there are, of course, a lot of mistakes that Kumari Selja and others have done, but to have ignored and not to treating her well, not to give her supporters the required, and not to be a united house in the run-up and the lessons that have been learnt in Karnataka is something for the Congress party to introspect. It's a little bit too late because they've lost the state now, but we'll wait and watch and see what they do. These are lessons to be learned, at least for Maharashtra, as well as Jharkhand and the coming elections that are due later, be it Delhi and other states.
All right, Sunil, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. But Ankit, let me ask you something. While of course we discuss, the reverse Jat consolidation and of course the Dalit resurgence as far as Haryana is concerned, what's also interesting is that as we look at the numbers, the vote share is pretty tight even now. Something that was the case back in 2019 as well. And even the Congress has, in a sense, bettered its performance. The BJP, of course, has bettered its performance, but also Congress. But before we come to that, I'm being told Sajad Lone is currently speaking. Let's listen in. He was trailing from his constituency.
जिस तरह से एनसी से लगातार कांटे की टक्कर चल रही थी, अप डाउन हो रहे थे, लगभग 1000 के वोट पे, तो कैसा महसूस हो रहा?
मुझे लगता है कि एक अंडर करंट थी। एनसी ने कहीं ना कहीं जो है अपने कार्ड्स ठीक खेले और इनको अनएक्सपेक्टेड स्पिरिचुअल हेल्प मिला। बिलखुसूस जो बीजेपी बार बार इन पर बयान इनके खिलाफ दे रही थी, उससे इनको बहुत हेल्प हुआ। और टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट विद यू, जो मिसरूल था यहाँ 3 साल, उससे भी बहुत इनको हेल्प हुआ।
लोगों के लिए क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे जिस तरह जनता ने दोबारा?
हमारा ये होगा कि अब स्टेटहुड आ जाए, अब एक्सपेरिमेंट करना दिल्ली बंद कर दे, स्टेटहुड दे और यहाँ के लोगों को अपनी तकदीर का जो फैसला है वो खुद कर दे।
आप इनसे कनेक्ट करने की कोशिश की जाएगी, लीडर्स अपनी तरफ पार्टी गवर्नमेंट के फॉर्मेशन के?
गवर्नमेंट खुद बना लेंगे। मुझे लगता है कि इनने काफ़ी सीटें ली हैं, गवर्नमेंट खुद बना लेंगे। इनको कोई ज़रूरत नहीं, हम विपक्ष, हमारा जो वोट है विपक्ष के लिए है, वो कोई किसी के साथ बैठने के लिए नहीं है। हमने यहाँ इतना एनसी के खिलाफ लड़ा है, तो कैसे उनके साथ बैठ?
Sajad Lone there, in fact, for Sajad Lone, and like we spoke about the PDP at this moment, all the others have been completely squeezed out as far as the main contest is concerned. It very clearly looks between the NC largely and the BJP, with both the parties firmly holding ground, BJP in Jammu and NC in Kashmir, with the alliance, of course, the NC at this moment in a very comfortable situation. But as you were speaking about the vote share in Haryana, let's put things in perspective. In 2014 and 2019, between the Lok Sabha and the Vidhan Sabha election, the BJP lost almost 20% vote. So that was at the peak of Narendra Modi, that the BJP, despite losing 20% of the vote, was able to get about 35-36% vote and still was able to form the government as far as the Haryana is concerned. But look what has happened this time. The BJP lost from the high of 56%. They came down about 10%, about 45% in the Lok Sabha elections of 2024. And from there, the decline of the BJP has not been as sharp as we have usually seen in 2014 and 19. So the BJP, from about a 44% vote, is at this moment about 40%. The Congress, though gaining, but still not substantial enough to defeat the BJP. There are also a statistical understanding to this. While the Bharatiya Janata Party in pockets have won big, the Congress's vote share is spread around. So the Congress, though the vote share seems to be gaining from what they had last time, but they have not been able to consolidate that vote share. The conversion rate of the BJP is much better than the Congress party, and at this moment what you are seeing on your screens is a result of that. Despite the Congress and the BJP neck to neck, the BJP has more seats than the Congress party at this moment, a difference of 14 seats.
Absolutely, and Ankit, an interesting point to look at here also is the complete dismantling of the power centers. You were talking about the Jat dominance, but also look at all the big families. What has happened to Dushyant Chautala, from Deputy Chief Minister to, of course, now a complete rout there, and also, of course, the only families that survive are those that have now crossed over to the BJP, the Bishnois. You have, Bhavi Bishnoi there, who is leading in Adampur. Also, Kiran Chaudhary's daughter, who is Shruti Chaudhary, who is contesting. So, complete dismantling of power centers and the decline of the regional parties as both the Congress and the BJP have bettered their performance.
Absolutely. And also, the other way to look at that is, and it's very, very interesting, look at the PDP and the JJP. They are paying the price of coming with the BJP. JJP in Haryana in the last election fought on the anti-BJP plank, won the election, denied Congress that victory, and went with the BJP to form the government because BJP had 41 seats at that point of time. But they have been decimated. The same punishment has not been meted out to the BJP. The anti-incumbency seems to be working with the people, those who went with the BJP but not for the BJP. What does that tell you? It tells you that we have been talking about the Jat consolidation. There indeed has been a Jat consolidation behind the Congress party, but the BJP has been very tactical even in the Jat votes, and plus they have been able to retain their strongholds like the Ahirwal belt and also the GT Karnal belt, where the Congress was hoping that the Jat factor and also, the non-Jat factor, and apart from that, the Dalit factor will work for the Congress party and the Kisan Andolan, because make no mistake, it's not just the Jats who are the farmers in Haryana, there are other castes as well. That will work for the Congress party, which doesn't seem to be the case at this moment, at least with these numbers.
Absolutely, and this Chhattis Biradari that we've been discussing through the campaign, I think that's what really the big takeaway is. Let's try and go across to our colleague Aishwarya Jain joining us from outside Manohar Lal Khattar's residence. As Ankit was mentioning, Aishwarya, this is a vindication not just of Manohar Lal Khattar, but in so many respects for the BJP. I mean, as far as the farmers' protest is concerned, the wrestlers' protest is concerned, Agniveer is concerned. All these are very emotive issues that matter not just to Haryana, but in the larger national picture as well. So a clear vindication there for the BJP in that sense as well.
Well, certainly, and Bharatiya Janata Party tried to address all of those issues in terms of their Sankalp Patra with 100% government jobs to the Agniveers, and also to address the farmers. There were MSPs that had been declared after Nayab Singh Saini was appointed as the Chief Minister for almost 27 crops, and there were also schemes like pension schemes for the senior citizens, the cylinders costing at around 550 rupees. So all of those had been addressed, and of course the anti-incumbency after Nayab Singh Saini was appointed as the Chief Minister for last 6 months, that was addressed too. But it is at Mr. Manohar Lal's residence where this crucial meeting is happening. Remember, it is 9.5 years of government, and when we spoke to Mr. Manohar Lal on the day of voting, he clearly had listed out all of those achievements that the government has done for the 10 years. And that report card, the Bharatiya Janata Party tried to project. Remember, there were rallies conducted by different chief ministers, including Yogi Adityanath, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and different chief ministers being roped into Haryana. And from day one, it was Bharatiya Janata Party who were very confident. In fact, yesterday's statement of Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini, which clearly had stated that the exit polls which had predicted Congress victory, now that will be completely changed, and that's what it is happening today as well. Certainly, it is Manohar Lal who also stated that Nayab Singh Saini will be our Chief Minister, and they are 100% sure that their government is coming. But with such huge margin, such huge victory in Haryana is something that was not even expected by the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders out there, and therefore a strategy meeting is underway as to how things should move in a fast-paced manner in Haryana after the results will come out, how soon the government can form, because the only thing that BJP wants is continuity, and as suggested by senior leaders that they wanted to complete the incomplete promises in next 6 months under Nayab Singh Saini, and also the further promises that they have done in Sankalp Patra will be also completed under the governance of the Bharatiya Janata Party, with double engine Sarkar again coming up in Haryana.
You'll hear a lot of this double engine once again now, of course, with the BJP, cementing its position as far as Haryana is concerned. But very, very interesting what, we are hearing. Two things will happen from here. All the narrative, now the central government will also, there will be a sigh of relief. You don't have to tweak the Agniveer scheme too much because Haryana was being seen as some sort of a referendum as far as this scheme is concerned. So they can take it easy as far as that scheme goes, and which became the central theme of the Congress party in Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. So that will take a backseat. The farmers' agitation in perception-wise will suffer a blow because once again the whole idea, or at least the whole focus was that Haryana, if the Congress wins, then there will be a lot more protests coming to the national capital against the government. That will also, in fact, suffer a blow as far as the farmers are concerned. So these will be the signs that the BJP would take a lot of heart in, and the impact of this for both the Congress and the BJP. The Congress is power as far as vote sharing is concerned, the seat sharing is concerned, in Maharashtra, in Jharkhand, you will see that decreasing, while the BJP will go with a lot of rigor that, it's game on, despite whatever the analysts have been saying as far as Maharashtra and Jharkhand is also concerned. Gurpreet, our colleague, is with us. A defiant Bhupinder Singh Hooda, Gurpreet, where you were still telling his supporters all is not lost, though it seems at this moment it's only a brave face that Mr. Hooda is putting out.
Well, a few minutes back, we have seen Bhupinder Singh Hooda, after winning his own constituency with a margin of 17,000. He has just appeared here. He met all the supporters, and he had a word with the media also. He was saying he is quite confident because he is getting a lot of report, around 15 to 20 seats. The election commissioner is not updating the data, and that was the winning factor which he has been saying. He says, I'm quite confident. At the same time, he says, it seems it's a football game which is being played by the BJP, and finally we will be able to get the goal. So as of now, we can see since morning we have seen a lot of supporters. They are also sitting here. They are gluing to television because they are not missing a single moment. The moment any victory from the Congress side, they started shouting and they started celebrating that. But we have seen the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, has just left after meeting the supporters, and he has also appealed all his polling agents that they should remain intact there, because why Election Commission is not updating the data? He has already got the data, and so many seats he has referred that they had already been declared as a winner, but why this data has not been updated. So one of the supporters with us, we will talk to. अभी भूपिंदर सिंह हुड्डा आए थे, उनका ये कहना है कि कहीं ना कहीं मेरे पास डेटा है, इलेक्शन कमीशन डेटा अपडेट नहीं कर रहा है. तो आपको क्या लग रहा है? आप सुबह के बैठे हो कि कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस को उम्मीद है?
हाँ, उम्मीद तो सारी उम्मीद है. बीजेपी वाले जो है ना झूठ बोलने लग रहे हैं मीडिया माध्यम से. लोग जचावे हैं टीवी वन रख के सन अखबार पूरे दिन जीत रहे थे. इस करके लोग ना बकावे हैं, ये डीसी के माध्यम से दबाव देगा, जितवाना चाहे थोड़ा मार्जिन सीटा ने.
तो कहीं ना कहीं अभी भूपिंदर सिंह हुड्डा कह के गए अपने सपोर्टर्स को, तो सपोर्टर सारे यहाँ बैठे हैं, वेट कर रहे हैं फाइनल वर्डिक्ट की.
हाँ, और डट कर बैठे हैं, किधर जावा थोड़ा ना, पूरा निर्णय हो जाए जब तैयार है यहाँ.
तो आपको क्या लग रहा है? अभी फॉर्मर चीफ मिनिस्टर भूपिंदर सिंह हुड्डा आए थे, अपने सपोर्टर से मिले थे. उन्होंने कहा कि मेरे पास रिपोर्ट है कि काफ़ी जो डेटा है इलेक्शन कमीशन अपडेट नहीं कर रहा. तो क्या आपको लग रहा है, क्योंकि आप सुबह से यहाँ पे बैठे हुए?
हमारी मेजोरिटी आई हुई है, ये 5 बजे तक क्लियर हो जाएगा कि भाई कांग्रेस का पूर्ण बहुमत है. कम से कम भी 57 से 58 सीटें हमारी आई हुई हैं, जीत रहे हैं हम.
ट्रेंड है, हम देख रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस को 36
से अनुरोध करता हूं, चुनाव आयोग से अनुरोध करता हूं कि ये डाटा अपडेट करे और हमारी पूरी सीटें दिखाई.
Well, a very clear word from the supporter of former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda. They say that data is not being uploaded by the Election Commission, and that could be possible reason. They are also confident. They say we are in a position to get 57 to 56 seats, and we are able to make majority. And this is the same statement which the former Chief Minister of Haryana has just given to just charge his all supporters who are sitting since morning, and they have been waiting how the Congress is going to get majority, and after that celebration will be started. But from the trend, it is very clear. BJP has already got above the majority level from the trends, and the results have also started in. So let's see. As of now, it seems the whole trend is in the favor of BJP, but the Congress leaders as well as the supporters, they are hopeful they will be able to get majority. So we have to wait and watch. Back to studio.
This hope is called clutching to the straws, in fact, and hoping against hope, because like we were discussing, Vedant, if you go to the Election Commission website and just open 10 random constituencies, more or less, about 70 to 80% counting in almost all constituencies are done. There are few constituencies which are very close margin, but that also is reduced to about 10 to 12 constituencies. So like we have been saying, it's not going to be a wild swing that possibly that you are going to see at this moment.
So the leads will consolidate in this direction as we're looking. And as we end, of course, also looking at the larger national picture here, as Ankit was pointing out, the Congress perhaps needs to realize that it needs to concede more ground to its allies. And this has been clear both in Jammu and Kashmir as well as Haryana, where the Congress has underperformed, even in areas where it was expected to perform better. And also a lot of the momentum that the Congress was gaining in Haryana was being attributed to Rahul Gandhi, his yatra 2 years ago, and of course, the growing cult of Rahul Gandhi, as many experts had pointed out. So of course, that is something that the Congress also needs to look at, apart from, of course, the factionalism as well, Ankit.
I think it's just one lesson for every political party. Don't call the election yours even before the first vote is polled. We saw that in Lok Sabha, where the BJP was hoping more than 300, was reduced to 240, and the Congress party was already deciding cabinet even before the election campaign of Haryana was over. Like Arvind Kejriwal, a very cautious Arvind Kejriwal, I must say, has said, we have to fight the BJP in Delhi. Don't be overconfident. I think that's all the time that we have at this moment. Trust NDTV to get you the fastest and the most credible, in fact, election analysis and the numbers coming in here. Our coverage continues. Thank you so much for being with us.
कलर भी मेरा ही फेवरेट मिला.
Dulux Velvet Touch with True Color Technology feels like home.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360
360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and since the morning we've been bringing you the election results, Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir, and it's been quite the roller coaster, though it does seem steady now.
Well, absolutely, Gargi. Well, a lot had changed in the initial few hours when the results had started to trickle in. It has been a complete thriller to watch in Haryana. Of course, the Jammu Kashmir election results are also going to be out. Well, the results, of course, are trickling in. At this moment, the leads are out, and we do understand the NC Congress are on their course to form the next government in Jammu Kashmir. The BJP, of course, is hovering around somewhere around 29 seats at this moment. We'll talk about that as well. Let's start with the headlines.
The BJP heads for a hat-trick in Haryana, resounding victory, leading in 47 of the state's 90 assembly constituencies. Nadda congratulates Chief Minister Saini, and big celebrations are planned at the BJP headquarters in Delhi this evening.
After celebrations in the morning, the Congress staring at another defeat in Haryana. Infighting within the Congress dampens the grand old party's comeback efforts. Election Commission says Congress's allegations of slow counting are unfounded.
And Omar Abdullah said to be Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir yet again, at least that's what Farooq Abdullah says, as the National Conference and Congress alliance is in a commanding position with leads in 51 seats. All right, so as we mentioned at the start, it's been quite a roller coaster of a morning. You had a confident Congress, celebrations at the Congress headquarters in the morning, expecting that that they would be getting that victory in Haryana. But Kitty, once again, it seems the pollsters got it wrong.
Absolutely. It's been a day of surprises. today, not just for the BJP, the Congress, even for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party did manage to win a seat in Jammu Kashmir. That's the Doda seat.
That's been surprising, and not open its account in Haryana, but yes, get that one seat in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yes. All right, we'll talk about all of that. We are learning Mr. Kishan Reddy is speaking to the media at the moment.
और आज तो जम्मू में कांग्रेस मुक्त जम्मू हो गया। टोटल 29 सीट्स लड़े थे, एक सीट में विजय प्राप्त किया है। लगभग 3.5% वोट जम्मू में कांग्रेस पार्टी को मिला है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी 43 सीट्स लड़े हैं, 20 लगभग फाइनल रिजल्ट्स होना है। कंपेयर्ड एज इलेक्शन कमीशन रिपोर्ट के आधार पर होगा। 29 सीट्स, अभी तो 29 सीट्स बता रहे लीड। 29 सीट्स में भारतीय जनता पार्टी लीड में है और स्ट्राइक रेट हमारा 68% जम्मू में है। बीजेपी का वोटिंग परसेंट भी बढ़ा है और पहले 25 सीट्स थे हमारा 2014 में, अभी 29 सीट्स हम जीते हैं। अभी जम्मू के जनता, जम्मू कश्मीर के जनता भी, हम तो डेवलपमेंट के आधार पर चुनाव लड़ा है, मगर पहले सबसे पहले मैनिफेस्टो निकालकर नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ने इस चुनाव को एक पाकिस्तान से जोड़ते हुए, अलग अलग सेंसिटिव इश्यू को जोड़ते हुए चुनाव निकालकर लोगों में डिवाइड करने के लिए प्रयास किया है। मगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी अलग अलग मीटिंग्स में भी हम एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव मेजर से, हम इलेक्शन मैनिफेस्टो में जनता को क्या करने वाले हैं, जनता हित के लिए क्या करने वाले हम प्रयास किया है। मगर आज विश्वास के साथ हम बता सकते हैं इस चुनाव में जो जनता हमारा को, इवन कश्मीर वैली में भी अच्छे वोट मिला है, घाटी में भी अच्छे वोट मिला है, जम्मू में तो जनता ऑलमोस्ट हमारा को आशीर्वाद दिया है। जम्मू के जनता लगभग इस रीजन में भी सीट्स हम निकाले हैं 100%। और जो अलायंस था कांग्रेस पार्टी का, अलग अलग पार्टियों का, वो अलायंस भी आज एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटी उनको नहीं मिला है। आज हम चाहते हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम जो आशीर्वाद मिला है, इससे और हमारा को रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बढ़ गए, हमारा सीट्स भी बढ़ गए, रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बढ़ गए और आने वाले दिन में और ज्यादा मेहनत करेंगे जम्मू कश्मीर विकास के लिए। जम्मू कश्मीर जनता को हम विश्वास दिलाना चाहते हैं और ज्यादा मेहनत करके जम्मू कश्मीर विकास के दृष्टिकोण से, जम्मू कश्मीर जनता के वेलफेयर एक्टिविटी में हम ज्यादा मेहनत करके और जम्मू कश्मीर को विकास करने के लिए जो हमारा वादा था पार्लियामेंट में आर्टिकल 370 हटाने के बाद जो वादा था, वो वादा के आधार पर हम काम करें। आने वाले दिन और कमिटमेंट के साथ हम काम करेंगे।
सर, नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस फारूक अब्दुल्ला ने उमर अब्दुल्ला को डिक्लेयर कर दिया कि अगले चीफ मिनिस्टर वही होंगे।
उनका पार्टी का मन, जो पार्टी का
मतलब ये तय है कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस सरकार बना रही है जम्मू कश्मीर में।
देखना है किन कौन बनाते हैं।
जैसे अभी माननीय रेड्डी जी ने कहा कि हंग पार्लियामेंट है तो अभी थोड़ा इंतजार कर लीजिए।
अभी तो इसको भी एब्सोल्यूट मेजॉरिटी नहीं है। अभी इस चुनाव में हमारा वोटिंग परसेंटेज भी लगभग बीजेपी का 26% वोट मिला है और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस को 23% मिला है, कांग्रेस को 12% वोट मिला है अभी तक। तो सब्जेक्ट टू दी जो इलेक्शन कमीशन का फाइनल रिजल्ट्स।
बीजेपी अभी तक रेस में है।
तकरीबन रिजल्ट्स जो है फाइनलाइज्ड है।
मैं इसलिए बताया
कहीं भी ऐसा कोई सीट नहीं है जहां पे फंसा हुआ है या फिर क्लोज कॉन्टेस्ट है। एक राउंड बचा है ना, आपके कैंडिडेट्स को पूरा कर सकते हैं एज पर इलेक्शन कमीशन के जो नंबर्स हैं, ना वहां के कैंडिडेट्स आपकी कोई सीट जीत सकते हैं। बीजेपी सरकार बनाने के लिए आपकी भी क्या रेस में है या बीजेपी बाहर है, अपोजिशन में बैठ गई?
वो तय करेंगे। हमारा पार्टी अभी पूरा विधायक से जीत रहे हैं, अभी आए नहीं। आने के बाद हमारा स्टेट लीडर्स बैठ के सेंट्रल लीडर से चर्चा करके
विधायक दल की जो बैठक होगी
चर्चा करेंगे।
तो स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट का हारना कितना बड़ा सेटबैक है पार्टी के?
कोई ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। वो हारना जीतना हर कैंडिडेट का होता है इम्पोर्टेंट। खाली स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट के हारने से ज्यादा सेटबैक नहीं है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता। हमारा हम तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी है, जम्मू कश्मीर में हारना नहीं है, जान भी दिया बहुत लोग।
Well, that's G. Kishan Reddy, BJP in charge for Jammu and Kashmir, speaking after the election results. Let's go across to our reporters now. We're joined by Nazir and Aishwarya joins us from outside Khattar's residence. But first to you, Nazir, we just heard Mr. Reddy speaking there, you know, talking about, what did he say, Congress Mukt Jammu ho gaya hai. And he also spoke about the party's strike rate of 60% in Jammu, emphasizing those points really, even as the National Conference and Congress Alliance is in commanding position in Jammu and Kashmir.
Yeah, exactly. It is a BJP can celebrate that they have won most of the seats in Jammu, particularly in the areas where Congress was contesting. And Congress has not been able to win a single seat from the Hindu majority areas. Even in Muslim majority areas, BJP has managed to win seats. For example, in Doda region. So, in fact, Congress has been a weak link for the National Conference in this election. National Conference contested on 51 seats and they are winning more than 42 seats. And there are independent candidates who are actually NC members were not given tickets because of the alliance. So they too are, at least 3 of them were winning. So if you see, if tomorrow you will see 45 NC will be having 45 members. And while as Congress has just 6 or 7 seats, they were leading. Most of them are in the valley with riding on the pro-NC wave in the valley, where NC has swept this election. Having said that, Farooq Abdullah has declared Umar Abdullah as the next Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Now it would be the legislative party of the National Conference which will elect its leader of the leader, and then they will stake the claim before the Lieutenant Governor. And now there was a lot of fear that if there's a hung house, then what will happen that Lieutenant Governor may appoint these 5 nominated members, that can change the balance, but that's not now the case. In fact, former Chief Minister and PDP leader Mehbooba Mufti congratulate national conferences and people of Jammu and Kashmir for giving vote and ensuring there's a strong government, there's a stable government in Jammu and Kashmir, given the fact challenges are
Nazir,
huge.
and the PDP
this election is important in many ways. For example, first election after a gap of 10 years.
The tally was too earlier. Now the number of seats seems to have increased for the PDP here, Gargi. The Congress and the NC are at 48, the BJP at 29 and others at 9. Of course, we'll go back to Nazir in just a moment. We are learning a crucial BJP meeting at Manohar Lal Khattar's residence that took place just a while back is over now. It did last for almost 2 hours. Dharmendra Pradhan, Biplab Dev have been attending this meeting. They were a part of this meeting. All right, my colleague Aishwarya here on the broadcast here, he is getting us more details about this meeting. Well, the key strategist of the party, Dharmendra Pradhan, also was part of this meeting. What was happening? What happened there? We do understand the next strategy for the, we do understand the strategy for Haryana, of course, the cabinet formation and everything would have been discussed. Tell us more about what happened there.
Well, the BJP sources clearly revealed to us that the BJP wants continuity in Haryana and they are going to move in a very fast pace as far as government formation is concerned. Dharmendra Pradhan, Biplab Dev were the in charges for the Bharatiya Janata Party for the state of Haryana, along with Surendra Nagar, who was the co-in-charge. Jitin Prasad was also present in this meeting and it went for almost 2 hours at Manohar Lal Khattar's residence. Manohar Lal Khattar is still inside his residence. He has not spoken since morning to the media after an emphatic victory. But what we have been told is that the strategy had been decided that now, as soon as the results will arrive today in the evening after Prime Minister's address to the cadres at the BJP National Headquarters, the Bharatiya Janata Party will send its observers to Chandigarh, and a legislative party meeting will be called very soon. This meeting will decide its leader, and BJP had also decided that Nayab Singh Saini will continue to be the Chief Minister, and the legislative party will be electing him as their leader for Haryana. And finally, the proposal will be sent to the governor so that very soon the government can form. This will not have any delay as per the BJP sources are concerned. So, the work that Bharatiya Janata Party had been relied upon, on which they have got votes, they want to continue that as soon as possible. The government forms again, and certainly that's why the reason perhaps crucial meeting just took place. It just got ended a few minutes back, and from here on, now the senior leaders will be moving to the Bharatiya Janata Party national headquarters in Delhi, as Prime Minister will be arriving at around 6 p.m. To address the cadres as Dhanyavad Haryana and Jammu Kashmir.
That's right, Aishwarya. One of those victory events that they have every time they have these big victories in state elections, and so once again at 6 p.m. today that will be taking place at the headquarters. But let's go across to Sunil now and talk about the Congress party. And Sunil, in the morning, the kind of celebrations, jalebi eating that was going on at the Congress headquarters, and now what is happening right now? The Congress also complaining about slow counting in Haryana results. The Election Commission replying to that and saying, these allegations are ill-founded.
Absolutely. I think they were trying to blame something which was really the inevitable. I mean, the Congress party has understood the writing on the wall, and clearly a lot of mistakes have been made. All eggs in one basket, depending on Bhupinder Hooda to deliver. The caste polarization done by the BJP, Jats versus non-Jats, have really made a big impact. The fact that they were a divided house, they didn't take various faction leaders, including Kumari Selja, to play a crucial role. Rahul Gandhi himself requesting Hooda as well as the Congress leadership to have an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party. They weren't able to agree on seats. The Aam Aadmi Party saying nothing less than a double figure. The Congress not ready to give 4 or 5 and insert in only certain pockets where they wanted. And that kind of high-handedness has ensured that the Congress, being overconfident after the Lok Sabha polls, have ensured that what we are seeing is something that is inevitable, that the Congress has lost for the third time. For the first time since 1972, the BJP has been able to restore a state like Haryana for the third time. And definitely for the Congress, it's back to the drawing board and trying to assess itself about how it's going to legitimize its role and its
Right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us. We have to go across now to our guests, and in fact, we'll take those points that you're raising to them. We're joined by Charu Pragya, spokesperson BJP, Dr. Pooja Tripathi, spokesperson of the Congress, and Professor Badri Narayan, political analyst. But first to you, Dr. Pooja Tripathi, those points being raised by my colleague Sunil, talking about the introspection that is needed, the overconfidence. Did the Congress put all its eggs in one basket, and that being the basket of Hooda Congress?
Won't deny him, won't say that he's wrong. We were overconfident. We were not able to read the.
के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई।
मैं आदरणीय मोदी जी को देता हूं, उनके आशीर्वाद से, उनकी गाइडलाइन के अंदर, उनकी जो नीतियां हैं, उन नीतियों के ऊपर हरियाणा के लोगों ने मोहर लगाई है। मैं हरियाणा की जनता का जहां दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं, उनको प्रणाम करता हूं, वहीं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो ये तीसरी बार हरियाणा की ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है, इसके लिए भी मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं अपनी उच्च लीडरशिप का धन्यवाद करता हूं। मैं हरियाणा के लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि जिनकी कड़ी मेहनत और पसीना बहा करके उन्होंने इस ऐतिहासिक जीत का जो दिलवाई है वो पूरे धन्यवाद के पात्र है। मैं पूरे हरियाणा के लोगों को दिल से बहुत बहुत ये मैं बात अलग से करूँगा।
That's Haryana Chief Minister Nayak Singh Saini, and he was speaking to the reporters there. It's very much clear that the BJP is forming the next government as well in Haryana. It's a hat-trick for the BJP,
record
and
hat-trick.
the BJP did manage to pull off of course, at this point in time, making a hat-trick in Haryana, it seems like the BJP is the only party that's been able to do so in this
That's right. Well, let's go back to Dr. Pooja Tripathi, and we just saw Nayak Singh Saini really expressing his happiness, thanking the Prime Minister, speaking about the Prime Minister's policies, the people of Haryana, and, throughout, while he was fairly confident whenever, he spoke about the elections, one did get a sense that the BJP knows it's going to be a tough fight, but even they, I think, are quite astounded at how well they've done. Yes, Pooja Tripathi, now, of course, the focus will be on what the Congress did wrong.
I think I was just reading, that with Congress on 39.79% seat share and 36 seats, and BJP 39.65% seat share and 48 seats in Haryana. So it looks like definitely a decisive victory. However we may deny it, however we may want it to take it to the last rung, it looks like a decisive victory for Bharatiya Janata Party. And we have to go to the we have to go to the whiteboard and we have to introspect. There was infighting within Congress, which I would like to accept it. We misjudged the non-JAT consolidation votes, and we misjudged that about the issues on which elections should be fought. But I'm still hoping that this tally improves, because there are a lot of the election commission data has not been updated. The rounds have not been updated, and on many of the seats, the counting would go up to 20 rounds. So I'm still hoping this tally.
But is that realistic, really? Because your leadership has come out. You've had Jairam Ramesh also criticized, talking about this slow counting. Pawan Khera as well, and the election commission has given a strong response to that, saying that it's
the
completely
allegations
unfounded.
that have been made are ill-founded, and most of the counting is almost over. I mean, it doesn't look like at this point in time there is only going back from that.
But they haven't been updated. When somebody as senior as Bhupinder Hooda ji says that the counting hasn't been updated, and he is on the ground, he is at the center. So this has not been updated, and that's why Congress is raising its concern. But as I said, BJP looks for the decisive victory in Bharatiya Janata Party for the Haryana elections, and I want to congratulate.
Okay, let me take that question now to the BJP here. BJP spokesperson Charu Pragya also now joins us on the broadcast here. Charu, first of all, of course, congratulations are in order for the BJP that managed to pull off the impossible in Haryana. What do you think? What really worked for the BJP here? Was it a surprise for the BJP too? I mean, that's what many are talking about as well, that the BJP even did not expect this kind of victory in Haryana.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. Let me begin by congratulating the people of Haryana, the Karyakartas of Bharatiya Janata Party, and our esteemed leadership for this resounding victory. In fact, you're right, we have created history. Every single time we have made a government in Haryana, we have done so with a higher vote share. And that itself talks about a massive wave of pro-incumbency. In a time when people get tired of everything very soon, a third term to Bharatiya Janata Party speaks a lot for Modi ji's leadership and the confidence people still have in him. I'm going to take a moment to actually appreciate the Congress spokesperson, because I have been on television since 7 a.m. today, and she's the only one who's not outrightly blamed the EVM. She is very sensible, and I am very appreciative of that fact.
Okay.
When the exit polls came out a couple of days ago, I was that one person who kept insisting that the exit polls are going to go very wrong. The way they went wrong in Chhattisgarh, the way they went wrong for Madhya Pradesh, I had a feeling the same thing's going to happen for Haryana, because all the divisive lines that the opposition likes to talk about they don't exist on ground, and this is my personal experience. So whether you talk about farmers, you talk about soldiers, you talk about Jats, you talk about Dalits, everybody has reposed confidence in Bharatiya Janata Party and responded by not voting for Congress's agenda of all the time discussing the caste of people, caste census, what is your caste. I think we've reached a time when India needs to move beyond that. Leaders need to move beyond that, and Rahul Gandhi will be wise to take a leaf out of this booklet. They were expecting to win, and Congress was expecting to win with a massive margin.
What's really
and
also
yet
surprising
their
at
leader,
this point
Mr.
in time
Gandhi,
is that, you know, what's really surprising is that
leader, Mr. Gandhi, chose to go abroad at a time like this. That also I find very surprising, and that is disheartening for the Karyakartas of the Congress.
Yes,
Why would
that
you
is,
leave
fairly
the country?
surprising, I have to admit.
Why?
Let's get Professor
Yeah.
Badri Narayan, who's been waiting very patiently. And, Professor Badri Narayan, what's also being talked about is the exit polls and the pollsters, and, how everybody is getting it wrong. One thought the hung house would be in Jammu and Kashmir, and this was resounding for the Congress. It's turned everything on its head. Your comments on that, firstly.
Gargi, I think I wrote a piece, you have mentioned about it, and I talked about silent voters. They always fail all these pollsters. And in this case also, we have talked 2 days ago that this may go against entire these poll predictions. And these, these silent voters, in the case of Haryana, emerged against the dominant.
Yes.
Dominant voices became like the Jat voices, and the Congress was represented by that dominant voice. So all this silence went in the favor of the BJP. Those who were not able to speak. Second thing is it is the victory of aspirations. Aspirational community which has evolved among Dalits, among OBCs, among Jats, also a section of Jats. And PM Modi represented that kind of the marker of aspirations. So we used to think that now caste politics is coming back by the Congress, bringing back by the Congress. So aspiration will be diluted. But this election showed that aspiration for development is still a big urge among the common people. Thirdly, it is a victory of PM Modi vision. It's a no doubt. And the way he carved the entire meta-narrative of development, and also, Gargi, the way they organize elections. The Dharmendra Pradhan, who is the strategist for this election, he told, I read one of his statements, he told that booth par jawanon ki tarah khade rehna hoga, kaam karna hoga. So booth politics, again.
I mean, that's evident from the fact that the BJP, of course, is not just winning. It's, the non-Jat vote that has been talked about here. The BJP, of course, has been able to consolidate that as well, sir. At the same time, going for the trends now, the BJP, out of the total 33 seats which are Jat-dominated seats, there even the BJP is winning about 17, even more than the Congress. The Congress is able to win somewhere around 14 seats here.
Yes, let me explain. Actually, what happens, this happens in the reserved seats. The dominant, the most of non-dominants mobilize together, and they get defeated. They get defeated to the dominant. This may happen in the Jat dominant seats also. And in the SC seats, the key of victory in these seats, if the non-Jat, non-dominant caste mobilize together, they can defeat the dominant. So always during our election analysis in psephology, we pay attention on the dominant, on the major. But that the BJP strategy to collect fragmented, fractured, small pieces of the society, bring them together, and transform them in the
well,
bigger.
yes, BJP
and that happens in the Dalit also.
Often referred to as the election machine, and that's what they've proved time and again. And in this election also, of course, in the previous few elections in the south, the BJP did have to face some setback. But of course, this talk about the Congress making a comeback in the Hindi heartland, that doesn't seem to be happening.
Pooja Tripathi, major mistakes made by the Congress. One we already spoke about, putting all the eggs in one basket, giving it all over to Mr. Bhupinder Hooda. But also when Kumari Selja was upset, when she was, it seemed sulking, not coming out and campaigning. the party should have stepped in earlier. The high command should have stepped in earlier and kind of got her there on the ground, because it seemed, and this is something that perhaps upset the caste sort of
yes, the Dalit
sensitivities there.
yes, the communities
and already
there.
you had the Jats with Hooda, there was this, aggression or let's say buoyancy among the Jats, which may have also put off the other castes. So all these factors might have come together and cost the Congress dearly.
Well, yes, and what is also being said here is that Kumari Selja being neglected here by the Congress party, which was quite evident. It may have come as an insult to the Dalits, to the Dalit community in Haryana, and that's what the perception has gone.
I think Gargi said that, you win with humility and you lose with dignity. Just now, my Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson was out and right abusing Rahul Gandhi. It's Rahul Gandhi who did a 4-day Padyatra, and it's Rahul Gandhi who mobilized workers in Haryana.
No, I never abused him. Don't put words in my mouth. I never abused him. A leader needs to lead from the front, both in victory and in loss. So if you're losing, he should be here supporting you. And if you were winning, he should have been here.
You can counter me later. In 2019, from 16
don't quote me. Don't quote me wrongly.
4 rallies. We have to ask.
Don't quote me wrongly. Correct your language.
Why was Sheljaji insulted? We have to ask this. When you ask us why was Sheljaji insulted, it's not like that. We had 4 Dalit presidents heading a Haryana Congress unit. We asked why was Manohar Lal Khattarji. It's your day. It's a day to celebrate, and I said you should win with humility. We definitely asked why was Manohar Lal Khattarji, who ran the party for 9.5 years, and much of the credit for coming to the 3rd term goes to him. He was absolutely absent from all the posters, all the campaigning everywhere. So, there will be many reasons, Gargi, and I accept those reasons. We did put eggs in our basket. There was constant infighting between our leaders, which should have been managed, and I really accept it. I have no qualms in accepting it. But when I say, you win with humility, this is where I come in, and this is where I question. The questions of Agniveers, the question of women's security, the question of Kisan, the question of the raging unemployment in Haryana, which is almost double the national average, does not dilute. It doesn't. You have not given answers.
Charu Pragya wants to respond there. All right.
Yes.
Let Charu Pragya also respond.
So let's make one thing very clear. This is not a utopian world. Yes, issues exist, but the people of Haryana have put their faith in dealing with these issues in Bharatiya Janata Party. That's first. The second thing is, Mr. Tripathi is putting words in my mouth, words I did not say. I was very categoric in saying this, that a leader needs to lead from the front. Maybe you have done as well as you have in Haryana, because the Gandhi siblings were marginally involved in the campaign. The entire campaign was given to someone else to lead. So maybe that's why you still got a decent number of seats, because wherever they have been up and about, you have not done very well. Lastly, and most importantly, the situation is very clear. You want to talk today in a way which is still hopeful of getting more seats. No, that's not happening anymore. The results are here for you to see. Let's remember that when you are going to be divisive, the people will reject you. When you're trying to rake up issues which don't exist, people are going to reject you. And at the end of the day, elections are not fought on 30-second reels on social media. They're fought on ground with real people and real issues. They are fought when you're able to get your entire camp to work together with utmost discipline, not when you're washing your dirty linen in public.
All right, well, let's get in Professor Badri Narayan here. Badri Narayan, if you could comment on, what has worked for the BJP here? Is it the Prime Minister Modi brand? Is it the fact that this formula that they have of changing the chief minister just ahead of elections to, counter that anti-incumbency? Let's just go across to where Manohar Lal Khattar is speaking.
जनता ने उसका प्रत्युत्तर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हरियाणा में तीसरी बार सरकार बनाई है, और ये अपने आप में एक रिकॉर्ड बना है कि हरियाणा में आज तक किसी भी पार्टी की लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार नहीं बनी थी। पहली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने हरियाणा में लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार बनाई।
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने एक मुद्दा बनाया था, पहलवान, किसान और जवान, ये मुद्दा बना करके कांग्रेस पार्टी इस बार चुनाव में उतरी थी। आप क्या लगता है, ये मुद्दा उनका चला नहीं?
मुद्दा तो यही था। मुद्दा ये था कि हमने जितना हरियाणा के किसान के लिए, हरियाणा के जवान के लिए, हरियाणा के पहलवान के लिए किया है, कांग्रेस तो कर ही नहीं सकती है। और ये चीज़ लोगों को पता है वो लोग किसी प्रकार की कोई बात करेंगे, वो जनता को जो सही बात है वही पसंद आएगी, जो गलत बात वो पसंद नहीं आएगी। हमने किसानों के लिए भरपूर किया, बहुत काम किया है। इसलिए मैं तो आज इस समय इतना ही संक्षेप में कहना चाहूँगा कि जो चीज़ जनता ने महसूस की, कांग्रेस के भ्रम में नहीं आई है। यहाँ का लोकतंत्र, हरियाणा का लोकतंत्र बहुत ही परिपक्व है, जनता बड़ी परिपक्व है और जनता ने एक हमारे कामों पर, मोदी जी की नीतियों पर एक मुहर लगाई है और मैं इसका श्रेय जनता को देता हूँ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को देता हूँ।
सर, सारे चुनाव पूर्वानुमानों को धत्ता बताते हुए ये बड़ी जीत हुई है, क्या कहेंगे?
पूर्वानुमान जो लगाते हैं ये उनको इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करना है कि किस आधार पर कैसे पूर्वानुमान करते हैं। पूर्व अनुमान जो हैं वो जनता अपने मन की बात सबको बताती भी नहीं है और जिस प्रकार के पूर्व अनुमान हैं बहुत बार पहले भी फेल हुए हैं, इस बार भी फेल हुए हैं और थोड़ा सा गहराई में आप लोगों को जो भी करते हैं पूर्व अनुमान उनको करना चाहिए।
क्या लगता है कांग्रेस कहाँ फेल हो गई?
ये तो कांग्रेस वालों से पूछना पड़ेगा।
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस बीच आरोप लगाया है कि स्लो काउंटिंग किया जा रहा है, कई
चुनाव आयोग नतीजों को रोक रहा है,
नतीजों को लेकर।
ये तो कभी कभी हमको भी लगता है कि कांग्रेस वाले जब हार देख रहे थे तो कहीं ना कहीं इस चीज़ में कैसे कोई बोला जाए कुछ, क्योंकि हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी ने पहले जैसे कहा कि दिन आएगा जब जनता देगी उनको जवाब और ये एक ही बात कहेंगे कि ये ईवीएम खराब।
सर, आपने जब वोटिंग के दिन हमसे बात करी थी तब
बिरादरी उनके साथ है, क्या 36 बिरादरी ने कांग्रेस का साथ नहीं?
मैं अपनी बात कह सकता हूँ, मेरे से कांग्रेस की बात क्यों पूछे, आप उनसे पूछिए। मुझे पता है कि हमने हरियाणा में जब 2014 में चुनाव लड़ा था, मैंने स्वयं से एक नारा दिया था, हरियाणा एक, हरियाणवी एक। तो इसलिए हरियाणा के सब लोगों को मैं अपना परिवार मान करके चलता रहा हूँ। आज भी हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जो हैं वो उसी प्रकार से और हरियाणा की जनता के साथ एक तालमेल बैठा करके एक बड़े विनम्रता के भाव से जनता के काम हमेशा करते रहे।
सर, करनाल में जब वोटिंग के दिन आपने बात करी थी तो आपने दो बातें कही थी। एक तो पूर्वानुमान आपने भी लगाया था कि 45 से ज़्यादा सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीत रही है, अपने दम पर सरकार बना रही है।
कहा था।
और दूसरी बात आपने कही थी नायब सैनी ही हमारे मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे। क्या इस बात की आप
हमारे हाईकमांड ने, हमारे एचएम साहब ने ये प्रत्यक्ष घोषणा की हुई है और उस नाते से फिर भी नया जब इस प्रकार का कोई बात होती है तो जो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड के हाथ में होता है और मुझे लगता है कि जो विषय है वो इसी प्रकार से चलेगा।
खट्टर साहब, एक सवाल है, पौने 10 साल लगभग आपने हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर काम किया। आज जब चुनाव हुए तो कुमारी शैलजा ने कहा है जब रिजल्ट आया कि उनसे आकलन में कहीं ना कहीं गड़बड़ी हुई है, कांग्रेस पार्टी से गड़बड़ी हुई है। क्या शैलजा और हुडा साहब के बीच जो मीडिया में भी चल रहा था कि कुछ ना कुछ तनातनी है, उसका असर भी पड़ा है?
आप अपना अनुमान लगा करके उनसे पूछिए क्या बात थी क्या नहीं। मैंने जो कहना था अपने हिसाब से मैं पहले कहा था और वही बात पर आज भी हूँ मैं कि हमारी पार्टी एकजुट होकर के और अपने पक्की नीतियों के हिसाब से काम करती है, जनता में उसका असर जाता है।
के काम आपके कार्यकाल के दौरान जो काम हुए उस पर मोहर लगी जनता की, आपको लगता है?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो भी 10 साल का कार्यकाल है उस सारे के ऊपर भी मोहर लगाई है। हमारे केंद्रीय नेतृत्व मोदी जी की जो 11 साल केंद्र में हो गए हैं, उन्होंने जो उनकी नीतियां हैं और केंद्र की जो हमारी उपलब्धियां सब मिला करके और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नीतियों पर, हमारे नेता के काम पर, हमारी नीयत पर, सबके ऊपर जनता ने मोहर लगाई।
क्या सर उप मुख्यमंत्री भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी हरियाणा में होंगे?
धन्यवाद।
All right, Manohar Lal Khattar, they're reacting to the resounding victory of the BJP in Haryana elections, thanking the people of the state, and there was a meeting that was held earlier as well at his residence. But coming back to my point, the question that I was asking earlier, Professor Badri Narayan, about what is it that works for the BJP and this particular formula they have of, countering the anti-incumbency by changing the chief minister just ahead of election with a few months left. We've seen that in, we saw it in Gujarat, we saw it in, in Tripura, and we've seen it in Haryana as well.
Yeah, Gargi, you are very right. Actually, yes, you are very right. Actually, it's a victory of brand Modi. But brand Modi is emerging day by day, and it's not a brand now. It's emerging as a very matured, visionary trust, creating trust capital, adding in trust capital again and again. So a small hearts, a small failure. Based on that, you can't say that brand Modi is going, is disappearing, because this brand is not merely a brand; it's a trust capital, and trust capital which he has emerged through his 23 years of performance in Indian politics, and yesterday I think he has completed 23rd years. Second thing is, you are very right that this changing leader phase also worked in the favor of BJP, because in that process, whatever the anti-incumbency become diluted, and even the Manohar Lal Khattar works during 10 years may be reinterpreted by the public and taken by as a new in a new perspective, because now they have a new leader like Saini. And you know, the BJP strategy of not boosting a lot and silently working among a smaller community, it's their
Well,
strategy
and
all
that's
over
something,
India.
sir. That's something, of course, you rightly pointed that out. It's the silent voter also, and at the same time, a political party working silently, marching towards victory. That's what actually happened in the case of the BJP here in Haryana. Nobody, of course, would have expected these results, as exit polls had clearly given a, clear victory to the Congress party in Haryana. But at the same time, looking at the Congress party here, it's definitely, who will become the next Mukhyamantri of Haryana. This race or the infighting that has been going on in the Congress party, there have been clearly two camps, the Selja camp and the Hooda camp.
Charu Pragya said earlier about discipline in the BJP is what's lacking in the Congress. I think that's a very valid point.
Can
yes,
I
Charu,
just add something, please?
Yes.
Yes, because we've been discussing Khattarji. Now, I say this with a lot of responsibility. Tell me which political party in which state campaigns with the ex-chief minister's photo on the posters. You can't have a poster full of like 500 pictures. That's not how it works. And Khattarji, even though Congress likes to project all these negative scenarios which don't exist in reality, Khattarji has been given a different assignment, a very important assignment in Bharatiya Janata Party. He's a part of the central cabinet now. So please don't try to pull down leaders because it suits your narrative today. The fact of the matter is that a leader has been changed, yes, but there has been no tamasha publicly, which happens every single time in every single election that Congress takes on. And this has existed in whatever state that we discuss right now. We can go to Chhattisgarh, we'll talk about Madhya Pradesh, we can talk about Rajasthan. Now, most recently, we will talk about what happened in Haryana. This seems to be a constant with the Congress party. And I think to deflect from that, they want to discuss about leadership in BJP, which is very clear, which is very disciplined. We work in a hierarchical manner. And here the symbol is the king.
All right. Prime Minister Modi has congratulated Nayab Singh Saini. And what we are also learning at the moment is that Nayab Singh Saini is set to become the Chief Minister of Haryana again. And the BJP had told Saini that he will be the Chief Minister if the party wins. So the responsibility was on the shoulders of the Chief Minister here, and he's delivered clearly. Well, yes, now what we are learning is that Nayab Singh
indications
is
that
all
he is
set
returning
to
as the Chief Minister, and this is something we've seen. The BJP doesn't like to, change change its course and go in with that same Chief Minister. But right, Mr. Professor Badrinaran, you wanted to make a point?
Yeah, just one line I would like to say that, on the one hand, Modi has accumulated a lot of trust capital. On the other hand, Congress, this Himachal failure, the ODS, the old pension scheme, the financial crisis, the economic crisis, these are all discussed in the Haryana election. And so it is diluted the kind of trust which Rahul Gandhi was trying to make based on all these strategies. Because